It was around 2:43 a.m. when Evan Morris woke up, not because of a nightmare, not because of any sound in particular, but because of that strange gut-level awareness that something wasn't right. He stared at the ceiling of his small one-bedroom apartment in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and listened. Nothing but the faint ticking of the wall clock and the occasional distant rumble of a semi from the highway half a mile away. He wasn't sure why, but the air in the room felt heavy, like the kind of thickness before a thunderstorm. Only there was no wind, no flicker of lightning. Just that still, suffocating air and the creeping sensation that he wasn't alone. He rolled over, checking his phone on the nightstand. The screen's glow stung his eyes. 2:43 a.m., no messages. No missed calls. But the battery indicator was lower than it should have been, 28%. He swore he'd plugged it in before bed. The charger was still in the outlet, cord dangling onto the carpet, but the end wasn't plugged into his phone anymore. He frowned, sitting up a little. He didn't remember unplugging it. He reached over, connected it again, and lay back down. His apartment was small, just a bedroom, a narrow hallway, and a combined kitchen-living area. He could see the soft green glow of the stove clock through the open bedroom door. 2:43. The numbers didn't change when he blinked. Then he realized something. The ticking he heard wasn't coming from the wall clock above the couch like it usually did. It was closer, slower. He sat up fully this time, heart pounding. He waited, straining his ears. The sound had a rhythm that wasn't quite mechanical. Tick, 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 but with faint variations, almost like footsteps. Soft, deliberate ones. He glanced toward the open door again, expecting maybe to see the outline of his cat, Toby. But Toby had died last summer, and Evan hadn't gotten another pet since. "Hello?" he called out, instantly regretting it. His own voice broke the silence like a rock through glass. He waited. Nothing. But the ticking sound stopped. Evan rubbed his eyes, shaking his head. "I'm overtired," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. He'd been working long hours at the auto parts warehouse lately. Night shifts, especially, were screwing with his sleep. He reached for the bedside lamp, switched it on, and the room filled with a soft yellow light. Everything looked normal. Messy nightstand, half-empty water bottle, his jeans thrown over the chair. He exhaled, almost laughing at himself. Then his phone buzzed once. A single vibration. He picked it up, expecting a text, but the screen showed nothing. Just the lock screen. He turned it over, thinking maybe the buzz was from a notification that didn't show up. But when he flipped it, the back of the phone was warm. Very warm. Almost hot, like it had been running something for hours. He powered it off, feeling a weird sense of relief when the screen went dark. Evan stood and walked into the living room. The air there was even heavier, like it hadn't been circulated in a while. He glanced at the thermostat. It read 71 degrees, same as always. He was about to turn back to his bedroom when he noticed the blinds on the living room window were slightly open. He never left them open at night. From the gap, he could see the parking lot below. Only a few cars and the soft orange glow of the streetlights stretching long shadows across the asphalt. Then he noticed something else. There was a man standing under the streetlight across from his building, not moving, just standing there, facing the apartments. Evan froze. The man wasn't doing anything. No phone in his hand, no cigarette, no movement, just facing his direction, motionless. From that distance, Evan couldn't make out any details except that he wore dark clothes and seemed tall, maybe 6 feet or more. His shoulders looked broad, his posture too stiff. Maybe he's waiting for someone, Evan whispered to himself, trying to inject reason into the situation. But he couldn't shake the feeling that the man wasn't waiting. He was watching. He stood there for what felt like minutes, waiting for the guy to move, but he never did. Evan finally closed the blinds fully, the sound of the slats clicking together oddly loud in the quiet apartment. He went back to bed, keeping the light on this time, and lay down facing the door. He didn't remember falling asleep, but he woke up again to silence and the faint creak of floorboards. The kind that happens when someone shifts their weight slowly, trying not to make a sound. His heart leaped into his throat. This time the sound came from the hallway just outside his room. He swallowed hard and sat up, every nerve in his body screaming to stay still. But he couldn't help it. He reached under the bed and grabbed the metal flashlight he kept there. He clicked it on. Nothing. Dead batteries. Of course. He cursed under his breath and grabbed his phone instead, using the screen's dim light. He stood up, every board under his feet protesting softly. He stepped into the hall. It was empty. He looked toward the front door. It was closed, the deadbolt still locked. But something looked off. The welcome mat was crooked, half folded over, like someone had stepped on it coming in. He reached down, hesitated, then slowly bent to straighten it. When he did, he noticed the faintest trace of dirt on the floor. A thin trail, like someone had walked in from outside in boots that still had a little mud clinging to them. The trail led toward his bedroom. His stomach turned cold. He backed away, trying to remember if he'd tracked anything in earlier that day, but he hadn't gone outside after getting home from work. He'd showered, eaten dinner, and gone straight to bed. He hadn't even worn shoes inside. He followed the faint dirt prints toward his bedroom door. They stopped right before the threshold. Then nothing. He stepped back again, shaking his head. No, he muttered, trying to convince himself he was wrong, that it was just old dirt or something. But the trail was fresh, dark brown, not yet dry. Evan quickly turned on every light in the apartment. The sudden brightness felt like a shield. He checked the closets, the bathroom, under the bed, behind the couch. Nothing. Everything was locked up tight. He finally sat back on the couch, staring at the dirt on the floor. The clock on the stove said 3:58 a.m. He rubbed his face with both hands, exhausted. "I'm losing it," he said aloud. "That's all this is? Just sleep deprivation." He tried to convince himself, but his body wouldn't stop shaking. He didn't go back to bed. Instead, he stayed on the couch until morning, lights blazing, eyes fixed on the door. When sunlight finally filtered through the blinds, he felt a rush of relief so strong it almost made him cry. The daylight made everything seem stupid. The dirt could have come from anywhere, maybe from his shoes after all. Maybe he just hadn't noticed before. He went to work that morning trying to shake it off. But when he came home that evening, the dirt trail was gone. He hadn't cleaned it. He stood there in the doorway, staring at the spotless floor. That night, he locked the door, checked every window, and double-checked them again. He even put a chair under the doorknob like something out of an old movie. He told himself it was ridiculous, but did it anyway. Then he got into bed with the lamp on. At around 1:22 a.m., he woke up to his phone buzzing. The vibration was steady this time, like a call. He reached over groggily, eyes half open. Unknown number. He almost didn't answer, but something made him press the green button. "Hello," he mumbled. At first, all he heard was faint static. Then a whisper. "Evan," he froze. The voice was soft but clear. It sounded like it was right next to his ear. He sat upright instantly. "Who is this?" he snapped. No answer, just the faint hiss of static. He hung up, heart racing. He turned the phone to silent and dropped it face down on the nightstand. But the moment it touched the surface, it buzzed again. Same number. He didn't answer this time. It rang until it stopped on its own. Then silence again. He tried to stay calm, telling himself it was probably some prank or scam, but when he finally picked the phone back up, he noticed something that made his stomach twist. The call log didn't show any incoming calls at all. No missed calls, no record of anything. He stared at it for a long time before placing it face down again. Sleep was impossible after that. He lay in bed, every creak of the apartment amplified in his ears. Just after 3 a.m., something tapped on his window. It wasn't loud, but it was deliberate. A soft tap. Tap. Tap, spaced evenly apart. He turned toward the sound slowly, terrified. The blinds were drawn, but the tapping continued like fingernails against the glass. He wanted to grab his phone, to call the police, but his hand wouldn't move. His mind screamed at him to get up, to do something, but his body felt frozen. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the tapping stopped. He waited. 5 seconds. 10. Then he heard it. A whisper. "Evan." The voice came from right outside the window. He bolted upright, grabbed the flashlight, and yanked the blinds open. No one was there. The street outside was empty, washed in pale orange light. The same street light where the man had stood the night before flickered once and went out. Evan shut the blinds again, shaking so hard he dropped the flashlight. He didn't sleep again that night. By morning, he was convinced he needed to leave. Maybe stay with his friend Mark for a few days. He called off work, packed a small bag, and locked up the apartment. As he was turning the key in the lock, he noticed something on the doorframe. A mark. It looked like a small handprint, but the fingers were too long, and it was smeared with something dark, almost black. He didn't stick around to look closer. He drove straight to Mark's place across town. Mark was the opposite of Evan. Easygoing, a nothing scares me kind of guy. When Evan told him what had happened, Mark laughed it off. Dude, you've been on night shifts for months. You're sleep deprived, that's all. You hallucinated half that crap. Evan wanted to believe him. He really did. But he couldn't explain the call, or the voice, or that handprint. He stayed at Mark's place that night, grateful for the noise of the city around them. They watched TV late into the night, and for the first time in days, Evan started to feel normal again. But around 3:10 a.m., his phone buzzed on the coffee table. He stared at it. Unknown number. Mark raised an eyebrow. Is that the same one? Evan nodded slowly. Yeah. Answer it, Mark said. Evan hesitated, then hit accept and put it on speaker. Static, then the same voice, soft and drawn out. Evan. Mark's grin faltered. That's not funny, dude. You're not pranking me, right? Evan shook his head, his hands trembling. I swear to God, I'm not. The voice continued. You shouldn't have left. Then the line went dead. Mark picked up the phone, checking the screen. There's no number, he said. No record. Evan grabbed it from him. The call log was empty again. Neither of them slept that night. The next morning, Mark suggested going back to Evan's place just to grab the rest of his things. We'll go together, he said. If there's some weirdo stalking you, I'll handle it. They drove back around noon. The apartment door looked untouched, the chair still wedged under the knob from the night before. When Evan opened the door, everything seemed normal. No dirt, no handprint, nothing. It was like the place had been scrubbed clean. Mark went to the window. This where you said you saw that guy? Evan nodded. Mark peered out. There's no one out there now. Evan turned toward his bedroom and his stomach dropped. On the nightstand where his phone usually sat, there was a folded piece of paper. He hadn't left it there. He picked it up. His name was written across the front in neat, unfamiliar handwriting. He unfolded it slowly. Inside were 5 words. You can't leave at night. His heart slammed in his chest. Mark, look at this. But when he turned, Mark wasn't in the room anymore. Mark? Evan called out. Silence. He walked into the living room, empty. The front door was closed but unlocked. He ran outside, calling again, but there was no sign of his friend anywhere. His car was still parked out front. Then from above, a window creaked open. Evan looked up and froze. A figure was leaning halfway out of his own bedroom window. Pale face, dark eyes, thin lips curved into a faint, unnatural smile. It wasn't Mark. Evan stumbled backward, fumbling for his keys. The figure's hand, long, bony fingers, gripped the window frame as it tilted its head to the side, still smiling. He dropped his keys in panic, scrambled into his car, and sped off. When he got to the police station, he could barely form sentences. The officer at the desk listened patiently, took down a report, and sent a patrol car to check the apartment. An hour later, the officer returned. Sir, he said carefully, we didn't find anyone inside. The apartment was locked from the inside, and your friend, we ran his name. Nobody by that name lives at the address you gave. Evans stared at him, mouth dry. What do you mean? He's real. He lives on Pine Avenue. We work together. The officer frowned. There's no Mark Peterson listed at your workplace either. Are you sure you're feeling all right? Evan felt lightheaded. He left the station in a daze, convinced something was horribly wrong. He drove to Pine Avenue to the apartment where Mark lived, or should have lived. The building was there, but apartment 4B, Mark's unit, was empty, for rent. That night, Evan checked into a motel outside of town. He didn't sleep. Every sound made him flinch. Around 3 a.m., the motel phone rang. The old landline phone, the one next to the bed. He stared at it, paralyzed. It rang again. Then, again. He reached for it, hand trembling, and picked up the receiver. Silence. Then that same voice. Evan, you came back. He threw the phone down and stumbled into the hallway, barefoot, breath ragged. He didn't stop until he was outside in the freezing night air. When the sun rose, he went back to his car and drove. He didn't know where he was going, just away. As far as he could. 3 towns over, he found a cheap monthly rental cabin and moved in. He quit his job, changed his number. He thought he could outrun it. For a while, it worked. The cabin was quiet. He spent his days hiking, avoiding people, trying not to think. But one night, almost a month later, he woke up to a sound he hadn't heard in weeks. Tick, tick, tick. He sat up slowly. The noise came from the corner of the room. The clock on the wall wasn't running. It had stopped at 2:43. The sound continued anyway. He turned toward it, and there, half hidden in the dark, was a tall, motionless silhouette. Shoulders broad, head tilted slightly, like it was watching. Evan's voice cracked. "What do you want from me?" The figure didn't answer. It just stepped forward once, and he saw its face. It was Mark's. Only wrong. Skin pale and stretched too tight, eyes hollow, mouth slightly open as though gasping for air. And then the whisper came again, low and drawn out. "You can't leave at night." Evan screamed, grabbed the lamp from the table, and hurled it at the figure. The light shattered, plunging the cabin into darkness. When he flipped on the flashlight from his phone, the figure was gone. He ran outside into the cold air, barefoot again, the forest surrounding the cabin dead quiet. He stayed out there until morning, shaking. When he finally went back in, everything was normal again. No signs of anyone, no footprints, no sound. That afternoon, he packed everything he owned and left the cabin. He's been moving ever since, different towns, different motels, never staying anywhere longer than a few weeks. He avoids mirrors now, avoids windows after dark, because no matter where he goes, it always finds him again around 3 a.m. Sometimes it's a whisper outside his window. Sometimes it's a phone call. Sometimes when he's half asleep, he feels a breath against his ear and hears that same phrase, "You can't leave at night." He hasn't tried to. Not anymore. He stays indoors from dusk till dawn, every light on, waiting for the sun to rise. And every single night at exactly 2:43 a.m., his phone, no matter what number he changes to, no matter where he hides it, buzzes once. Story the end. The first time it happened, I didn't even realize it. I had just moved into a small apartment in a quiet neighborhood in Ohio, somewhere on the outskirts of Dayton, trying to escape the chaos of the city. I was 27, recently divorced, and had taken a job as a night security clerk at a small medical storage facility just outside the town. The apartment itself wasn't anything special. 2 bedrooms, a tiny living room, and a kitchen that smelled faintly of mildew, but it was mine. I liked the silence at night, the way the street lamps threw pools of orange light onto the asphalt, the occasional sound of a dog barking somewhere in the distance. It all felt like the kind of quiet you could sink into, the kind that let you breathe. The first night was uneventful, as I expected. I went through the usual motions, unpacked a few boxes, made a small dinner, and watched some old episodes of a sitcom on cable that barely made me laugh. Around midnight, I fell asleep in the living room because my bedroom smelled like that old carpet, and I thought the fresh air from the open window would help. Somewhere between 2 and 3 in the morning, I woke up. At first, I didn't know why I was always a light sleeper, especially with new surroundings. But then I noticed it, the faint sound of someone moving around. Not footsteps, exactly, but a shuffling, like someone was dragging their feet lightly across the floor. My apartment was small. If someone were there, I would have heard the door first. I paused, heart starting to hammer, straining to hear. The sound stopped. I told myself I was imagining it. Probably just the building settling, pipes shifting, the wind outside rattling something. I closed my eyes and tried to go back to sleep, but then I heard it again, this time from the bedroom. A soft, deliberate thump against the wall, like someone was lightly tapping. I froze, unsure whether I wanted to investigate. My phone was on the coffee table in front of me, but reaching for it felt like a risk, like the second I moved, I'd provoke whatever it was. Eventually, I worked up the courage, grabbed the phone, and dialed the non-emergency line for the local police. I whispered my situation to the dispatcher, tried to make it sound rational, but as soon as I mentioned that someone might be in my apartment, the line went silent. Then a click. I stood there for what felt like 10 minutes before I realized I was holding my breath. The apartment was quiet again, too quiet. I eventually convinced myself it was nothing, maybe an animal, maybe the building, anything but what my mind had already jumped to, that someone was inside. I didn't sleep that night. I spent it sitting on the couch, lights on, every sound amplified, the fridge humming, the wind rattling the window, my own breathing. By morning, I felt like I'd aged 10 years. The second night was worse. I had convinced myself I was being paranoid. I locked every door, every window, double-checked the deadbolt, and even set a chair under the doorknob. Stupid, maybe, but I felt safer. Around 2:30 a.m., I woke up again, this time to the sound of whispering. Soft, barely audible, like someone was speaking directly outside the bedroom door. I couldn't make out words, but the tone was urgent. My skin crawled. I tried reasoning with myself again. Could be the TV in another apartment, could be my mind. But then I realized the whispering was coming from the living room. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the couch, a childhood habit that somehow never left me, and slowly stepped toward the noise. As I rounded the corner into the living room, there was nothing, nothing at all. But then I saw it. The window facing the street was wide open, even though I had closed it and locked it before bed. My heart skipped. I know I locked it. I always lock it. I leaned out and looked around. No one. Just the empty street, the fog rolling in low over the asphalt, a street lamp flickering. I closed the window, locked it again, and checked the rest of the apartment. Everything was as it should be. Except the sense of being watched lingered, heavy in the air, the kind that settles in your chest. The nights after that blurred together. Every night, some new noise. A tap on the kitchen counter, a soft creak in the hallway, the whispering, the shuffling, sometimes all at once. I stopped trying to sleep. I spent nights sitting with the lights on, coffee and cigarettes my only companions, trying to convince myself I was imagining it, that stress and exhaustion were making my mind play tricks. I started recording on my phone, placing it in the living room, trying to catch what I couldn't see. Each morning, I'd listen to the recordings, but they were always blank. Nothing. My logical mind told me I was safe, but something in the apartment told me otherwise. 3 weeks in, I started noticing signs I couldn't explain. Items moved slightly from where I remembered putting them. A mug turned sideways on the counter, a chair out of place, a pair of shoes by the door that weren't mine. I live alone. I never leave doors unlocked. At first, I rationalized it. I was tired. Maybe I had moved the items myself and didn't remember. But the feeling of being watched never went away. I started keeping a log, writing down times and the noises, the movements, anything. I didn't want to, but I had to. The more I documented, the more real it became. One night around 1 a.m., I was sitting in the living room, watching the clock tick, when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. Someone, or something, was standing in the doorway to my bedroom. I froze. My bat was inches away, my phone in hand, but I didn't move. The figure was dark, featureless, just a shadow that didn't quite fit. Then it moved slightly, like it was acknowledging my presence. I blinked. When I opened my eyes, it was gone. My apartment was empty, but the air felt thick, heavy, almost choking. I backed myself into the corner and stayed there until sunrise, trembling, unable to sleep, unable to move. The following day, I tried to rationalize. I called a locksmith, changed the locks and security camera at the entrance. I told myself that if someone was breaking in, at least I would know. For a few nights, it seemed to help. I watched the footage obsessively, but it showed nothing. No intruder, no shadow, nothing. Only me, pacing the apartment, drinking coffee, checking the doors. But then the sounds started again. Only now the noises were louder, more deliberate. Doors creaking open, drawers sliding, the whispers louder, more urgent, almost angry. One night, around 3:17 a.m., I woke to a cold breeze and the unmistakable sound of breathing right behind me. I was sitting on the couch, facing the window, and I swear it was there, standing in the dark corner behind me, watching. I didn't dare turn. My body felt paralyzed, like some part of me refused to acknowledge what was there. I counted the breaths, 5, 6, 7. Then it stopped. I turned slowly. Nothing. The next morning, I called my old friend from the city, someone I trusted. I told him everything, down to the whispering and the footsteps. He didn't laugh, didn't dismiss it. He asked me a question that made my blood run cold. Have you ever felt like it's not trying to hurt you, just wait? I didn't answer. I didn't want to admit it, but yes, that's exactly how it felt. It wasn't trying to attack. It was waiting, patient, like it knew something I didn't. The nights grew worse. I stopped leaving my bedroom at all. I slept there with the door locked, the chain secured, the bat and phone within arm's reach. I started hearing things outside my window. Footsteps in the parking lot, the scraping of something metal across asphalt. I live on the second floor. There's no reason for anyone to be outside my window at night. I called the police twice, reported it as trespassing. They came, looked around, found nothing, left. Probably kids messing around, one officer said. But that didn't fit the noises I was hearing, the weight in the air, the almost intelligent patience. One night, desperate, I stayed awake until dawn, sitting in the corner of my bedroom. Around 4 or 2 a.m. I heard it, a knock, soft, deliberate, at the bedroom door. I didn't move. Another knock. Then another, louder this time. My hands shook so violently I could barely hold the bat. I whispered, "Go away," even though I knew it wouldn't listen. The knock stopped. A low whisper followed, so soft I barely caught it. "Why are you hiding?" I don't know why, but I opened the door. My living room was empty. Nothing. The apartment smelled faintly of mildew, the usual. But on the floor, a single shoe. Not mine, not anyone I knew. Just a plain, worn sneaker. I didn't touch it. I left it there and went back to my bedroom. Weeks later, I tried to leave. I packed a bag, drove to my friend's house, told him I couldn't stay there anymore. He tried to convince me to get someone to check the apartment, maybe a priest, maybe a psychic, maybe a counselor. I refused. I didn't want to know what it was or why it was there. I returned to the apartment a month later for a few hours to grab some things I'd left behind. The front door was ajar. I panicked, called the police. They came, no signs of forced entry, nothing stolen, everything in its place, but I knew it had been inside. I could feel the air. It was heavier now, almost expectant. I grabbed my things and left, didn't look back. I haven't been back since. I've tried multiple times to explain it, to rationalize, but I can't. Even months later, I have nightmares, dreams where I'm back in that apartment, hearing the footsteps, the whispers, feeling that cold, patient presence. I've moved multiple times since then, tried to start over, but the same sensation follows me sometimes, like someone is just waiting, just out of sight, patient and aware, letting me think I'm safe, letting me think I can sleep. I don't know what it was. I don't know why it chose that apartment or me. Sometimes late at night, I think about moving back there just to see, to finally confront it, but I can't bring myself to. The thought alone tightens my chest, makes my hands shake. I've read stories, articles, tried to find similar accounts. Some people call it sleep paralysis with hallucinations. Some say it's ghosts. Some say demons. None of it fits. None of it explains the intelligence I felt in the way it waited, the way it responded to me. Every now and then, late at night, I wake up and swear I hear a whisper in the corner of my apartment, something that doesn't belong, something patient and waiting. I've moved so many times that I should feel safe. I don't. I keep the lights on, check the locks obsessively, avoid sleeping in unfamiliar rooms. I know it's ridiculous. I know I sound insane, but I also know that what I felt, what I experienced, wasn't my imagination. It's been 5 years. I live in a small town in Indiana now, a 2-bedroom apartment again, much like the one in Ohio. I work days mostly, and I don't take night shifts anymore. But sometimes when the house is quiet, when the wind rattles a window or the heater creaks, I feel it. That same weight in the air, the same expectation, like it's just waiting for me to fall asleep. I can't explain it. I don't want to explain it. But I know it's real. And I know it's still out there somewhere. I've told this story to only a handful of people. Most laugh, some stare, some say it's stress or anxiety. They don't understand. They don't know the cold weight of someone or something watching you in the dead of night, the almost sentient patience, the way it waits, never leaving, never attacking, just waiting. I keep my bedroom door locked, my phone next to my bed, and the baseball bat at my side. I always have. And every night before I close my eyes, I whisper into the darkness, hoping it doesn't answer. Story the end. It had been one of those evenings that felt heavy with stillness. The air outside carried a damp chill, the kind that seeps through the thinnest layers of clothing, and the sky was the color of old steel. I had just finished my shift at the diner on the outskirts of town, the one that stayed open until 2 a.m., and I was driving the long stretch of highway back to my apartment. It was the kind of road where headlights only revealed a sliver of what lay ahead, the rest swallowed by darkness and the faint glow of distant street lamps. The radio played softly, a late-night talk show with a monotonous host, the kind of voice you barely notice until you're trying to focus on something else. I could feel my eyelids growing heavy. the hum of the engine blending with the occasional rustle of trees lining the road. The first odd thing happened when I passed the old farmhouse on the right. It had been abandoned for as long as I could remember, boarded up windows and a sagging roof, but tonight something about it made my chest tighten. I swore I saw a figure standing in one of the windows, just a silhouette. I blinked and focused on the road, convincing myself it was a trick of the shadows, a combination of tired eyes and the weak beam of my headlights. But then I slowed down, curiosity gnawing at me, and in that split second, I thought I saw it move. Not a flicker, not a shadow swaying in the wind, actual movement, deliberate. My stomach dropped. I sped up, telling myself I didn't want to know, that imagining it would only make me more anxious. About 10 minutes later, I took the exit that led to my apartment complex, a modest cluster of two-story buildings surrounded by sparse trees and dimly lit parking spaces. The place was usually quiet, but tonight it felt unusually silent. I parked and noticed the front walkway light flickering intermittently, casting long shadows across the ground. I grabbed my bag, unlocked my door, and stepped inside. The familiarity of the apartment supposed to be comforting, but it wasn't. The air smelled faintly of mildew, though I'd cleaned just last week. I put my keys on the counter and headed to the kitchen for a glass of water, and that's when I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible scratching sound coming from the living room. My heart rate spiked. I froze, listening. It stopped. Maybe it had been the wind, I thought. I shook my head, telling myself I was tired and jumpy from the late shift. I drank my water, set the glass down, and decided to check my bedroom before going to sleep. That's when the scratching started again. This time, from the hallway leading to the bedrooms. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept under my bed. A laughable precaution, I knew, but something about the sound made me feel unsafe in my own apartment. Step by cautious step, I walked toward the source, the noise stopping every time I froze. When I reached the end of the hallway, there was nothing. Nothing at all. I checked the bedroom doors, the closets, everything, and found nothing. My heart still racing, I laughed at myself, a hollow sound trying to shake off the unease. I went back to the living room and noticed the front door was slightly ajar. I was certain I'd locked it. I never leave the door unlocked. My stomach nodded. I should have called the police, but I was tired, too tired to deal with paperwork or the possibility of a break-in that might have been nothing. I shut the door, double-checked the lock, and decided to go to bed. Sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the building seemed amplified, every gust of wind rattling the window like a warning. Around 3 a.m., I woke to a sound that made my blood run cold, a soft, deliberate knock on my bedroom window. I live on the second floor, surrounded by trees, and there's no way someone could be outside without being seen. I sat up slowly, heart hammering, staring at the darkness beyond the glass. Nothing. Just the swaying branches. I told myself it was a branch, that I was imagining it, but a gnawing fear wouldn't let me return to sleep. Around 4 a.m., I finally dozed off, only to wake with a start. The sound of whispering filled the room, not loud, not distinct words, just low, murmured voices that seemed to come from every corner at once. My first instinct was to check my phone. It was dead. No notifications. Nothing. I turned on the bedside lamp, scanning the room, my eyes darting over shadows that now seemed alive. The whispers stopped as soon as the light flicked on, leaving an oppressive silence that made my ears ring. I spent the rest of the night in that half-sleep, half-wake state, each sound exaggerated, each shadow a potential threat. Morning came, gray and cold, and I was exhausted, my nerves frayed. I went to work, hoping the daylight and routine would reset me. But even in the daylight, that unease lingered, like a shadow clinging to the edges of my vision. Over the next few nights, things escalated. The scratching came more often, always from places I had just checked. The whispers became clearer, though never fully intelligible, as if teasing me with words I almost understood. The front door would be unlocked in the mornings, even though I was sure I had locked it. Small items would move, subtle but undeniable. My wallet shifted from the counter to the table, a chair slightly askew, my shoes not in the same spot I'd left them. One night, around 2 a.m., I was sitting on my couch trying to convince myself that everything had a logical explanation. That's when I heard it, a faint breathing, steady and slow, coming from the kitchen. I froze. My apartment was empty. My cat, who usually slept near my feet, was nowhere to be seen. I crept toward the kitchen, the baseball bat ready, and saw nothing, just the refrigerator humming. I exhaled sharply, my breath loud in the oppressive silence, and turned to go back to the living room. Then I heard a whisper right behind me, clear as day, my name, Michael. My head snapped around. No one was there. My apartment was empty. My chest heaved. I grabbed my phone to call someone, anyone, but it was dead again. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming, thick like a fog, pressing in from every angle. I started recording audio with my laptop the next night, hoping to catch something, anything, that could explain the disturbances. Hours of static-filled files yielded nothing conclusive, just soft noises, sometimes a tap or a whisper, sometimes nothing at all. But listening back, I noticed a pattern. The sounds always seemed to come from the same corner of the living room, the corner closest to the window. That window. I decided to cover it with heavy blankets and tape, thinking it would block any potential intruder or even just my imagination. But the noises didn't stop. They moved. Now the scratching came from the bedroom, the whispers from the hallway. I started sleeping in my car, keeping the doors locked and the engine running, too afraid to return to the apartment alone. One night, while sitting in the car, I noticed movement in the apartment windows. Not shadows, not reflections, but actual movement. Deliberate pacing back and forth. I didn't know whether to call the police or drive away. I called them anyway. They came, but found nothing. No forced entry, no footprints, nothing. I told them about the noises, the whispers, the feeling of being watched. They suggested it could be stress, exhaustion, paranoia. But I knew better. Something was inside that apartment with me, something that didn't want to be seen in the daylight. I moved out that weekend, taking what I could carry and leaving the rest behind. The apartment was empty the next day, but I couldn't shake the feeling that leaving didn't end it. I started seeing shadows at the edges of my vision, hearing whispers in empty streets, feeling the cold press of breath on my neck when I was alone. Friends told me I was imagining it, that the stress and sleep deprivation were taking their toll. I wanted to believe them, but deep down, I knew the truth. Months later, I drove past the old farmhouse again, the one I had seen the silhouette in. It was still abandoned, boarded up, and silent. But in one window, I thought I saw the same movement, deliberate and slow, pacing back and forth. I blinked, and it was gone. I drove on, heart pounding, telling myself I was seeing things. But the memory of my nights in that apartment never left me. The whispers, the scratching, the cold breath, the feeling of being watched, it followed me, a shadow that never faded. Even now, when I'm alone in my new apartment, I check the locks twice, leave lights on, and avoid that corner by the window. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting to sleep, I hear it, a soft whisper, clear and deliberate, calling my name. And I know no matter how far I go, no matter how safe I try to make my surroundings, it's still there, waiting. The dead of night isn't quiet. It's full of eyes, full of whispers, full of things that move just out of sight. And once you've felt them, once you've heard them, you carry them with you. They don't go away. They don't forgive. I still live with it every night. Every whisper, every scratch, every shadow. Some nights it's faint, almost bearable. Some nights it's relentless, pressing in from every corner, every surface, every sound amplified. I've tried therapy, sleep aids, relocating, changing my routines. Nothing works. The dead of night belongs to it, and it remembers me. It knows me, and I will never be free. Some nights, I swear I can hear it even when I'm driving in the dead quiet between streetlights, just a whisper carried on the wind, Michael. Story the end. It was the kind of night that makes a city feel empty, even when it's not. The streets of Lansing, Michigan, were quiet, damp from a light drizzle that had started earlier in the evening. Streetlights cast long, orange-tinted shadows across the pavement, and every alleyway seemed darker than the next. Jack Reynolds had just finished a late shift at the printing plant downtown. The job was exhausting, but the pay was decent, and tonight, like many nights, he had stayed late to catch up on orders. He locked up his locker, grabbed his jacket, and stepped out into the parking lot. A mist hung in the air, making the lights look hazy. Only a few cars remained. Most of his coworkers had left hours ago. Jack shook off the chill and walked to his car. As he reached the driver's side, he noticed a figure across the lot. At first, he thought it was another employee, but the person was standing completely still, too still. A man, tall, wearing a dark coat, and facing him. Jack's stomach twisted. "Must be someone waiting for a ride," he muttered, though the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He unlocked his car and slid in, locking the doors behind him. The figure didn't move. Jack started the engine and glanced at the rearview mirror. It was still there, standing in the same spot, watching him. He pressed the gas, careful at first, then floored it down the wet street. He tried to convince himself it was nothing, just a stranger loitering. But as he drove, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being followed. He checked the mirrors repeatedly. Nothing. The streetlights flickered as he passed them, creating odd, elongated shadows, but the man from the lot was gone. Jack reached his apartment around 11:30 p.m. It was a small second-floor unit in a brick building just off Main Street. He unlocked the door and stepped inside, tossing his keys on the counter. The apartment smelled faintly of damp carpet and old wood, normal enough. He flicked on the lights and made a cup of coffee, trying to calm himself. Around 1:15 a.m., Jack dozed off on the couch. The apartment was silent except for the soft hum of the refrigerator. When he woke, he felt a strange sensation, like someone was standing in the room. He rubbed his eyes and looked around. Nothing. Then he heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible tap, tap, tap coming from the window above the sink. He froze. The apartment was on the second floor, and the window faced the alley behind the building. No one could be there, or so he thought. Jack's heart began to pound. He picked up a kitchen knife, gripping it tightly. He crept toward the window, every instinct screaming at him to run, and peeked through the blinds. The alley was empty. He exhaled slowly, shaking his head. "I'm just tired," he whispered. He went back to the couch, keeping the knife close. Around 2:50 a.m., he awoke again. This time, it wasn't a sound that had woken him, but a sensation, like the air in the room had grown heavier, pressing down on him. He sat up, straining to see in the dim light from the street outside. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. A shadow moved across the room. Not from the streetlight, inside. Jack swung the flashlight from the table toward it. Nothing. He cursed, telling himself he must be imagining things, but his pulse was racing and the sweat on his palms was slick. Then he saw it in the corner of his eye, a figure standing near the doorway to the bedroom. Tall, dark coat, features obscured by shadows. His stomach sank. It was the same man he had seen in the parking lot earlier. Jack stumbled backward, knife raised, heart hammering. What do you want?" he shouted, voice cracking. The figure didn't respond. It just stood there, still. Then the man tilted his head slightly, almost like a curiosity, and Jack realized something that made his blood run cold. The coat was wet, dripping faintly onto the carpet, though it hadn't rained inside the apartment. Jack backed toward the front door, fumbling with the lock. The figure moved closer, and with each step, Jack could hear it, soft, deliberate footfalls, though the carpet didn't seem to creak beneath them. Finally, he managed to unlock the door and bolted into the hallway. His neighbors' doors were all shut. No one was there. He ran down the stairs 2 at a time and didn't stop until he was on the street, panting, soaked from the drizzle that had returned. He didn't return that night. He stayed in his car until sunrise, gripping the steering wheel, eyes darting to every shadow. When morning came, he drove straight to his sister's house in a nearby town, leaving the apartment behind. For weeks, he tried to return to a normal routine, but the nightmares started. Around 2:43 a.m., exactly, every time, he would wake up to the sound of tap, tap, tap against a window, a soft whisper calling his name, or cold presence in the room. He moved to different apartments, changed jobs, tried sleeping with the lights on, but it followed. One night in a motel on the outskirts of Kalamazoo, he woke to see a figure in the corner of the room, staring at him. Pale face, hollow eyes, thin lips stretched into a faint smile. Jack didn't recognize the features at first, but then he did. The man from the parking lot, from his apartment, from the nightmares. He tried to flee, but the front door was suddenly locked from the outside. The whispers came closer, echoing in his head. "You can't leave. Not at night." Jack screamed, pounding on the door, but it didn't open. When morning finally came, the figure was gone. The door unlocked on its own. Everything inside the room was normal. No footprints, no marks, no evidence that anyone had been there. Jack never stayed anywhere long enough to sleep normally again. He doesn't drive at night. He doesn't answer unknown calls. Every night around 2:43 a.m., he waits. The darkness always seems thicker, the silence heavier, as if someone or something is watching him. He's learned not to argue with it. He doesn't try to leave at night anymore, because it always finds him, and every time it reminds him in the same chilling way, you can't leave at night. Story the end. It was one of those nights when the world feels hollow. The kind of quiet that makes even the ticking of a clock sound intrusive. I was living in a small rented house in a rural part of Indiana then, about 10 minutes outside of town. It wasn't isolated exactly. There were neighbors on both sides. But at night, the darkness between houses was thick, the kind that swallows light whole. I worked nights at a distribution warehouse, so when I got home at 2:30 or 3 in the morning, the world was always asleep. I'd shower, heat up leftovers, and scroll through my phone before bed. That night wasn't any different. I clocked out at 2:08 a.m., stopped for gas, and got home around 2:45. It was cold, early February, I think, and a thin layer of frost coated everything. My breath fogged up in front of me as I walked to the porch. The neighborhood was dead silent, except for the wind whistling faintly through the trees. I unlocked the door, went inside, and automatically glanced around the small living room. Habit more than paranoia. Everything looked normal. The first strange thing happened about 20 minutes later. I was heating up spaghetti in the microwave when I heard a soft knock. 3 distinct taps spaced out, coming from somewhere near the back of the house. I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth. The microwave beeped behind me, and the sound made me jump. Knock, knock, knock. This time, I was sure it was from the back door. My first thought was maybe my neighbor, Tommy, needed something. He worked early shifts, though. He wouldn't be awake this late. Still, I walked toward the kitchen, trying not to make a sound. My footsteps seemed too loud on the linoleum. I reached the back door and looked through the small window in the center. The porch light was on, but the frost on the glass blurred everything. I wiped it with my sleeve. Nothing. No one on the porch. No movement. Just the faint outline of the trees in the backyard. I stayed there for a full minute, watching. Then I saw it. A handprint on the outside of the glass. It wasn't fresh. It looked smudged and streaky, but what unsettled me was how high up it was. I'm 6 feet tall, and this was higher than my eye level. I swallowed, trying to convince myself I was seeing things. Maybe it was just a mark left from before. Maybe a trick of the light. But the more I stared, the more wrong it looked. The fingers were too long, the shape too thin. I locked the deadbolt, turned off the kitchen light, and went back to the couch. I couldn't eat anymore. I sat there, every few minutes glancing toward the hallway. The silence pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating. I thought about turning the TV on just to fill it, but something in me resisted. Around 3:30, I finally decided to go to bed. I double-checked all the doors and windows, even opened the hall closet to make sure no one was inside. It felt paranoid, but the house didn't feel right. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, counting the seconds in my head, trying to will myself to sleep. Then around 4, I heard it again. Not knocking this time. Tapping. Light, rhythmic tapping on the bedroom window. I bolted upright. My heart was pounding so loud I could barely hear. Tap, tap, tap. I turned my head slowly toward the window. The curtains were drawn, but faint light from the street lamp filtered through the fabric enough to see their outline. And behind them, a shape. Someone was standing right outside the window. I didn't move for what felt like a full minute. My brain was racing, trying to make sense of it. The house sat on a raised foundation. The bottom of the window was almost 5 feet off the ground. Whoever it was had to be tall. I reached for my phone and dialed 911. My voice came out barely above a whisper when I told the dispatcher someone was outside my window. She told me to stay where I was and keep quiet. The police were on their way. I set the phone down on the bed, still connected. My hand was shaking so badly I almost dropped it. Then, as if it knew, the shape outside moved. Slowly, the curtain pressed inward, like someone was dragging a hand along the fabric from the outside. I could see the outline of fingers, too long and thin, tracing down the glass. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. Then, as suddenly as it started, the movement stopped. I didn't hear footsteps, didn't hear anything leave. just that unbearable silence again. When the police arrived 10 minutes later, there was no one there. They found faint footprints in the frost beneath the window. Bare footprints. The prints were longer than normal, narrow, and spaced too close together. One of the officers joked maybe it was some meth head wandering around, but the look in his eyes didn't match the tone. They stayed until sunrise, shining flashlights around the yard, but they didn't find anyone. After they left, I sat at the kitchen table watching the light change outside. The handprint on the back door was still there. I cleaned it off finally, trying not to think about how cold the glass felt beneath my hand. For the next few nights, nothing happened. I almost started to believe it had been a one-time thing. Then 5 days later, I came home from work to find the back door unlocked. I always locked it. Always. The deadbolt was still in place, but the handle lock had been turned. I checked the windows. Same thing. 2 of them were unlocked. That same earthy smell filled the house again. Damp soil and rot. I left immediately, called a friend, and crashed on his couch for the night. The next day, I bought new locks and a cheap indoor security camera, the kind that connects to your phone. I set it up in the living room facing the hallway. That night, I slept in my room, phone beside me, comforted by the fact I'd hear any alert instantly. At 3:12 a.m., my phone buzzed. Motion detected in living room. My chest went cold. I opened the app, heart hammering. The screen loaded slowly, buffering before finally showing the live feed. The living room was dark, the camera's night vision glowing faintly green. The furniture sat in eerie stillness. Then something moved. It came from the left side of the frame, emerging slowly, a figure stepping out of the hallway. It was tall, hunched, its movements unnatural, like its joints didn't bend right. The camera's low light made its features blur, but I could make out its face, or rather what should have been a face. It was pale, featureless, like stretched skin, and yet somehow I felt it looking at the camera. I dropped the phone, it clattered against the floor, and I scrambled out of bed, fumbling for the light switch. My breathing was so loud it echoed. By the time I grabbed the phone again, the feed was gone. The camera had disconnected. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I ran out the front door barefoot into the freezing night and didn't stop until I reached my car. I locked myself inside and called 911 again, shaking so hard I could barely speak. When the police checked the house, they found nothing. The camera had been unplugged and placed neatly on the couch, facing the ceiling. No fingerprints. No signs of forced entry. They told me again that it might have been someone messing with me, but no one had that kind of access. And no one could move that quietly. I moved out within a week. I didn't even take everything, just what fit in my car. I didn't want to be in that house another night. A few months later, I saw the house listed for rent again online. The photos looked the same, except for one thing. In one of the pictures, taken from the living room, there was something faint reflected in the TV screen, a tall, pale outline near the hallway. I told myself it was a trick of the light. But sometimes around 3 a.m., I still wake up to that faint tapping sound. Once, half asleep, I looked toward the window and thought I saw a shadow moving outside. I blinked, and it was gone. I haven't checked since. I don't want to, because I think whatever was in that house, whatever stood outside my window, knows where I am. And some nights when the air is still and the world is silent, I swear I can feel its presence just beyond the glass, watching, waiting. Story the end. Around 3:12 a.m., I woke up to silence so deep it pressed against my ears. My apartment sat on the edge of town, one of those old brick buildings that had been divided into smaller units over time. It was an unusually warm night for late October, and I had fallen asleep on the couch with the window cracked open. Normally, I could hear the occasional hum of traffic from the main road or the distant wail of a train. But that night, there was nothing. No sound, no movement, no wind, just the stillness. At first, I thought I'd woken because of a bad dream. My heart was racing, but I couldn't remember anything. Then I noticed the TV light flickering faintly across the living room wall. It had turned itself on. I didn't remember doing that. I watched as static filled the screen, the gray fuzz shifting with an eerie pulse, like breathing. I muted it, thinking maybe there was a glitch. But the static didn't stop. The glow from the television made the shadows on the walls move like they were alive. I grabbed the remote and turned the set off. The screen went black. That's when I heard it. 3 slow knocks on my door. Not loud, not frantic, just deliberate. Knock, knock, knock. I froze. Nobody visits me at that hour. My nearest neighbor was an old man who lived 2 doors down, and he could barely walk, much less knock that firmly. I thought maybe someone was in trouble, not maybe a drunk or a lost delivery driver. I walked to the door, my bare feet sticking slightly to the cold wooden floor. "Hello?" I called out, pressing my ear against the door. No answer. I looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty. The single overhead light flickered like it always did, but there was no one there, not even the sound of footsteps retreating. I opened the door just a crack, enough to look. The hallway stretched both ways, quiet and still. My eyes scanned left, then right, but there was nothing. I shut the door, bolted it, and turned around, and nearly dropped the remote when I saw the TV was back on. Static again. This time it wasn't random noise. The image had formed faint shapes, dark, shifting silhouettes, human-like, but wrong. They flickered in and out, bending at strange angles as if someone were standing just behind the glass. I stepped closer. For a second, I thought I saw my reflection. But then, the reflection blinked. And I hadn't. I stumbled backwards, slamming into the coffee table. The remote fell to the floor, clattering against the wood. My hand shook as I reached for the power button again, but before I could touch it, the static stopped. The screen turned completely black, and in the reflection, something moved behind me. I turned. Nothing. Just my small living room. Couch, lamp, curtains swaying slightly in the open window. I tried to laugh it off, to tell myself I was imagining it. But that's when I realized the air felt wrong, heavier, like there was something else breathing with me in that room. I closed the window, locked it, and sat on the couch, trying to calm down. I must have sat there for 10 minutes, my eyes darting to every corner, waiting for something else to happen. Then the phone on the counter rang. The landline. I didn't even realize I still had it plugged in. No one had called it in years. I picked it up, hesitating before saying hello. At first, there was silence, then a faint, distorted voice whispered something I couldn't make out. It wasn't static and it wasn't interference. It was words, but they came out stretched, warped, almost backwards. I pressed the receiver closer to my ear. "Do you see me?" the voice finally said. The line went dead. My body went cold. Every instinct in me screamed to leave, but my legs felt rooted to the floor. The TV turned itself on again. No static this time, just a live feed of my own living room from somewhere above, like a security camera angle I didn't have. I saw myself standing there, holding the phone. I looked up, my eyes scanning the corners of the ceiling, but there was no camera. Then, on the screen, I saw something else. Behind me, standing near the hallway that led to my bedroom, a figure, tall, thin, and completely black. I spun around. The hallway was empty, but on the TV, the figure hadn't moved. It just stood there, head tilted slightly, as if it was waiting for me to notice. Then it lifted one hand and waved. I felt my knees give out. I crawled backward toward the door, watching as the thing on the screen started moving closer to where I was sitting. My breath came in short, uneven gasps. I reached for the doorknob, fumbling with the locks, when the TV cut to black again. The reflection on the dark screen showed the outline of my living room behind me, except this time there were 2 figures. One of them was me. The other was standing right behind me. I didn't turn around. I don't know why. I just couldn't. I opened the door, ran into the hallway barefoot, and didn't stop running until I reached the building's front exit. When I burst out onto the street, the air felt lighter. The sound came back, the hum of cars, the rustle of leaves. The world felt normal again. I called the police from a payphone down the block. They checked my apartment, said there was no one there, no signs of forced entry. The TV was unplugged when they arrived. I could tell they didn't believe me. They said maybe it was a nightmare or a prank. But here's the thing. I moved out 2 days later, found a smaller place across town. It had no landline, no TV, no windows facing the street. I thought I could leave it behind. For months, everything was quiet. Then one night at 3:12 a.m., I woke up again. Silence. The air was thick. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Then, from the corner of the room, I heard the faint crackle of static. I looked over. There on my dresser was an old portable TV, one I didn't own. It turned on by itself. The screen glowed gray, and through the static, a familiar voice whispered, "Do you see me?" The image flickered. My bedroom appeared on the screen exactly as it was, but in the doorway stood that same dark figure, tall and motionless, its head tilted just enough to make me feel like it was smiling. I backed away, pressed against the wall, trying not to blink. The TV crackled again, and for a moment, the figure moved closer on the screen. But when I turned toward the doorway in real life, it was empty. I ran out of the room and down the stairs, grabbing my keys on the way out. When I reached my car and looked back up, my bedroom light was flickering. I could see my silhouette standing at the window, except I was outside. I drove until sunrise, parked at a rest stop 2 towns over, and didn't go back. When I finally worked up the nerve to return for my things a week later, the place was empty, completely cleared out. Furniture gone, personal items gone, everything. Like I had never lived there. The landlord swore I'd never rented that unit, said it had been vacant for over a year. Sometimes, late at night, when the world goes still, I still wake up at 3:12. No reason. Just this sudden, suffocating awareness that something's watching me. Once, I thought I saw movement in the reflection of my phone screen, a tall, black shape behind me, motionless, head tilted. Now I sleep with every light on. But sometimes, even with the lights burning, I still catch that faint whisper threading through the static hum of electricity. Do you see me? Story the end. It was just after midnight when the power went out in my apartment. I lived alone on the 3rd floor of an aging complex just outside of Cleveland, the kind of building with paper-thin walls and hallways that always smelled faintly of mildew. The blackout wasn't unusual for that part of town, old wiring, frequent storms, but something about the silence that followed made my skin crawl. I had been sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone, when everything went dark. The refrigerator stopped humming, the clock on the stove blinked out, and all I could hear was the faint ticking of the radiator. I sighed, grabbed my phone for light, and stood up to check the fuse box. The air in the apartment suddenly felt colder, heavier, as if the power outage had somehow drained the warmth from the place. As I stepped into the hallway, my flashlight caught something strange. My front door, normally locked with a deadbolt, was slightly open. Just an inch, but enough to see that the chain latch was swinging freely. I froze. I was sure I had locked it earlier that evening. I could feel a slow, creeping dread start at the base of my spine. I called out, "Hello?" My voice echoed down the empty hall. No answer. I didn't hear footsteps, but I swore I could sense movement, a soft shift of air, like someone stepping back into the shadows. I closed the door quickly, locked it again, and stood there for a long time, listening. Nothing, not a sound, just the hum of my own breathing and the faint patter of rain outside. I tried to shake it off. I told myself the door must not have latched completely, that maybe the wind had pushed it open. But deep down, I didn't buy it. I knew I'd locked it. I always locked it. When I turned around, my stomach dropped. The door to the spare bedroom was open. I never left it open. That room was empty. Storage mostly, a few boxes, an old chair, and a lamp that hadn't worked in months. I stood there staring at the dark rectangle of the open doorway, my phone's weak flashlight beam trembling slightly in my hand. "Is someone there?" I called again, forcing a laugh I didn't feel. Still nothing. I stepped closer, peering inside. The light caught on the boxes stacked against the wall. Nothing seemed out of place. I let out a shaky breath and reached for the door handle to close it. That's when I heard it. A soft, wet breathing sound. Coming from inside the room, I froze. My mind raced. I couldn't see anyone, but the sound was there. Slow, ragged inhales and exhales, like someone struggling to breathe quietly in the dark. I backed away, heart hammering in my chest, and slammed the door shut. For the next 10 minutes, I stood in the hallway, staring at the door, waiting for something to happen. The breathing stopped. The silence returned, thick and suffocating. Finally, I forced myself to move. I grabbed my keys, my jacket, and decided to wait out the outage in my car. When I stepped into the living room, I froze again. The blinds were open. I never opened them at night. Through the window, illuminated by a flash of distant lightning, I saw the outline of someone standing across the parking lot. Tall, motionless, watching. The figure didn't move as I stared. My heart was racing, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. Then another flash of lightning, and it was gone. The spot where it had stood was empty. I didn't think. I just bolted. I didn't even bother with shoes. I ran barefoot down the stairwell, the cold concrete biting into my feet. When I burst through the front door of the building and into the parking lot, rain splattered against my face. I looked around frantically, scanning every corner. Nothing. The lot was empty except for my car. I jumped inside, locked the doors, and sat there, breathing hard, staring at the darkened windows of my building. The rain picked up, drumming against the windshield. I kept the headlights off, too afraid to draw attention. After a few minutes, I started to calm down, convincing myself it was stress, exhaustion, maybe even a dream. Then my phone buzzed. It was a notification from my cheap security camera, a motion alert. I had one camera set up in the living room facing the front door. I opened the app. The thumbnail made my blood run cold. It showed my living room, just as I'd left it. Except now, there was someone standing in the doorway to the spare bedroom. I tapped on the video, my hands shaking. The footage began playing. The timestamp said 12:48 a.m., only a few minutes after the power went out. The door to the spare bedroom opened slowly. A tall figure stepped out, its head cocked slightly to one side. It moved with an unnatural stiffness, its limbs jerky and disjointed, like it didn't fully understand how to walk. It paused in the middle of the room and turned toward the camera. Even through the grainy black and white footage, I could make out its face, or what should have been its face. There were no features, just smooth, pale skin stretched too tightly over its head. It tilted its head again, then slowly walked toward the camera until its featureless face filled the frame. The video ended there. I dropped my phone, fumbling to start the car. The engine sputtered before catching, and I tore out of the parking lot, speeding down the wet road. I didn't look back. I drove to a 24-hour diner about 10 miles away, parked under the bright lights, and sat there shaking for what felt like hours. Around 3 a.m., the rain finally stopped, and I decided to call the police. They met me at the apartment an hour later. They searched every room. Nothing. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, no evidence that anyone had been there. They checked the security footage, but the video from 12:48 a.m. was gone. Corrupted, they said. Unrecoverable. I knew what I saw. For the next few nights, I slept at a friend's place. When I finally returned home, the power had been restored, but something about the apartment felt wrong. The air was heavier, colder somehow. I tried to shake it off and went about my routine, but the feeling of being watched never left. Then the scratching started. It came from inside the walls. At first, I thought it was mice, but it was too deliberate, slow, rhythmic, like fingernails dragging along plaster. I banged on the wall, shouted, even played loud music, but it didn't stop. It only got louder. One night, around 2:30 a.m., I woke up to the sound of my bedroom door creaking open. I lay there, frozen, staring at the faint light spilling in from the hallway. I couldn't see anyone, but I could hear breathing again, soft, wet, ragged. It was coming from right beside the bed. I turned on my phone's flashlight and nearly screamed. The light caught the shape of a hand retreating under the bed, pale, long-fingered, moving too fast to be human. I jumped up and ran out of the room. I didn't stop until I was outside in the parking lot again, heart pounding, lungs burning. I slept in my car until morning. The next day, I packed everything I could fit in my trunk and left. I didn't tell the landlord why. I didn't even break the lease. I just drove. A few weeks later, I got a call from a friend who still lived in the building. He asked if I'd heard about what happened in my old unit. I hadn't. He told me the new tenant, some guy who moved in right after I left, had called the cops after finding something inside the walls during renovation. They'd discovered a crawl space behind the spare bedroom. Inside were remnants of old clothing, bones, human bones, and strange markings carved into the wood. The police believed the remains belonged to a man who'd gone missing decades earlier, though they never identified him publicly. After that, I stopped answering calls from that friend. I didn't want to know more. I didn't want to think about what I'd heard or seen. It's been 2 years now. I've moved several states away. But some nights when I wake up in the dead of night, I still hear it. The soft scratching from the walls, the slow, ragged breathing near my bed. And sometimes, when I check my phone in the dark, I see motion alerts from the old camera app that I never deleted. They always come in around 12:48 a.m. Story the end. It was almost 1:30 in the morning when I pulled into the gravel lot behind the diner. The parking lot lights buzzed overhead, casting that cold, fluorescent glow on the cracked asphalt. I'd just finished a late shift at the factory outside of town and was too wired to go home and sleep. The diner was one of those all-night places that felt stuck in time. Peeling booths, a jukebox no one used anymore, and a waitress named Denise who'd been there longer than anyone could remember. When I walked in, it was empty except for a trucker in the corner booth nursing a cup of coffee. Denise gave me a tired smile. "Rough night?" she asked. "Something like that," I said, sliding into my usual seat near the window. The diner sat at the edge of a long stretch of rural highway that cut through miles of open field. Beyond that was nothing, just farmland, patches of woods, and the occasional abandoned barn. Nights there were unnervingly quiet, the kind of quiet that made every sound feel louder than it should. I ordered pancakes and coffee. Outside, the wind had started to pick up, and the power lines hummed. Somewhere far off, I heard what sounded like a train horn, but there hadn't been an active line in years. Denise looked up too, like she'd heard it as well. She gave a small frown, then went back to wiping down the counter. When I left around 2:15, the air outside had turned bitterly cold. The trucker was gone. I climbed into my car, started the engine, and sat there for a minute letting the heat kick in. That's when I noticed it. Out past the field, near the tree line, something was moving. It was faint, barely visible in the weak light from the parking lot, but it looked like someone walking slowly along the edge of the woods. Too far to make out details, just the outline of a person. At first, I figured it was a deer or maybe a hunter cutting through. But as I watched, the figure stopped and turned toward the diner. I couldn't see a face, just the shape of a head. The stillness of it made my stomach twist. After a few seconds, I looked away, feeling foolish for even staring. When I looked back, the figure was gone. I drove home, but the whole ride I couldn't shake that uneasy feeling. My house was 10 miles out, down a narrow 2-lane road that cut through nothing but cornfields and old farmhouses. There weren't any streetlights out that way, just the occasional glow from a far-off porch light. As I drove, I kept checking my rearview mirror. The road behind me was empty. But a few times I thought I saw something dart across the edge of my headlights, just a flicker of movement at the periphery of my vision. Probably an animal, I told myself. The fields were full of them. When I finally pulled into my driveway, it was 2:40 a.m. The house was dark, except for the porch light I'd left on. I sat there for a few seconds, engine running, staring at the reflection of my own tired face in the windshield. Then I noticed something odd. The motion light on the side of the house flicked on. It was facing the backyard. I hadn't seen anything move. I killed the engine and sat there, watching. The light stayed on for about 20 seconds, then went out again. I waited another minute. Nothing. So I got out, locked the car, and went inside. I didn't sleep well that night. I woke up several times to what sounded like tapping somewhere in the house. Not loud, but steady, like fingers against glass. I checked every window and found nothing. Around 4 a.m., it stopped, and I finally drifted off. The next morning, I was dragging. My eyes felt gritty, and my coffee did nothing to help. When I stepped outside to head to work, I noticed something in the dirt near my back steps. Footprints. Bare footprints. They were small, almost child-sized, leading from the grass to the back door. But the ground had been frosty overnight, and there were no prints leading away. That day at work, I tried not to think about it. I told myself maybe some neighborhood kid was playing a prank, though the nearest house was half a mile away. By the time I drove home that night, the rational explanations had mostly soothed me, until I got there. The motion light was on again. I stood at the edge of the driveway, scanning the yard. Nothing moved. I unlocked the door, went in and double-checked every window and lock. Everything was as it should be. Around 11, I turned in for the night. Sometime after 2 a.m., I woke up again. The sound that pulled me out of sleep was faint but distinct. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the porch outside my bedroom window. I lay completely still, my heart pounding. The sound continued for a few seconds, then stopped. I sat up, barely breathing, listening. There it was again. Tap, tap, tap on the window pane. I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand and aimed it at the curtain, hesitating. Then I yanked it back. Nothing. The yard was empty, blanketed in mist. My breath came in sharp bursts as I scanned every inch of the glass. No face, no figure, just darkness. I waited another minute, then let the curtain fall back into place. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach twist. On the outside of the glass, at about face height, were 3 clear smudges, like someone had pressed their fingertips against it. That night, I decided to set up an old motion sensor light by the back door. I even rigged my phone to record through the window, pointing toward the yard. I felt stupid doing it, but I needed proof that I wasn't losing it. I fell asleep on the couch around midnight, too uneasy to go to my room. Sometime around 3 a.m., the light outside came on. I froze, staring at the glow bleeding in through the blinds. I didn't move, didn't breathe. After a few seconds, I reached for my phone and watched the screen. The video feed showed only fog and the faint outline of the trees. Then, out of the mist, something stepped forward. A person. They walked slowly across the yard, barefoot, wearing what looked like old, torn clothing. Their head hung low, and their arms dangled unnaturally. The phone camera picked up the movement clearly. They were real, not some trick of light. The figure stopped near the porch steps, then lifted their head. For the first time, I saw the face, pale, gaunt, eyes reflecting the light like an animal's. Their mouth moved, though no sound came through the video. Then the screen flickered and went black. I didn't move for nearly an hour. When I finally looked outside, the light was off, and the yard was empty. The next morning, I checked the footage. The video had stopped recording right when the figure lifted its head. I tried to replay it, but the file was corrupted. Over the next few nights, things escalated. The knocking came back. Different windows, different rooms. Sometimes I'd hear whispering right outside, words too quiet to make out. Once, when I walked into the kitchen for water, I caught a reflection in the glass door, someone standing just behind me. When I spun around, no one was there. The footprints returned too. Every morning, sometimes fresh ones over the old, always barefoot, always leading to the doors or windows, but never away. I called the sheriff's office again. They sent someone out, but there wasn't much they could do. Could be a trespasser, they said. Maybe some drifter. The deputy took a look around the property. When he came back, he looked pale. "You ever go in that shed out back?" he asked. I told him I didn't have one. He frowned, gesturing toward the edge of the woods. "There's one about 50 yards back. Old, falling apart. Thought it was yours." I followed him out there, the cold air biting through my jacket. Sure enough, half hidden by brush was an old wooden shed I'd never seen before. The door was hanging open, creaking in the wind. Inside, it smelled of rot and damp wood. There was almost nothing in it, just an old metal chair and, in the corner, a pile of clothing. Torn, dirty, and small. Child-sized. The deputy's face went rigid. He made a few calls, then told me to stay inside while they checked it out. An hour later, another patrol car arrived. They taped off the area, though they wouldn't tell me exactly what they found. One officer quietly asked if I'd noticed any strange people around. I told him everything. The knocking, the footprints, the figure on the video. He didn't say much, just nodded grimly. That night, I couldn't bring myself to stay there. I packed a bag and went to a motel in town. I barely slept. Around 2:45 a.m., there was a knock on my motel door. 3 slow knocks. I froze, staring at the door. My phone was in my hand, but I couldn't move to call anyone. Then came a whisper, low and hoarse. "Why'd you leave me?" The voice sounded young. I didn't answer. I waited until dawn before I even unlocked the door. When I finally opened it, the hall was empty, but in front of the door was a small, muddy footprint. 2 days later, the sheriff came by the motel to talk. He said they'd looked into the property records and found something. My house had been built on land that once belonged to the Abernathy family back in the 1940s. Their youngest child, a boy named Samuel, went missing one night and was never found. The only clue they ever had were footprints, bare ones, leading from the field to the house, but none leading away. After that, the family left and the place fell into ruin. The shed out back was likely part of the original homestead. I asked if they found anything in there. He hesitated before saying, "Some old bones, small, probably animal." He didn't sound sure. I sold the house that month, moved 2 states over. It took a long time before I could fall asleep easily again. Then, about a year later, I was driving home from a night shift when I stopped at a gas station. It was almost 2:30 in the morning. As I stepped out of my car, I froze. Across the road near the edge of a wooded lot, a small figure stood barefoot in the gravel, staring straight at me. When I blinked, it was gone. Story the end. It was close to 2 in the morning when the power went out in my house. I remember it vividly because I had just finished watching some late night reruns on TV, and the screen flickered off so suddenly that it startled me. The hum of the refrigerator stopped, the heater cut out, and I was left in an almost suffocating silence that only happens when the electricity dies. I lived alone in a small, one-story house on the edge of rural Ohio, about a mile from the nearest neighbor. It was a quiet place. I'd moved there to escape the chaos of city life. But that night, the quiet felt wrong. At first, I thought it was just a local outage. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, checking the circuit breaker. Everything was fine. I peered out the window toward the road. The streetlight across the street was still on. That meant the problem wasn't with the grid. My house, for whatever reason, was the only one without power. As I stood there, the flashlight beam caught something outside near the tree line, a faint movement. My backyard was large and sloped down toward a small patch of woods, so it wasn't unusual for animals to wander through. But this didn't move like an animal. It was slow, deliberate. I thought maybe it was a neighbor or maybe some trespasser. I waited, watching, trying to make out a shape, but the darkness seemed to swallow everything just beyond the edge of the light. I decided to grab the flashlight and step outside. The cold hit me immediately. It was early November, and the air was biting. I shined the light across the yard. Nothing. Just the trees shifting slightly in the breeze. I exhaled, saw my breath, and tried to calm my nerves. I was about to go back inside when I heard something faint, a low, dragging sound, like someone's foot scraping against the ground. The sound came from near the shed. I turned the beam that way, but again, nothing. I called out, "Hello?" Silence. I took a few cautious steps forward, heart pounding. I could hear my own footsteps crunching the frosted grass. When I reached the shed, I pulled the door open with one hand and shined the light inside. Empty. I closed the door and turned back toward the house, but for a split second, just before I turned away, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. Someone was standing behind the far tree, half hidden. I froze. My light flicked across the spot, and no one was there. The beam just illuminated the thick bark and the wet ground. I told myself it was the wind or a shadow, but the hairs on my arms were standing straight up. I backed slowly toward the house, never taking my eyes off the woods. When I reached the porch, I hurried inside and locked the door behind me. My hands were shaking. I checked the front and back doors, made sure every window was locked. I could still hear that faint dragging sound, though now it seemed farther away. The power came back on about 20 minutes later. Everything flickered to life again. The hum of the refrigerator, the whir of the heater. I tried to laugh it off, but that dragging sound stayed in my head. I didn't sleep well that night. 2 nights later, it happened again. Power outage, same time. Around 2 a.m., I was sitting in bed reading when it cut out. The moment it went dark, my stomach dropped. I grabbed my phone again, turned on the flashlight, and just listened. For several long seconds, there was nothing. Then the dragging started again. This time, it was closer, near the back window. I tiptoed out of the bedroom and into the living room. I moved toward the window, heart thudding. When I peered through the curtains, my light caught a faint outline of someone standing in the yard. Tall, unmoving. I couldn't see a face, only the silhouette of a man with his head slightly tilted, as if watching me. I froze. We just stood there, me inside, him outside, for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, he began walking toward the house. I backed away from the window, grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the door, and called 911. I whispered into the phone, explaining there was someone outside my house. The operator told me to stay put, to lock the doors, and that a deputy was on the way. I hid in the hallway closet, phone in hand, trying not to make a sound. The dragging sound grew louder. It was at the back door now, a slow scrape across the metal threshold like something was being pulled. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Then, silence. Minutes passed. The dispatcher's voice came through quietly. "Ma'am, the deputy is almost there." Headlights finally swept across the living room curtains. I burst from the closet, ran to the front door, and opened it just as the deputy stepped out of his cruiser. He searched the yard with his flashlight while I stayed near the porch. He found footprints, large ones pressed deep into the cold, wet ground. They led from the tree line straight to my back door, but they didn't lead away. The deputy looked around for several minutes before coming back. "Could be someone messing with you," he said, "but I'd suggest keeping your lights on tonight." He left after circling the property once more. I didn't sleep at all. I kept every light in the house on, sitting in a chair by the front window, staring out at the dark field beyond the road. By the next morning, the footprints were gone, no sign of anyone. But something about the deputy's tone, calm but unsure, stuck with me. The next week, I had a motion sensor light installed by the shed, thinking it would scare off whoever had been out there. I told myself it was just some local drunk or a bored kid. But then one night, the light came on at 3:14 a.m. I woke instantly, my heart pounding before I even knew why. I got out of bed and looked out the back window. The light was shining brightly, and there was someone standing directly underneath it. The same tall figure, completely still. I couldn't see a face again, just the outline like before. Then, as if sensing I was watching, he looked up toward my window. I dropped to the floor, heart racing, trying to breathe quietly. I crawled toward the phone, grabbed it, and dialed 911 again. The operator recognized my address immediately. "Someone's outside again?" she asked. "Yes," I whispered. The deputy arrived faster this time, less than 10 minutes. I stayed hidden in the hallway while he checked the yard. When he came back, he said there was no one there. But when I asked about the motion light, he frowned. "That light's busted," he said. "Doesn't look like it's been working for a while." I followed him outside. He was right. The bulb was shattered. But the strange thing was there were no footprints under it. The ground was soft, muddy, but not a single mark where the figure had been standing. I moved out a week later. I found a small apartment in the city, surrounded by other people, other lights, and the constant hum of traffic. For a while, I felt safer. Then, about 6 months later, I came home one night from work, exhausted, and found a package sitting on my doorstep. It didn't have a return address, just my name written in neat block letters. I brought it inside and opened it carefully. Inside was a small piece of dirt-caked wood, the exact kind that made up my shed's door back at that house. And beneath it, folded neatly, was a single piece of paper. It said in handwriting I didn't recognize, "The power's out again." I dropped it instantly, backed away, and ran outside. The streetlights were on. Everything around me was bright, alive. But when I looked down the street, there was one house, just one, completely dark. And in the window, I swear I saw the faint outline of a figure watching me. Story the end. It was around 2:30 in the morning when I woke up, not from a dream or any sound, but from that strange sensation of being watched. The house was silent except for the hum of the old furnace and the ticking of the hallway clock. My eyes adjusted slowly to the dark, and for a moment I just lay there listening. Nothing. Just that dense, heavy stillness that presses against your ears in the dead of night. I rolled over, pulling the blanket up to my neck, trying to convince myself it was just nerves. I'd only been living in this house for 3 months, a small place on the outskirts of a quiet Midwestern town. It was cheap, too cheap for the space, but I'd needed somewhere fast after my last breakup, and the landlord didn't ask questions. The place had a bit of a reputation, though. When I first toured it, I'd noticed the neighbors watching from their porch, whispering. Later, one of them, a woman in her 60s, had pulled me aside and said quietly, "Keep your doors locked at night. Don't ignore noises." I'd laughed it off then, thinking it was small-town superstition. But that night, as I lay awake staring at the ceiling, her words echoed in my mind. Then came the sound. It started faintly, like a soft tap on the window at the far end of the hall. Then another. Slow, deliberate. Tap. Tap. I froze. The logical part of my mind scrambled for an explanation. Branches, maybe, or the wind, but there weren't any trees near that side of the house. My pulse began to hammer. I slid out of bed, barefoot, and crept into the hallway. The air felt colder out there, heavy with the smell of dust and something else, something faintly metallic. The window at the end of the hall was barely visible, a rectangle of black against black. As I got closer, I could see condensation on the glass. My breath came shallow, and I leaned forward, just enough to peer outside. There was nothing, or at least that's what I told myself. Because for a split second before I blinked, I could have sworn I saw the faint outline of a face on the other side of the glass. No features, just the pale shape of where one should be, pressed too close, too still. I jerked back, my heart pounding. I turned on every light in the house, room by room, checking the locks, the windows, the doors. Everything was secure. The night outside looked empty, the yard silent under the weak glow of the porch light. I stayed up until dawn, unable to shake the feeling that something had been there, watching. The next morning, I found the marks. Faint streaks on the outside of the glass, 5 long, narrow smudges that looked like fingerprints dragged downward. My stomach knotted. I tried to convince myself it was dirt or a trick of moisture, but deep down, I knew better. That night, I slept with a knife on the nightstand. It sounds paranoid, I know, but once you've felt that kind of fear, the kind that crawls into your bones, you stop caring how it looks. For a few nights, things were quiet again. I started to think maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. Then, on the 5th night, I woke to the sound of footsteps. Not outside, inside. They were slow, dragging, coming from the kitchen. My body went rigid. I could hear the faint creak of the floorboards under each step. I strained to listen, counting them. 1, 2, 3. They stopped near the base of the stairs. My throat went dry. I reached for my phone, but my hands were shaking too much to dial. I didn't even dare breathe. Then, after a long pause, I heard something worse, the unmistakable sound of the stairs creaking under weight. Someone or something was coming up. I slipped quietly out of bed and grabbed the knife, backing toward the far corner of the room. The footsteps grew louder, closer. Then they stopped right outside my door. The doorknob turned once. It didn't open. The silence that followed was suffocating. Then came the softest whisper, so faint I almost thought I imagined it. "Why did you lock me out?" My knees nearly gave out. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. I waited. After what felt like forever, the sound of footsteps retreated, descending the stairs, fading into nothing. I stayed there until dawn, gripping the knife, my pulse hammering. When I finally worked up the courage to check, the front door was still locked. Every window was still sealed. But the footprints on the dusty wood floor told a different story. They were faint, but clear, bare, human, and wet, as though someone had walked in from the rain. Only it hadn't rained. Not for days. I called the police. They came, looked around, found nothing. No signs of forced entry. No footprints outside. They took a statement, said it was probably just my imagination. But I could see it in one of their faces, the younger cop. He didn't quite believe that. He told me quietly before leaving, maybe keep a light on tonight, just in case. That night, I kept every light on. I even dragged a chair in front of the door. I didn't sleep, didn't move. Around 3 a.m., my phone buzzed on the nightstand. A text, unknown number. It said, "You should have opened the door." My blood turned to ice. I didn't respond. The message was followed by a photo, a blurry shot taken from outside the house, directly facing my bedroom window. You could see me sitting there in the chair, staring at my phone. I called the police again, hands trembling. When they arrived, they searched the property and found no one, no tracks, no sign of intrusion. The text number was untraceable. They suggested I stay somewhere else for a few nights, maybe with friends. I did, but when I returned the following week, the first thing I noticed was the smell. Damp, earthy, like wet soil and iron. The second thing was the basement door. It was open. I never go into the basement. It's unfinished, low-ceilinged, and always smells musty. The landlord had told me not to worry about it. It was just storage space. I stood at the top of the stairs, peering down into the dark. My flashlight beam flickered weakly against the concrete walls. Halfway down, I stopped. There were footprints again. Wet ones, leading from the center of the floor toward the stairs, and at the bottom, something glinted in the light. I bent down and realized it was a phone. My old phone, the one I'd lost 2 weeks ago. But it was different. The screen was cracked, and when I pressed the button, it lit up with a single message. "I told you not to ignore the noises." I dropped it and bolted upstairs, slamming the door shut, pushing a chair under the handle. My heart felt like it was going to burst. I didn't stay there after that. I packed a bag and drove straight to a motel. For a while, things seemed fine again. I found a new apartment across town, smaller but safer, or so I thought. I changed my number, got new locks, even installed a security system. For a few weeks, nothing happened. Until last night, I was lying in bed half asleep when I heard that same slow tapping. Tap, tap, tap against the bedroom window. My whole body went cold. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Then I heard it again, closer, this time from the other side of the room. My phone buzzed once on the nightstand. A text, unknown number. It said, "You left the basement door open." I looked at the window. For a split second, I saw it, just like before. That pale shape of a face, pressed too close, too still, watching me from the other side of the glass. Story the end. It was just past midnight when I left the small diner off Route 67. I'd been driving home from my sister's place in Vermont, a trip that should have taken 4 hours, but was stretching past 7 because of the weather. The sky had been spitting a light rain since sundown, and now fog rolled in thick over the dark, empty highway. I was exhausted, and the coffee I'd picked up at the diner had already gone lukewarm. I remember the waitress, a woman in her 50s with heavy eyeliner, telling me, "Stay awake, honey. There's nothing but woods and darkness out there." She wasn't wrong. I was about an hour from my home in upstate New York when I saw the first set of lights behind me. Headlights. They appeared suddenly in my rearview mirror, too close for comfort. I wasn't speeding. The road was slick and winding, so I kept it under 50. The car behind me matched my pace, hugging close to my bumper for miles. My hands tightened on the wheel. I slowed down, hoping the driver would pass, but they didn't. Instead, their lights flashed twice, bright and blinding. I blinked and squinted, confused. Then they turned them off entirely. The darkness swallowed the road. My heart raced. I pressed the accelerator, trying to get some distance, but I couldn't see the road well in the fog. A moment later, the lights came back on. This time closer, almost kissing my back bumper. I cursed under my breath and took the next turnoff I saw, a narrow country road I barely noticed until the last second. The car didn't follow. Relief flooded through me. I drove for another half-mile before pulling over onto the shoulder to catch my breath. The fog was thicker here, almost unnaturally so. The trees loomed over the road, branches twisting like fingers. I looked behind me. Nothing, just white mist and the faint glow of my own brake lights. I turned off the engine and sat there in silence, trying to calm down. That's when I saw movement in the fog ahead. At first, I thought it was an animal, but as the shape grew clearer, I realized it was a person, a man, walking slowly down the center of the road, barefoot, wearing what looked like a hospital gown. My blood turned cold. He was moving toward me, head tilted down, steps uneven. I reached for the door lock, even though I was already inside. He stopped about 20 feet from my car, his face hidden in shadow. For a moment, he just stood there, not moving. Then he lifted his head. His skin was pale, almost gray, and his eyes were completely black. No whites, no pupils, just black, reflective voids staring straight at me. He smiled then, a slow, unnatural grin that didn't reach his eyes. I slammed my car into reverse, heart pounding, but before I could move, he spoke. "You shouldn't have stopped." His voice was calm, too calm. I hit the gas, backing up until my tires spun on the wet asphalt. The car fishtailed, but I managed to get it back on the road, turning around as fast as I could. I didn't dare look in the mirror until I was several hundred yards away. When I did, the fog had closed in behind me. No sign of him. I drove until I hit the main highway again, my hands shaking so badly I could barely keep the car steady. I tried to convince myself it was just some deranged person, maybe an escapee from a hospital or someone playing a prank. But deep down, I didn't believe that. Something about his eyes, his voice, it felt wrong, inhuman. I didn't tell anyone about what I saw. I got home just before dawn, collapsed into bed, and tried to forget. But that night, as I lay half asleep, I heard something outside my bedroom window. A faint tapping. I lived on the second floor of a 2-story house. No balcony, no ledge. My stomach dropped. The tapping came again, slow, deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. I got out of bed, grabbed the baseball bat from my closet, and crept toward the window. The blinds were drawn, but I could see a faint shadow through them, something long and thin moving just on the other side of the glass. My breath caught in my throat. The tapping stopped. For a few seconds, there was silence, then a voice. The same calm, hollow voice I'd heard on the road. "You shouldn't have stopped." I yanked the blinds open. Nothing was there. The night was still, the fog thick outside. I slammed the window shut, double locked it, and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Over the next week, strange things started happening around the house. My back door would be unlocked in the morning, even though I knew I'd locked it the night before. Objects moved slightly from where I'd left them. Some nights, the hallway light would flicker, though none of the other lights in the house did. But the worst was the sound. Always the same. Tap, tap, tap. It would come from the windows, the walls, sometimes even the ceiling. Once I heard it behind me while I was in the shower, the faint tapping of fingernails against the glass door. When I looked, there was nothing. I tried to rationalize it. Old pipes, the house settling, maybe raccoons. But every explanation fell apart when I realized it only ever happened after midnight, and always in threes. Tap, tap, tap. I started staying up late, keeping every light in the house on, music playing, TV running. It didn't help. The noises only got louder, closer. One night, I called my sister. I didn't tell her everything, just that I thought someone was messing with me. She insisted I come stay with her for a few days, but I didn't want to leave. I thought if I ignored it long enough, it would stop. Then came the night that changed everything. It was just after 3 a.m. I had fallen asleep on the couch with the TV on low. I woke up to the sound of footsteps upstairs, slow, deliberate, moving from one room to the next. My body went cold. I lived alone. I grabbed the bat again, every nerve in my body screaming. I listened, heart pounding, as the steps creaked closer to the staircase. Then, silence. I stood frozen, staring at the dark stairwell. I waited, breath shallow, and then, from the shadows at the top of the stairs, a voice drifted down. "You shouldn't have stopped." The same words, the same tone. My vision blurred as panic surged. I bolted for the front door, fumbling with the lock. Just as I wrenched it open, something moved in my peripheral vision, a tall, dark shape standing at the top of the stairs. I didn't look back. I ran barefoot into the street, the night air biting my skin, the fog thick as smoke. I ran until I reached the neighbor's porch and pounded on their door until they answered. They called the police. When the officers arrived, they searched my house top to bottom. Nothing. No forced entry. No signs of anyone being there. They told me I must have been dreaming. But I hadn't. I knew I hadn't. Because when we went upstairs, the carpet outside my bedroom door was wet, like someone had been standing there with soaked feet. I never went back to that house. I moved in with my sister temporarily, then found a new place across town. But even now, years later, sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of the night and hear it faintly, as if carried on the wind. Tap, tap, tap. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I swear I hear that voice, low and calm, whispering from the dark. You shouldn't have stopped. Story the end. It started with the sound of something scraping against the back door. It wasn't loud, not like nails on metal or the aggressive clatter of someone trying to break in. It was faint, just enough to make me pause the late-night movie I was watching and glance over toward the kitchen, where the back door was. The house was quiet except for the low hum of the refrigerator and the occasional tick of the living room clock. It was 2:17 a.m. I remember that clearly because I had just checked the time when I got up to pour another drink. I lived alone then, in a small rental house on the outskirts of Columbus, Ohio. It wasn't rural, but it wasn't suburban either, one of those in-between areas where the streets were empty after 10 p.m., and most of the houses were half shaded by old trees that creaked when the wind moved through them. I figured maybe it was a branch brushing the door, or one of the neighborhood cats wandering by. It wasn't unusual to hear things at night, but something about this sound, it had rhythm. Scrape. Pause. Scrape again. I muted the TV completely, standing still in the dark living room and listening. When it came again, I realized it wasn't the kind of scrape that came from outside. It was softer, slower, like someone dragging a finger across the inside of the glass. My chest tightened a little, the way it does when your brain tries to catch up to what your ears just told you. Inside? That didn't make sense. I walked carefully toward the kitchen, trying to stay quiet even though the floorboards gave me away. The small motion sensor light above the sink clicked on automatically as I stepped in, flooding the kitchen with dim, cold light. The door was visible from where I stood. It was one of those older ones with a large window in the upper half, covered by a thin curtain. The curtain swayed slightly, and for a second I thought I saw the faintest movement behind it. I didn't move closer. Instead, I whispered into the silence. "Hello?" Nothing. I waited. The silence stretched longer than it should have. Finally, I reached for my phone on the counter and opened the flashlight, aiming it at the door. The bright beam cut across the small space, hitting the curtain. There were smudges on the glass. Finger-shaped smudges, oily and low enough that they could only belong to someone crouching or something with long arms. I froze, watching for any hint of motion, but nothing moved. After maybe a full minute, I worked up enough courage to step forward and pull the curtain back quickly, half expecting a face pressed to the glass. Nothing. Just the empty backyard, the wooden fence behind it, and the distant shimmer of a streetlight. The night air looked still. I exhaled slowly, feeling stupid. Maybe I'd smudged the glass earlier and just hadn't noticed. Still, I locked the deadbolt, checked the handle twice, and went back to the living room. I tried to pick up the movie again, but the mood was gone. I could feel that strange pressure in the air, the sense that something had been watching. It took me until nearly 4 a.m. to fall asleep. The next morning, sunlight cut through the blinds, and for a few seconds, everything felt normal again. I checked the door before heading to work, just to reassure myself. The smudges were still there, though clearer now in daylight. They were definitely fingerprints. Small, but human. I pressed my own hand against one. It didn't match. Whoever it was had longer, thinner fingers. I tried to brush it off. I told myself it was probably one of the neighbor kids, maybe playing around late at night. I'd had packages stolen before. People snooped. That's all it was. The rest of the day went fine, but when I came home that night, something about the house felt off. The air inside felt heavy, and there was an odd smell, faint, like wet dirt or rust. I opened a window to air it out and didn't think much of it. At 2 a.m. that night, I woke up again. This time, it wasn't from a noise. It was from silence. If you've ever woken up to complete silence, you know what I mean. The kind of stillness that makes you aware of your heartbeat. Even the refrigerator wasn't humming. It felt like the entire house was holding its breath. Then came a sound from the hallway. It was faint, a single floorboard creaking. My body went cold immediately. I lay there perfectly still, listening. Another creak. Slow. Someone or something was walking down the hall toward my room. I reached for my phone on the nightstand and turned on the screen, letting the dim glow light up the room. 2:11 a.m. The creaking stopped. I stared at the door, half expecting the knob to turn. It didn't. After a few long moments, I swung my legs out of bed and stood quietly, phone light aimed at the door. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I opened the door slowly. The hallway was empty. The air felt colder than before, though, and it smelled faintly of that same wet, earthy scent. I walked down the hall toward the living room, every nerve in my body screaming to go back, to lock the bedroom door, to hide. But I couldn't ignore it. When I reached the kitchen, the motion light flicked on again, and that was when I saw the back door. It was open. Not all the way, just cracked enough to show the black slit of night outside. The lock was still in the locked position, but the door had been forced. I could see the wood splintered near the frame. I backed away slowly, staring. I didn't hear anyone outside. No footsteps. No car. Just that deep, smothering silence. I grabbed a knife from the counter, still shaking, and checked the living room and the small laundry area. Empty. When I finally called the police, I could barely keep my voice steady. 2 officers arrived about 15 minutes later. They checked the backyard and found faint footprints in the dirt near the fence. Bare footprints. The officer looked at me and asked if I'd been outside recently, but I hadn't. They said it might have been a transient, someone wandering through the neighborhood. They took a quick report and left after a half hour, telling me to replace the door frame and maybe install a security camera. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the living room with the lights on until sunrise. Over the next few days, nothing else happened. I got a new deadbolt, reinforced the door, even bought a motion camera and set it up facing the backyard. I started feeling normal again, like I'd overreacted. But then about 5 nights later, I woke up to the sound of the camera notification on my phone. Motion detected, 2:46 a.m. I opened the app immediately, half asleep and irritated, expecting it to be a raccoon or a cat. The camera feed showed the backyard still and dim under the streetlight glow. Then, from the left edge of the frame, something moved. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a shadow passing. But as I watched, I saw a figure step slowly into view. It was a person, thin, tall, wearing what looked like dark, loose clothing. The video was grainy, but the outline was clear. The figure moved silently toward the back door and stopped just out of reach of the light. Then they bent forward slightly, head tilted, as if staring straight at the camera. The face was pale, almost too pale. And they didn't move. They just stood there, head tilted, for a solid 30 seconds before the video ended. I froze watching it, replaying it several times. I couldn't make out details, but something about the way they held their head, it looked unnatural, off. I called the police again, showed them the footage. They said they'd patrol the area more often, but without clearer evidence, there wasn't much they could do. I couldn't bring myself to stay there that night. I went to a friend's apartment across town, telling him someone was creeping around my house. He laughed at first, thinking I was joking, but when I showed him the video, he got quiet. "Dude," he said finally, "that doesn't look right. That guy's not normal." The next day, I went back in daylight to grab some clothes and essentials. Everything looked fine. The door was untouched. I almost convinced myself it was just some messed up prank. Then I checked the camera history. There were 4 other motion alerts between midnight and 3 a.m. In one of them, I saw the figure again, but this time, closer. Standing almost directly at the back door, hands pressed flat against the glass. In the last clip, just before dawn, the figure was gone. But faintly, reflected in the glass, I could see something behind the camera, inside the kitchen. A shadow. I left the house that day and didn't go back for a week. When I finally returned with a friend to start moving out, the smell hit us before we even unlocked the door. It was that same wet, earthy smell, but stronger now. Pungent. We searched the house and found the source near the basement door. There were muddy footprints leading down the stairs. Bare footprints, small and thin. We hesitated, but I couldn't ignore it. I opened the basement door and cold air poured out. The single bulb at the bottom flickered weakly when I flipped the switch. The footprints led down the steps and into the far corner, where old shelves held boxes and tools. My friend followed behind me, phone flashlight cutting through the dark. Something moved in the corner. Not quickly, just a faint shift, a scrape of something against the floor. "Hello?" I called, my voice echoing. There was a pause. Then, from the darkness, came a sound I will never forget. A slow, rasping inhale. We bolted. My friend tripped on the stairs, scrambling up on hands and knees. I slammed the door shut behind us and locked it. Neither of us spoke for a while. Then he said, "Call the cops." When the police arrived again, they searched the basement thoroughly. No one was there. They said the footprints looked old, like someone had been there days ago. They found a few torn pieces of fabric and what looked like scraps of food wrappers in one corner. They said someone might have been living down there. After they left, I broke my lease and moved out within the week. But the story didn't end there. About 2 months later, I got a call from the landlord. He sounded uneasy, asked if I could come by to pick up a few leftover things they'd found during cleaning. I went reluctantly. When I got there, the house looked empty, quiet. But the landlord told me that the new tenant, who had moved in just 2 weeks earlier, had already broken the lease and left. I asked why. He said the guy claimed he'd been hearing scratching at the walls every night, that someone had been whispering his name from the vent above his bed. I didn't believe him until the landlord told me the tenant's dog had refused to go anywhere near the basement door. A few weeks later, the house was empty again. I drove by once at night out of curiosity. The porch light was off, but I saw movement through one of the windows. Just a flicker of white. Maybe a curtain. Maybe not. I tried to put it out of my mind, but sometimes around 2 or 3 a.m., I still wake up thinking I hear that slow scrape against the door. And once, months later, I got a motion alert from the security camera I'd forgotten to disconnect from my phone. When I opened it, the feed was dark. Then, for a split second, the image flickered, and I saw a pale face too close to the lens watching. The feed cut out after that. I deleted the app the next morning. But I still can't shake the feeling that whatever it was back then, whatever was standing in my yard, whatever was breathing in my basement, it never really left. because some nights, when the air goes still, I catch the faintest scent of wet dirt. And I swear, if I listen hard enough, I can hear that same scraping sound starting again somewhere just outside the window. Story the end. It was around 2:47 a.m. when I woke up that night, gasping for air, drenched in sweat, and unsure of what had woken me. The house was silent, too silent. Even the usual hum of the refrigerator downstairs was gone. My first thought was that the power might have gone out, but when I looked over at the alarm clock, the glowing red digits blinked steadily in the dark. The power was fine. I was not. I'd moved into the house a month earlier, an old two-story home on the edge of a quiet town in upstate New York. The kind of place that looked peaceful from the outside, white paint peeling slightly, front porch sagging just enough to give it character. I'd rented it cheap from an older woman who told me her late brother had lived there alone for decades. She hadn't been inside since he died. That should have been my first warning. That night, the air felt heavy. The kind of stillness that makes you aware of every sound, every breath, every heartbeat. My bedroom door was open just a crack, and the faint glow of the hallway light spilled in, soft and yellow. I remember thinking how strange it was that I could hear my pulse so clearly in my ears. Then, just beneath that sound, came something else. Footsteps. Slow, dragging footsteps on the wooden floor downstairs. At first, I thought it was the house settling. Old homes creak all the time. But these were too deliberate, too rhythmic. Heel, toe. Heel, toe. They echoed faintly up through the floorboards. I held my breath, straining to listen, and when I did, the footsteps stopped. I waited. After a long minute, I reached over to the nightstand and grabbed my phone. 2:49 a.m. I thought about calling the police, but stopped myself. What would I say? Hey, I think there's someone walking around my old house. They'd send a cruiser, find nothing, and I'd look like a paranoid idiot. I decided to check it out myself. The house was old, but it was mine now. I couldn't live scared. So I got up, slipped on my hoodie, and crept toward the stairs, my phone flashlight cutting a weak beam through the dark. Hank, my dog, usually slept at the foot of the bed, but tonight he wasn't there. That hit me harder than it should have. I whispered his name. No answer. When I reached the top of the stairs, the temperature dropped so sharply I could see my breath. The beam of my flashlight flickered, then dimmed slightly, as if something was draining it. I told myself the batteries were low, but deep down I knew that wasn't it. The staircase creaked under my weight as I descended, one step at a time. The smell hit me halfway down, a faint metallic tang, like rust or blood. I swallowed hard and forced myself to keep moving. When I reached the bottom, I scanned the living room. Nothing seemed out of place. The furniture was exactly where I'd left it. The only difference was the sound. The quiet was wrong, unnatural. Then from the kitchen, I heard the soft scrape of a chair moving. I froze. Someone was in my house. I turned off the flashlight instinctively, not wanting to give away my position, and waited. The scrape came again, followed by the unmistakable creak of wood against tile. I gripped the phone tighter and stepped forward, careful not to make a sound. My eyes had adjusted to the dark enough to make out the faint outline of the kitchen doorway. I pushed it open slowly. The light from the stove clock cast a weak green glow across the room. The chair at the table had been moved slightly, just enough to be noticeable. The door to the back porch was still locked. The windows were still closed. And yet the chair had moved. I backed away, pulse hammering, when something brushed against my ankle. I nearly screamed, until I realized it was Hank, crouched low, tail between his legs, shaking violently. I'd never seen him like that before. His eyes were locked on the corner of the kitchen, the one spot the dim green light didn't reach. His growl was so low I could barely hear it. I turned toward that corner, holding my breath. At first I thought it was just shadow, a trick of the faint light. But then it moved, slowly, unnaturally, like something unfolding itself from the dark. It was tall, taller than any person I'd ever seen, and completely black, a silhouette darker than the rest of the room. I couldn't see eyes or features, but I could feel it watching me. The air grew colder, my skin prickling as if I'd stepped outside in the dead of winter. Hank let out a low whine and bolted from the room, his claws skittering against the floor. I wanted to follow him, but I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, every instinct screaming to run. Then the thing tilted its head. Not like a person would, but too far, too slow. The sound of creaking bone filled the room. I stumbled back, hitting the counter behind me. My phone slipped from my grip and clattered onto the floor, its light flickering upward just enough to illuminate the thing's legs, or what should have been legs. They weren't right. They were thin and jointed wrong, bending the opposite way at the knees. It took a step forward, and the floorboards groaned beneath it. I ran. I didn't think, didn't look back. I grabbed Hank and sprinted for the stairs. Whatever it was didn't chase me. Not at first. It let me reach the landing before I heard the creak of the first step. Slow, deliberate, unhurried. It was following. I slammed my bedroom door and locked it, backing against the far wall. Hank whimpered and crawled under the bed. I grabbed the baseball bat from the closet and waited. The sound of footsteps came closer, up the stairs, down the hall, stopping just outside my door. Then came the knocking. 3 slow, heavy knocks. I couldn't breathe. The knocking stopped, replaced by a whisper, soft at first but unmistakable. "Let me in." The voice was wrong. It wasn't human. It sounded like multiple voices speaking at once, low and guttural, overlapping each other. I stayed silent. "David," it said. It knew my name. "You left the door open." Every nerve in my body went cold. I hadn't told anyone my name when I rented the house. The lease had been in my company's name. There was no way anyone or anything should have known. I tightened my grip on the bat, ready to swing if the door opened. But after a few seconds, the voice stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I waited for what felt like hours, but the footsteps never came again. Eventually, exhaustion overtook fear, and I passed out against the wall, still clutching the bat. When morning came, sunlight spilled through the window, and everything looked normal again. The house was quiet, warm even. For a moment, I convinced myself it had all been a dream. Then I saw the door. It was still locked from the inside. But on the outside, clear as day, 3 long, dark streaks ran down the wood, as though someone had dragged their fingers through soot or ash. Only they weren't streaks. They were prints. Too long, too thin, with too many joints. I packed my things that morning. I didn't care about the lease, the deposit, or the fact that I had nowhere else to go. I loaded Hank into the car and left, promising myself I'd never set foot in that house again. But it didn't end there. A few weeks later, after I'd moved into a small apartment 2 towns over, I started waking up at the same time every night, 2:47 a.m., always the same. Always with that same feeling of suffocating stillness, that same heavy air pressing down on me. One night, I woke to find the bedroom door open. I knew I had closed it before bed. Hank was sitting up on the mattress, staring at the hallway, growling softly, and then I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming closer. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and opened the camera, turning on the flash to light up the hallway. The screen showed nothing, just empty space. I lowered the phone, heart pounding. Then the sound came from right beside the bed. When I turned the phone back, the flash caught something for just an instant. A shape, a shadow taller than the doorway. I dropped the phone, and when the flash went off again as it hit the ground, the hallway was empty. For a long time, I tried to convince myself it was sleep paralysis, a lingering nightmare, trauma from the house. But deep down, I knew the truth. That thing in the kitchen hadn't stayed behind. It followed me. The dreams come more frequently now. Of the house, of the smell, of the voice whispering my name. Sometimes I wake up to find the door open, or the chair beside the bed turned slightly toward me. And always, always, at 2:47 a.m., I don't sleep much anymore. I keep the lights on, though that doesn't help, because the thing doesn't need the dark. It's always there, just waiting for me to blink. And sometimes when I'm lying awake, staring at the ceiling, I hear it whisper again, so softly that I can barely make it out, but I know exactly what it says. Let me in. Story the end. It was close to midnight when I finally shut off my car engine. The road was empty, the air damp and heavy with the scent of rain-soaked asphalt. My headlights illuminated the old house at the end of the lane, a 2-story farmhouse with warped siding and a sagging roof, surrounded by tall, unkempt grass that looked silver under the moonlight. I was exhausted, having driven 5 hours after work to reach this place. I didn't want to be there. But it was my late uncle's property, and I'd been tasked with inspecting it before it went up for sale. He died 2 months earlier. Heart attack, they said. But the neighbors claimed he'd been hearing voices for weeks before it happened. My mother warned me not to spend the night there, said the place wasn't right. But I didn't believe in that sort of thing. I was practical, logical. The first thing that hit me when I stepped inside was the smell. Musty, like old wood and wet fabric. The air felt stale, as though it hadn't been breathed in for years. I flicked on the hallway light. The bulb buzzed and flickered, casting long, wavering shadows that seemed to shift with every move I made. I brushed it off and went upstairs to set my bag down. The bedroom was untouched, covered in a thin layer of dust. My uncle's bed was unmade, and an open Bible lay on the nightstand, pages rippled and yellowed. A photo frame sat beside it, but the picture inside had been scratched out, leaving only white streaks across what looked like a person's face. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. I lay there, listening. The house creaked in slow, rhythmic patterns as though someone were walking upstairs, or maybe underneath the floorboards. The wind outside was silent, but the sound persisted. I thought about turning on the TV, but the electricity was weak. Every outlet seemed to buzz. My phone barely had a signal. At around 2:30 a.m., I heard the first whisper. It came from the hallway outside my door, faint, almost too quiet to catch. It wasn't words exactly, more like the sound of someone mouthing them close to my ear. I froze, staring at the crack beneath the door. A faint shadow moved across it, slow and deliberate. I waited for footsteps, but none came. My heart pounded as I sat there, not breathing. After a moment, the shadow stopped moving. The whispering grew softer, then vanished entirely. I convinced myself it was the old house shifting, or maybe the wind. I tried to relax. Around 3, I must have drifted off because I woke up to the sound of something tapping against the window. 3 taps, then nothing, then 3 again. The window was just a few feet from my bed, but I couldn't bring myself to look. Every nerve in my body screamed not to, but the tapping continued, steady, patient. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight. I aimed it toward the window. Nothing was there, but when I lowered the phone, I saw it. A faint handprint on the glass. Not fresh, not fogged by breath, but greasy and old, as though it had been pressed there for years. That was the moment I realized something was wrong with this house. The next morning, the air felt colder, heavier. I found the back door slightly open, swaying on its hinge. I was certain I'd locked it before bed. I stepped outside, expecting to see footprints in the wet ground, but there were none. The grass was undisturbed. The door creaked shut behind me. When I turned, I noticed something I hadn't seen the night before. Deep scratches etched into the wood of the doorframe. Long, uneven gouges, like someone had dragged something sharp down the surface again and again. I packed my bag right then. I was done. But when I went to grab my car keys from the kitchen counter, they weren't there. I searched the entire house, overturning drawers, checking pockets, retracing every step. They were gone. I tore apart my luggage, looked under the bed, under the couch, nothing. My panic turned to anger. I started cursing, pacing, trying to convince myself I'd misplaced them. Then I heard it again, the whispering. But this time it wasn't faint, it was everywhere. It filled the house like a breeze, brushing against the walls and curling into my ears. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakably human. It sounded like several people speaking in low voices, somewhere behind me. I spun around, flashlight shaking in my hand. The hallway was empty. I moved slowly toward the living room. My uncle's recliner faced the cold fireplace, and for a split second I swore I saw someone sitting there, a dark outline of a figure, still and silent. My stomach dropped. I blinked. The chair was empty. My flashlight flickered. Something moved in the corner. I heard the floorboards creak behind me. That's when I ran. I sprinted to the front door, yanked it open, and stopped cold. My car keys were hanging from the doorknob, perfectly still. I didn't think, I just grabbed them and bolted outside. I ran to my car, hands shaking as I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered but wouldn't turn. The air inside the car felt heavy, suffocating. I could see my breath clouding in front of me, though it wasn't cold. Then I heard it, soft, measured breathing, from the back seat. Every muscle in my body locked. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I just stared straight ahead, breathing hard. The breathing continued, slow and deliberate. I hit the door handle and bolted out, stumbling into the wet grass. I turned around, expecting to see someone inside, but the back seat was empty. I slammed the door shut, shaking. I ran back toward the house, desperate for shelter, not even thinking. When I reached the porch, the front door was wide open again, though I knew I'd closed it. From inside, I heard something dragging across the floor, heavy, scraping. I couldn't bring myself to go in, but I had to. My phone was inside, my only light source. I crept back into the living room, heart pounding in my ears. The dragging sound had stopped. Everything was silent again, except for a faint dripping noise coming from the kitchen. I followed it slowly. The faucet wasn't leaking. The sound was coming from the sink. Something was inside it. It looked like a small bundle of wet fabric. I reached closer, then froze. It wasn't fabric. It was the pillowcase from my uncle's bed, the one with the scratched-out photograph. And stitched crudely into the corner with red thread were two words, "Stay here." I dropped it and backed away. My flashlight flickered again, then went out completely. The house went dark. That's when I heard the footsteps upstairs. Slow, heavy, deliberate. They walked across the floor directly above me, then stopped. I waited, holding my breath. My heart pounded so loud I was sure it would give me away. Then the sound came again, descending the staircase. 1 step, 3. I ran. I didn't care about the phone anymore. I bolted through the front door and into the yard, not looking back. I ran until I reached the end of the road and collapsed near the car. I tried starting it again, and this time it roared to life. I didn't stop driving until I hit the highway. I stayed in a motel that night, too shaken to think. I told myself I'd go back in the morning to get my stuff in daylight. But when I returned, the house was different. The front door was closed, locked. My car keys, different set, were gone again. I walked around the side and peered through the window. The living room was spotless. The furniture, the Bible, even the pillowcase, all gone, like the house had swallowed it whole. The sheriff met me there later after I reported the break-in. He looked around, took notes, but found nothing unusual. "Probably kids," he said. "This place attracts them." But as he said it, I noticed his eyes drift to the staircase, the same uneasy look my mother had when I mentioned staying there. He didn't linger long. That night, in my motel, I woke up again around 3 a.m., the same time as before. There was a sound coming from the wall, scratching, soft but rhythmic. I sat up, paralyzed. The sound grew louder, closer, until it was just behind my headboard. Then, clear as day, I heard it. A voice. Low, hoarse, familiar. "Stay here." I turned on the lamp. The sound stopped. I didn't sleep after that. I left town before sunrise and never went back. The house was sold a few months later to a young couple. I never heard from them, though sometimes late at night I think about them. Because sometimes when I wake up between 2 and 3 a.m., I still hear those whispers. Faint, but there. Coming from the corner of my room or the hallway just beyond the door. I'll turn on the light and they'll stop. But I know they're waiting. And once I swear I saw a shadow sitting in the chair across from my bed, perfectly still, like it had been there all along. Story the end. The night I realized something was wrong. I was driving home from work later than usual. It was almost 2 a.m., and the streets were empty. The kind of empty that makes you question if you've missed some sort of evacuation notice. My route was the same every night, a 15-minute drive from the hospital through a quiet suburban stretch of Maryland back roads. I'd driven it 100 times before without incident. But that night, something felt off the second I turned onto Sycamore Lane. It wasn't the road itself, it was the air. The kind of air that feels too still, too dense, like the world is holding its breath. My headlights illuminated the winding asphalt ahead, and beyond that, only thick patches of forest. The yellow lines on the road seemed to blur into one long streak, hypnotic, and my eyelids grew heavy. The radio had lost signal about a mile back, leaving only static whispering faintly through the speakers. I kept glancing into the rearview mirror for no reason, but it wasn't empty. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, something passing through the darkness. But as the seconds stretched on, I saw it again, a faint, pale face in the reflection. Not clear, not fully formed, but there. My chest tightened. I looked over my shoulder. The back seat was empty. I looked back at the mirror, nothing now but my own reflection staring back. I told myself it was fatigue, a trick of the eyes. I turned the radio off, cracked the window to let in some air, and tried to shake off the feeling. But that quiet, it was wrong. Even the crickets had stopped. When I finally pulled into the driveway of my apartment complex, I noticed something strange. My neighbor's car, the old silver sedan that had sat in the same spot for months, was gone. The space looked freshly vacant, the pavement still darkened from where oil had leaked beneath it. I remember that clearly because, for some reason, that detail unnerved me more than it should have. Inside, everything was as I left it. The hum of the refrigerator, the faint ticking of the hallway clock, the soft glow of my phone charging on the counter. Normal. But even as I set my bag down and kicked off my shoes, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows, something I rarely did. Then I tried to unwind, grabbed a beer from the fridge, flipped on the TV. The glow of the screen filled the room, but I wasn't really watching. My eyes kept drifting toward the dark window behind the couch. The blinds were half open, and outside the parking lot was mostly empty, lit by a single flickering lamppost. And then, for just a moment, I thought I saw someone standing under it. Not moving, just standing there. I blinked, leaned forward, and looked again. The figure was gone. I turned off the TV and sat in silence, listening. The refrigerator hum seemed louder now, the kind of background noise that becomes unbearable when you focus on it. I went to bed, leaving a nightlight on in the hallway. It felt childish, but the silence of the apartment made the darkness heavier somehow. Around 3:15 a.m., I woke to the sound of something faint and rhythmic. A tap. Then a pause. Another tap. It was coming from somewhere near the window. I held my breath. The sound stopped, then came again, softer this time. Tap, tap, tap. I reached for my phone to check the time. The screen was black. It wouldn't turn on. My heart began to race. I sat up slowly, listening harder. The tapping grew faster, closer. I finally worked up the nerve to pull back the curtain, expecting maybe a branch brushing against the glass or even a bird. But the window was clear, perfectly clean. Nothing outside but darkness. And then, in the faint reflection on the glass, I saw it, behind me. Something tall, pale, and still standing in the corner of my room. I spun around. Nothing. The corner was empty. The door was still shut. I was shaking now, my breath coming in shallow bursts. I got up, turned on every light, checked every inch of the apartment. Nothing was out of place, but the feeling didn't go away. The air felt wrong again. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat on the couch, waiting for dawn. When morning came, everything felt normal again. My phone worked. The world outside looked bright and harmless. But when I checked my reflection in the bathroom mirror, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Fingerprints. Dozens of them. Smudged all along the inside of my window. That day at work, I could barely focus. My coworkers joked about how tired I looked. I didn't tell them what had happened. I didn't want to sound crazy. I told myself I'd imagined it, that maybe I'd pressed my own hands against the glass in some half-asleep state. But deep down, I knew I hadn't. That night, I set up my old camcorder facing the bedroom door, just to prove to myself there was nothing there. I even spoke to it before I went to bed, half laughing nervously as I said, "Let's see what you catch, huh?" I woke up at 3:08 a.m. to the sound of static. The camcorder had turned itself on. Its small red light blinked in the dark, casting a faint glow on the wall. I reached for it, but before I could, I heard something else, the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom. Slow, heavy, one step at a time. I froze, clutching the blanket. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. Then came the whisper. A man's voice, deep, calm, almost gentle. Michael. The sound of my own name, low and drawn out, made every hair on my body stand up. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I waited for the door to open. It never did. Minutes passed, hours maybe. I didn't dare move until the light of dawn began to filter through the blinds. When I finally got up, I checked the camcorder. The battery was drained, but the tape was still inside. I played it back, sitting there on the floor, trembling. At first, it showed nothing, just me sleeping, tossing occasionally. Then, at around 3:06 a.m., the picture flickered. The camera adjusted focus, and that's when I saw it. The door creaked open, just slightly, and in the crack, a face appeared. It wasn't human, not entirely. Its skin was ashen, its eyes too large, its mouth hanging slightly open as if in mid-breath. It stood there for a few seconds, watching me sleep, then it looked directly at the camera. Right before the tape cut to static. I don't remember much after that. I think I blacked out because the next thing I knew, It was late afternoon and the tape was still sitting in the camcorder. I packed a bag that night and stayed at a motel across town. But even there, I couldn't escape it. The first night, the TV turned on by itself, static again. The second night, I woke up to the same sound, tapping on the window. Only this time, I was on the third floor. I moved out of that apartment 2 weeks later, found a new place, a new number, a new start. I didn't bring the tape. I didn't need it. I didn't want proof. But the feeling didn't go away. It follows me, whatever it is. I hear my name whispered in the quiet between breaths. I see shapes and reflections that vanish when I turn my head. The tapping comes and goes, always around 3 a.m. Sometimes I even wake up with fingerprints on the inside of my windows again. Once, just to be sure, I covered every mirror in the apartment. But that night, I woke up to the faint sound of laughter. Low, distorted, coming from inside the walls. And when I uncovered the bathroom mirror the next morning, I nearly screamed. Written across the fogged glass in uneven letters was a single word: stay. I left that same day. Moved again. Different city, different apartment, different everything. But the whispers came with me. I hear them when I drive home late at night, when the road is empty and the air feels heavy. I see that pale face in the reflection of windows, in the glint of car mirrors, in the faintest shine of my phone screen when it goes dark. Sometimes I think about going back for the tape, just to see if it was all real. But deep down, I know I don't need to, because every night, just before I fall asleep, I hear the same whisper. The same calm, deep voice, close enough to feel its breath against my ear. Michael. Story the end. It was just after midnight when I first noticed something wrong with the house. I'd moved into it only a few weeks earlier, a one-story ranch-style place on the edge of a small town in Illinois. It was cheap, too cheap really, but I was fresh out of college, working an overnight shift at a delivery warehouse, and needed somewhere quiet to sleep during the day. The landlord, a friendly older man named Mr. Garrison, said it had sat empty for nearly 3 years. Most folks prefer to live closer to town, he'd said with a shrug, though I thought I caught something uneasy in his voice when he handed me the keys. The first couple of weeks passed without incident. I worked from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m., came home, made breakfast, and tried to sleep while the world was awake. The nights were lonely, but I'd gotten used to that. What I didn't get used to was the noise. It started as faint creaking in the walls, just after midnight, always after midnight when I was getting ready for work. At first I chalked it up to an old house settling, but then came the tapping. At first it was random. Tap, tap, tap. Like someone flicking their fingernail against the wall from the inside. Then it got rhythmic, deliberate. I'd stand in the hallway holding my breath, and I swear it sounded like it was answering me, responding to my footsteps. I'd step twice, it would tap twice. I'd stop, it would stop. The first night it happened, I laughed nervously, told myself it was probably a raccoon or some animal that had gotten into the walls. But when I called pest control the next morning, they found nothing. No droppings, no nesting, no signs of animals, the guy said. He looked around for a while longer, then shrugged. Old houses make weird noises. You'll get used to it. I didn't get used to it. 2 nights later, as I was leaving for work, I noticed something strange about the front door. The deadbolt was unlocked. I was certain I'd locked it the night before. I'm obsessive about that kind of thing. I shrugged it off. Maybe I'd been tired. Maybe I'd forgotten. But the same thing happened the next night, and the next. By the 4th night, I knew it wasn't me. I locked the door, checked it 3 times, took a photo with a timestamp, and left for work. When I came home at dawn, the deadbolt was open again. I stared at the door, my stomach twisting. Someone had been inside while I was gone. I went through the house carefully, every room, every closet, every drawer. Nothing was missing, but something felt wrong, off balance, like the air itself was heavier. I noticed the living room window was cracked open, just an inch, but enough to make the curtains move slightly in the breeze. I closed it, locked it tight, and told myself I'd call the landlord after work. That night, the tapping returned, but it wasn't from the walls anymore. It was coming from inside the living room. I stood in the hallway, listening. Tap, 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 long pause, tap. My chest tightened. It wasn't constant. It was patterned, deliberate, like it wanted me to notice. I turned on every light in the house and checked each room again, every window, every closet. Nothing. I went back to the living room, And that's when I saw it. The rug, an old, cheap one that came with the house, was slightly lifted on one corner, like something had been underneath it. I knelt down and peeled it back. Beneath it was a small square cut into the wooden floor, perfectly measured, maybe 2 feet wide. It was a hatch. There was a tiny metal ring attached, a pull handle. I hesitated, then slowly lifted it. The hinges groaned. Beneath was a dark space, maybe a crawl space or storage compartment, too small for anyone to stand in. I shone my phone's flashlight down. It was empty except for a few wooden beams and what looked like dust. No animals. No strange smell. Just darkness. I closed the hatch and pushed the rug back over it, my pulse still racing. That night at work, I kept thinking about it. Why would a small house like that have a hidden hatch in the living room? I looked up property records on my phone during lunch, but there wasn't much. Built in 1956. Owned by the same family until a few years ago. The last resident listed was a man named Charles Harding. When I mentioned the name to Mr. Garrison the next day, his expression changed. He tried to brush it off, but I pressed. Finally, he sighed. Charles lived there alone for a long time, he said. Nice man. Bit of a night owl like you. He passed away in that house. Natural causes. That wasn't the part that made my skin crawl. It was what he said next. They found him in the living room, right near that hatch. I didn't sleep well after that. I started hearing things that weren't just tapping. Low murmurs, like voices deep in the walls, words I couldn't make out. Sometimes they sounded close, just a room away. Other times, they faded like an echo. I stopped trying to find the source. I just put on my headphones, turned on the TV, and tried to drown it out. One night, after work, I came home to find all the lights on, every single one. I stood in the driveway, staring through the front window, frozen. I hadn't left them on. I never left them on. My first instinct was to call the police, but something about the silence inside stopped me. No movement, no shadows, just stillness. I crept inside, baseball bat in hand, checking each room again. Nothing. But when I got to the living room, my stomach dropped. The rug was gone. The hatch was open. I froze. My phone flashlight barely illuminated the opening. I crouched down and shined it in. The space looked deeper now, like it had been dug out. The dirt looked freshly disturbed. I whispered, "Hello?" Something moved down there. Not much, just a faint shift of air, a soft sound like someone exhaling. I stumbled backward, slamming the hatch shut and dragging the couch over it. My heart was racing so hard I could barely breathe. The next day, I packed a bag and drove to a cheap motel. I told myself I'd go back in daylight, maybe with someone else, maybe call the landlord. But when I tried calling him that morning, his number was disconnected. I didn't go back that day, or the next. On the third day, I finally worked up the courage. I returned around noon, sunlight spilling into every corner of the living room. The couch was still pushed over the hatch. Everything looked untouched. I don't know what made me do it, but I moved the couch back and opened the hatch again. It wasn't empty anymore. At the bottom, there was a small box, wooden, old, covered in dust. I reached down and pulled it up. Inside were photographs, black and white, faded, showing people I didn't recognize. Most were just portraits, ordinary faces from what looked like the 1950s. But the last one made my stomach twist. It was a picture of my living room, the same angle, the same furniture arrangement. And in the center of the room, right where I stood, was a man sitting in a chair, smiling faintly. His eyes were pale, almost white, his skin stretched thin. In the background, behind him, the hatch was open. That night, I stayed at the motel again. I told myself I'd find another place to live, that I'd be gone by morning. But at 2:47 a.m., I woke up to a knock on my motel door. 3 knocks. Slow, deliberate. I froze. Then another 3 knocks. I peered through the peephole. No one was there. The next morning, I drove straight to my friend's house 2 towns over and stayed there for a week. I didn't go back to the house again. When I finally called the county office to report what I'd found, the woman on the phone paused when I gave the address. "That property's been condemned for years," she said. "It burned down in 2021. I thought she'd made a mistake. I told her I'd been living there for the past month, that my landlord's name was Mr. Garrison. She said there was no record of anyone by that name owning the property. I still have the photo, the one with the man in the chair. Sometimes, late at night, when the room is quiet, I take it out and look at it under the lamp. Every time I do, it feels a little different. Like the man's smile is wider, like the shadows behind him have shifted just slightly, closer to where I'm standing. I don't know what that place was. I don't know who Charles Harding was, or if he ever really died. But I know this, sometimes when the world is asleep, I still hear it, the tapping. Tap, 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 right under the floorboards. Story the end. It was the middle of January when I took the overnight shift at the small gas station off Route 47. I'd just moved to that part of Illinois a few weeks earlier and needed something, anything, to help pay rent. The manager, an older guy named Craig, warned me that the graveyard shift was dull. "You'll mostly be by yourself," he said, handing me the keys. "People stop in sometimes for cigarettes or gas, but after midnight, it's just you and the hum of the coolers." I didn't mind that. I'd always been comfortable alone. But that first night changed the way I thought about being alone forever. The gas station sat right off the highway, surrounded by cornfields that stretched for miles in every direction. During the day, it looked harmless enough, but at night, the endless darkness pressed in on the windows, as if the world beyond the parking lot didn't exist anymore. The only sound came from the flickering fluorescent light above the counter and the buzzing refrigerator in the back. Around midnight, a heavy fog started rolling in. It came fast, swallowing the parking lot until I couldn't see past the first set of pumps. I remember stepping outside for a smoke and realizing how quiet it had gotten. No cars, no wind, not even the distant hum of the highway. Just complete silence. I finished my cigarette quickly and went back inside, locking the door behind me. The warmth of the gas station was a small comfort. I sat behind the counter, scrolling through my phone. The security monitors above me showed all the usual angles: the front door, the aisles, the pumps, and the dumpster area out back. All static stillness. At 12:43, something flickered on the screen for pump 3. Just a blur at first, a white smudge cutting across the fog. I stared at it, trying to make sense of it. Then, as the camera adjusted, I saw the shape of a person standing there. No car, no movement, just standing still beside the pump, facing the station. I blinked, leaned closer. They were wearing something light-colored, maybe gray, maybe white. It was hard to tell through the haze. Their head tilted slightly to one side like they were studying the building. I watched for a full minute. They didn't move. Finally, I picked up the mic that connected to the outdoor speakers. "Hey, we're closed for the night," I said, my voice shaky but firm. "You'll have to come back in the morning." The figure didn't react, didn't turn, didn't even shift. I hesitated, then glanced outside. The fog was so thick I couldn't even see pump 3 from where I stood. Only the faint orange glow of the station lights cutting through the mist. When I looked back at the monitor, the person was gone. I exhaled, laughing nervously at myself. Maybe it was the fog playing tricks on the camera. I turned my attention back to my phone. 10 minutes later, something knocked on the glass. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. My head snapped up. The door was right in front of me, clear glass from top to bottom, and beyond it, nothing, just fog. I froze, staring, waiting for something to move. After a few seconds, I forced a laugh, stood up, and peered out the door. The parking lot was empty. The pumps were barely visible through the white haze. Then I heard it again, 3 knocks, this time from behind me. I turned, heart hammering, and stared at the window behind the coffee station. Again, nothing there. The air inside the store suddenly felt wrong, heavier somehow. I could hear the faint buzzing of the lights and my own breath echoing too loud in the silence. I walked slowly around the counter, checking every aisle, every corner. No one. When I got back to the front, the monitor for pump 3 was black. Not fuzzy. Black. The feed had been cut. I reached for the radio to call Craig, but before I could, the black screen came back to life. Someone was standing directly in front of the camera. Their face was inches from the lens, fog swirling behind them. The picture quality was poor, but I could make out hollow, dark eyes and a faint, stretched grin. Their mouth moved, slow and deliberate, forming words I couldn't hear. Then the screen went static. I dropped the radio. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely pick it back up. I thought about calling 911, but felt stupid trying to explain what I'd seen. Instead, I grabbed the bat we kept under the counter and locked myself in the back office. I turned off the lights and watched the monitors, hoping whatever was outside would just leave. Minutes passed, maybe hours. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Soft, steady, crunching across the gravel outside the back door. The security camera above the dumpster flickered to life. Someone was walking through the fog, moving slowly, deliberately, their clothes soaked dark with moisture. I turned the volume up, and for the first time, I realized I could hear it breathing. A low, rhythmic rasp that grew louder as it got closer. Then it stopped right outside the door. I stared at the monitor, gripping the bat so tight my knuckles turned white. The doorknob jiggled, once, twice, then turned, slow and deliberate. I wanted to scream, but my voice was stuck in my throat. The door was locked. It had to be locked. I had checked it twice. Then the knob turned again. Harder this time, and then came the whisper. A voice so low and close it sounded like it was coming from the crack in the door. Michael. I froze. My name. I hadn't told anyone I'd taken this job yet. No one but Craig even knew I worked there. The voice came again. Michael. Open the door. My entire body trembled. I backed away slowly, knocking into a shelf of cleaning supplies, sending bottles clattering to the floor. The sound echoed through the small room, and the voice on the other side stopped. For a long, awful moment, there was silence. Then, on the monitor, I saw movement again. The figure stepped back from the door, turned, and looked straight into the camera. The same hollow eyes, the same faint grin. And then, it wasn't on the screen anymore. I blinked, thinking the feed had glitched. But the camera was still on, the dumpster still visible, fog rolling past. The space where the figure had been was empty. Then I heard the sound of footsteps inside the building. Not outside, inside. The air conditioning kicked on at that moment, making a low hiss that almost covered the sound, but I could still hear it. Slow, steady steps moving down the main aisle. I pressed myself into the corner of the office, holding the bat uselessly in front of me. The sound came closer, stopping just beyond the door. The doorknob rattled once more. Then, silence. I didn't move for what felt like hours. When the first light of dawn started bleeding through the cracks in the blinds, I finally opened the door. The store was empty. Everything was exactly as I'd left it, except for one thing. The front door was unlocked, and on the glass, written in long, wet streaks, were the words, "See you tonight." I quit that job the next morning. Craig didn't even seem surprised when I told him I was done. "You're not the first," he said quietly. "Don't take it personal." He never explained what he meant by that. I tried to forget about it. Found another job, moved 2 towns over. But the nightmares followed. I'd wake up around 3 a.m. to the sound of footsteps outside my window, or faint tapping on the glass. Some nights, I'd hear the same low whisper calling my name. Michael. A few months later, I drove by that gas station again, just out of curiosity. It was closed down, boarded up. The sign was gone, the pumps wrapped in yellow caution tape. But when I stopped for a moment and looked through the cracked window, I could see the faint outline of something written on the counter in the dust. 4 words. "It's still your turn." Story. The end. It was one of those quiet, cold, Midwestern nights when the air feels too still, too heavy, as if the world itself is holding its breath. I was driving home from work along Route 89, a stretch of 2-lane road that cut through a patch of farmland outside of Bloomington, Illinois. It was nearly 2 a.m., and I'd just finished a late shift at a diner where I worked as a line cook. My apartment was about 20 minutes away, but those 20 minutes felt endless at that hour. The only light came from the occasional street lamp and the dim glow of my dashboard. There wasn't a car in sight, just darkness and the rhythmic thump of my tires against the road. I'd driven that route dozens of times, but that night something felt different. The silence felt wrong. I rolled down the window a little, letting the cold air rush in, hoping it would clear my head. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a deer, something pale, low to the ground, just at the edge of my high beams. But when I slowed down, it didn't move. It just stood there, a figure, thin, too thin, almost human, right by the side of the road. Its head was tilted slightly, as if it were listening. I slowed to a crawl, heart hammering. My first instinct was to think maybe it was someone hurt, maybe a hitchhiker or a drunk who'd wandered off the main road. I pulled over, rolled the window halfway down, and called out, "Hey, you okay?" No response. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch. It was wearing something dark, maybe a coat, maybe just shadows, but its skin looked pale, almost gray in the glow of my headlights. I sat there for a long second, the car idling, my breath fogging up the window. Then it took a step forward. I didn't wait for another. I slammed the car into drive and sped off. My pulse didn't slow until I was halfway home, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. I tried to convince myself I'd seen nothing more than a trick of the light, someone walking home, maybe a scarecrow, maybe even an animal. But deep down, I knew better. When I finally got home, the apartment felt too quiet. I locked the door, double-checked the windows, turned on every light, and sat on the couch for an hour before I could even think about sleeping. When I did, the dreams came. Shadows by the roadside, whispers outside the car window, a face I couldn't quite see leaning closer, closer. I woke up around 3:15 a.m., drenched in sweat, my heart racing, and then I heard it. A soft knock at the door. 3 knocks. Slow, deliberate. I froze. Nobody ever came by at that hour. The apartments were mostly empty anyway, cheap housing for warehouse workers like me, with paper-thin walls and flickering lights. The knocks came again, slightly louder this time. I crept toward the door and looked through the peephole. At first I saw nothing, just darkness. Then something moved. Someone was standing just beyond the range of the hallway light, barely visible. "Who's there?" I called, my voice shaking. No answer, just silence. Then a whisper, low and almost slurred, right on the other side of the door. "You?" Stopped. My stomach dropped. I stepped back, my heart pounding. "What?" I whispered before I could stop myself. The voice came again, softer now. "You stopped." I didn't stop to think. I grabbed my phone, locked myself in the bedroom, and called the police. They arrived 15 minutes later, lights flashing outside my window. 2 officers came to the door. They found nothing. No footprints in the hall, no signs of anyone having been there. One of them gave me that half-polite, half-condescending look people give when they think you're crazy. "Probably some drunk knocking on the wrong door," he said. "Happens more than you'd think." I nodded, pretending to agree, but I didn't believe him. I barely slept that night. I stayed up until dawn, watching the window, half expecting to see that figure standing outside in the parking lot, but nothing came. For a few days, things were quiet again. I started convincing myself I'd imagined it all. Maybe I had dozed off on the road, maybe I'd been half dreaming. But 3 nights later, it started again. This time, it wasn't the door. It was the window. Around 2:40 a.m., I woke to a faint tapping sound. I thought it was just a branch at first, but then it came again. 3 taps, slow and steady like a pattern. Tap, tap, tap. I rolled over, staring at the dark outline of the blinds. I could see movement behind them, just a flicker of shadow like someone pacing outside. My stomach turned cold. My apartment was on the 2nd floor. I lay frozen, every instinct screaming at me not to move. The tapping stopped, but the shadow didn't. It lingered, swaying slightly, then leaned forward. The blinds shifted inward, as if something was pressing against them. I finally found my voice and yelled, "Get away!" as loud as I could. The shadow jerked back instantly. I ran to the window, pulled the blinds up, and saw nothing. Just the parking lot below, empty and silent. That morning, I went straight to the landlord and demanded to know if someone else had a key to my apartment. He swore no one did, said maybe I was working too hard, losing sleep. I didn't argue. I just wanted to get out. I started sleeping with a light on, but it didn't help. Every night, the tapping came back, sometimes on the window, sometimes on the walls. Sometimes I'd wake up to the sound of my front door unlocking. I started stacking chairs under the handle, pushing the dresser against it. Still, every morning I'd find the deadbolt turned open. Then came the whispers. At first, they were faint, like a radio on low volume in another room. Then they got clearer. A voice, low, rasping, like it was trying to form words but couldn't. I'd hear it in the kitchen, the living room, sometimes right behind me. The worst part wasn't the words themselves. It was that sometimes they sounded like my own voice. One night, I decided to record it. I set my phone on the nightstand, voice recorder running. I stayed awake, pretending to sleep. Around 3:10, the whispering started again. I kept my eyes shut, heart pounding, trying not to move. I heard it say my name, clear as day. Then the recording stopped on its own. When I played it back in the morning, there was nothing but static, except for the last few seconds. A faint voice, distorted, saying, "You stopped. You shouldn't have." That was enough. I packed my bags that afternoon and left. I didn't even bother giving notice. I just drove. I stayed at a friend's place 2 towns over for a few nights. I tried to forget it, to move on. But even there, the same thing happened. The first night, I woke up to tapping at the window again. 3 slow taps. The next night, a knock at the door. When I looked through the peephole, there was nothing there. By the third night, my friend had noticed I wasn't sleeping. I told him everything. He didn't laugh. He just looked at me, pale, and said, "You shouldn't have stopped for it." I asked him what he meant. He told me about a stretch of Route 89, about a figure that appears by the roadside, pale and still, waiting for drivers who slow down. "It's not a person," he said. "It's something else. And once you see it, it doesn't forget you." I wanted to believe he was just trying to scare me, but deep down, I knew he was right. It's been 6 months now. I moved again, this time to a small apartment in Indiana. I changed my number, sold my car, even got a different job. I don't drive at night anymore, but sometimes around 3 a.m. I wake up and hear it again. Tap, 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 always 3 times, always slow, always followed by a whisper, soft enough that I can barely make out the words, but clear enough that I know it's still there. "You stopped. I haven't looked outside in months. I don't think I ever will again." Story, the end. It was late, close to 1 a.m., when I pulled into the gas station on Route 19. The place was dead silent, a single dim light flickering above the pumps, surrounded by miles of dark forest. I'd been driving from Cleveland to visit my brother in Virginia, taking back roads to avoid traffic, and I hadn't seen another car in almost an hour. My gas gauge was deep in the red, and the station was my last chance before the long stretch of empty highway ahead. I got out, the cold air hitting me hard. The smell of wet leaves and gasoline hung in the air. The place looked abandoned at first. No cars, no signs of life. But the lights inside the small convenience store were on. I could see someone behind the counter, standing motionless. I filled up quickly, glancing toward the windows every few seconds. The figure behind the counter hadn't moved. When I finished, I decided to go inside to pay. The doorbell chimed as I stepped in. The man at the counter looked up slowly. He was older, gray beard, pale eyes, wearing an old flannel shirt and suspenders. His skin had that sallow tone that comes from being indoors too long. He smiled faintly, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Long drive?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Headed to Virginia." He nodded, still staring. The silence stretched too long. I placed a 20 on the counter, told him I was on pump 3, and waited. He didn't move for several seconds. Then, without looking away, he said quietly, "You shouldn't drive this road at night." I gave a nervous laugh. "Yeah, I've noticed it's pretty empty." He blinked once, slow. "Not empty," he said, "just quiet." Something about the way he said it made my skin crawl. I thanked him quickly and turned to leave. As I reached the door, he said, "If you see her, don't stop." I froze. "See who?" But he didn't answer. He just turned away, busying himself with something beneath the counter. I left fast, the bell above the door echoing in the still air. I got back into my car and tried to shake it off. Probably just some old guy trying to mess with me, I thought. Still, when I got back on the road, I couldn't stop glancing at my mirrors. The road ahead was a narrow, winding stretch of asphalt cutting through dense woods. My headlights barely reached the trees on either side. The rain had started again, light at first, tapping gently on the windshield. I turned up the radio to drown out my unease, but the static was worse than silence. For nearly half an hour, nothing happened. Then I saw her. At first, I thought it was a trick of the rain, a shape on the side of the road, blurred by the mist. But as I got closer, my stomach dropped. A woman stood there in the beam of my headlights. She was barefoot, wearing a long, soaked dress that clung to her legs. Her hair hung over her face, matted and dripping. I slowed instinctively. She was standing right at the edge of the road, facing the woods, unmoving. My mind flashed back to what the gas station attendant said. "If you see her, don't stop." I gripped the wheel tighter and drove past, heart pounding. I kept watching in my rearview mirror. She turned her head as I passed. Just her head, not her body. I couldn't breathe. I hit the gas, watching her disappear into the darkness behind me. For the next few miles, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just someone walking home. Maybe it was some local trying to scare travelers. But none of that explained how she moved or didn't. None of it explained the feeling that she was still there. Because even as I drove, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. The hair on my arms stood on end. I kept checking the back seat, the mirrors, the dark road behind me. Every shadow felt like it was moving. Then I saw her again. Up ahead this time. Standing on the opposite side of the road, I slammed on the brakes, tires screeching. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. It was impossible. There was no way she could have gotten ahead of me. I'd been going 60 the whole time. She was facing me now. Still, motionless. The beam of my headlights lit her up fully. Her face was pale, too pale, her eyes dark and empty. Her lips were parted slightly like she was whispering something I couldn't hear. I couldn't move, couldn't think. My body locked. Then slowly, she started walking toward my car. I slammed the car in reverse, tires spinning on wet pavement. I backed away fast, but she kept coming. Each step was jerky, unnatural, like her body wasn't working right. Her arms hung limply at her sides, her head tilted at a strange angle. I spun the wheel, did a sloppy U-turn, and floored it back the way I came. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely keep the car straight. The rain picked up, pounding against the windshield, blurring everything. I kept driving. I didn't look back. Not until I reached the gas station again. It was dark. The lights that had been glowing just an hour ago were off. The station was completely dead. I slowed, rolling past it, my stomach churning. The windows were shattered. The sign above the pumps was hanging by a single wire. It looked like it hadn't been open in years. I drove faster. After that, the night blurred into a long stretch of black road and pounding rain. I didn't stop until sunrise when I pulled into a diner just off the highway. My hands were still shaking as I ordered coffee. The waitress must have noticed because she asked if I was okay. I told her I'd driven through Route 19 near the old gas station. She froze. "You mean Miller's?" she asked. "Yeah, that's the one." Her face went pale. "That place burned down in '93, she said quietly. "Old Man Miller was inside when it happened. No one's been there since." My stomach dropped. No, I was just there last night." She shook her head. "You couldn't have been." I wanted to argue, but the look on her face stopped me. I sat there in silence, coffee trembling in my hands. After that, I didn't drive at night anymore. I avoided back roads, avoided rain, avoided anything that reminded me of that stretch of highway. But sometimes I still dream of it. The dark trees, the rain, the faint outline of that woman standing on the side of the road. Once, a few weeks later, I was driving home from work when I saw something in my rearview mirror, a smudge on the inside of the back window. I pulled over and got out to check. It was a handprint, small, wet, and inside the glass. I scrubbed it off with my sleeve, but when I got back into the driver's seat, the smell of wet leaves filled the air again. The same heavy scent from that night. Sometimes, late at night, when I can't sleep, I hear tapping on the window. 3 slow taps, then nothing, then 3 again. I don't look anymore, because I know who it is. Story the end. It was nearly 3 a.m. when Claire Anderson woke up to the sound of her dog whining at the foot of the bed. The house was quiet, too quiet, and the only light came from the faint glow of the street lamp seeping through the curtains. She rubbed her eyes, groggy, disoriented, and sat up. Toby, her golden retriever, was staring toward the bedroom door, ears low, body trembling. "Hey, buddy, what is it?" she whispered, reaching out to pet him. His fur bristled under her touch, and he whimpered again. Then he let out a low growl, something he almost never did. Claire froze. Toby's gaze didn't move. It was fixed on the crack of light under the door. She listened. At first there was nothing but the faint ticking of the hallway clock. Then she heard it, a sound so soft it might have been her imagination. Footsteps, slow, uneven. Coming from the living room. Her pulse quickened. She lived alone. She slid out of bed as quietly as she could, her heart pounding in her chest. The floorboards creaked beneath her feet as she reached into the nightstand for the small flashlight she kept there. She flicked it on, its narrow beam cutting through the darkness. The footsteps stopped. Claire stood there, holding her breath, flashlight shaking slightly in her hand. Toby pressed close to her leg, whining again. She stepped toward the door, trying to convince herself she'd forgotten to lock it earlier. Maybe it was just the wind against the porch or an old house sound. But when she reached the door and pressed her ear to it, she heard something that made her blood run cold, a faint, steady breathing. Someone was on the other side. She stepped back, panic rising. Her phone was on the dresser, but she'd left it charging in the living room. She was trapped between staying quiet and making a run for it. Toby growled again, deep and low this time. The breathing stopped. For a full 10 seconds, there was nothing. Then came a new sound, a soft scrape, like fingernails dragging slowly across the wood of the door. Claire felt the air leave her lungs. She stumbled backward, her mind racing. She didn't have a weapon, only the flashlight and a heavy ceramic lamp on the nightstand. She grabbed the lamp, ready to swing if the door opened, but it didn't. Instead, there was a faint whisper, right outside the door. A man's voice, soft, raspy, like it was being forced through dry lips. Claire, her whole body went numb. She didn't recognize the voice. "Who's there?" she shouted, her voice shaking. "I'm calling the police." Silence. She waited for a reply, for footsteps, for anything, but nothing came. After nearly a full minute, she worked up the courage to move. She opened the nightstand drawer, grabbed the small pocket knife she kept there, and stepped slowly toward the door. Toby stayed behind her, tail tucked between his legs. She turned the knob just a little, flashlight beam trembling across the crack. The hall outside looked empty. She pushed the door open a few inches more. The old floorboards groaned under her bare feet as she stepped out. The living room at the end of the hall was dark except for the faint orange glow of the digital clock on the cable box. 2:43 a.m. She swept the flashlight beam around the room. Everything was exactly as she'd left it. Her phone sat on the coffee table, charger still plugged in. The front door was closed, the deadbolt in place. But then she saw it. The window over the sink was open. Just an inch or two, but enough for the rain to have left a dark line of dampness on the sill. She hadn't opened it. She never left windows open at night. She moved closer, checking the lock. It had been forced. The latch was bent slightly, like someone had pried it from the outside. Claire's throat tightened. She grabbed her phone from the table, screen lighting her pale face. She opened the call app, thumb hovering over 911 when she froze again. Her call history showed a missed call from an unknown number. Timestamp, 2:42 a.m. Her fingers shook as she tapped it. When she did, her phone buzzed violently in her hand and connected on its own. "Hello?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. Static. Then after a second, the same voice from before, soft, rasping, drawn out. "Why did you open the door?" Claire screamed and dropped the phone. It hit the floor, screen shattering. She ran back down the hall, Toby barking behind her. She locked herself in the bedroom, shoving the dresser against the door. For hours, she stayed like that, trembling, listening to every sound. And at one point, she thought she heard the front door creak, then the faint scuff of footsteps down the porch steps. But she didn't dare move. When the sun finally came up, she unlocked the door and stepped cautiously into the hallway. The living room looked the same as before. Her phone lay face down on the carpet, still cracked. The front door was closed, the window now shut. She didn't remember closing it. She picked up the phone. It was dead. Screen dark. She plugged it in, waiting for it to boot. When it finally did, the first thing she saw on the lock screen was a new notification. One new voicemail. She played it. The same voice, whispering through static. "Don't go outside at night. You let it in." Her hands shook so badly she nearly dropped the phone again. She deleted the voicemail, threw on clothes, and drove straight to her sister's house in Ann Arbor. She told herself she'd sell the house, move, never go back. And she didn't, for months. Until, one night in early spring, her sister's house went quiet around 3 a.m. Toby began whining again. Claire sat up in bed, heart pounding. The same sound. Tap! Tap! Tap on the window. Her sister's house was on the second floor, too high for anyone to reach without a ladder. She grabbed the flashlight, the same one she'd taken from her old home. "Please, no," she whispered. The tapping stopped. Then came the whisper, faint but unmistakable, through the glass. "Claire." The light flickered out. When morning came, there were handprints on the outside of the window, long, wet streaks trailing down the glass. She called the police, but they found nothing. No footprints, no fingerprints, no signs of forced entry. The windows had been locked from the inside. Now, Claire doesn't sleep through the night. She keeps the lights on, the windows nailed shut, the doors bolted. But every so often, when the world is quiet and the clock nears 2:43 a.m., she still hears that faint whisper somewhere in the dark. Don't go outside at night. And she never does. Story the end. It was a little after midnight when I first noticed the lights flickering in the hallway. I'd just gotten off work, bartending at a small place in northern Kentucky, and I was still wired from the noise and energy of the shift. My apartment complex sat on the edge of town, a long stretch of identical buildings surrounded by empty fields and a few patches of trees. It was quiet there, almost too quiet sometimes. I lived alone in a one-bedroom on the third floor. The walls were thin, the floor creaked when you walked across it, and the heating system made these faint metallic pops in the winter. But it was cheap, and it was mine. That night, I came home, showered, and made something quick to eat. I just sat down on the couch when the light in the hallway buzzed once and dimmed. I frowned. The bulb had done that a few times before, but then it steadied again, until I saw, for a split second, a shadow move across the end of the hall. It was fast, too fast for me to make sense of, but I knew I'd seen it. I stared at the hallway for a long time, waiting, listening. Nothing, just the faint hum of the fridge. I told myself I was tired, that the long night, the noise, the flashing bar lights, my brain was just adjusting to the silence. I turned off the TV, brushed my teeth, and went to bed. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not from a noise, not from a dream, just that sudden, instinctive feeling of awareness, like something had changed in the room. It was pitch black except for the faint red light from the alarm clock. Then I heard it, a slow creak from the hallway floorboards. I froze, eyes open, staring into the dark. Another creak. Closer this time. I held my breath, straining to hear. The air felt thick, heavy. Then, just outside the door, there was a soft, almost hesitant sound, like fingers brushing against the wall. I grabbed my phone, thumb hovering over the flashlight, but I didn't turn it on. The glow would give me away. The doorknob moved, just slightly, a faint metallic shift, like someone testing it. I couldn't breathe. Every muscle in my body locked up. Then, slowly, the sound faded. The creaks moved back down the hallway, one at a time. I lay there for the rest of the night, eyes open, waiting for it to come back. When morning finally came, the apartment looked normal again. I checked every door and window. Everything was still locked from the inside. The hallway light was fine too. I tried to convince myself I'd dreamt it. I'd had weird, vivid dreams before. But that feeling, the sound of the doorknob, it was too real. I told one of my coworkers about it that evening. She laughed at first, said the place was probably haunted. But then she asked which building I lived in. When I told her, Building 5, she stopped laughing. "Don't you know about what happened there?" she said. Apparently, 2 years earlier, a guy who used to live on the first floor of my building had gone missing. No one found any sign of him, and the unit stayed empty for almost a year afterward. The story was that people living there kept hearing footsteps and voices at night. I told her she was messing with me, but she swore she wasn't. That night, I came home around 12:45. I sat on the couch again, the apartment dim and quiet. I couldn't stop glancing at the hallway. Around 2 a.m., I heard the floor creak again. This time it was unmistakable. Slow, deliberate steps, one after another. The light flickered and my heart jumped. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice shaky. No response. The light dimmed again, then went out completely. I grabbed my phone flashlight and shined it down the hall. There was someone standing there, tall, unmoving, right at the end of the hall where the living room opened up. The light hit its face, and for half a second I thought it was a man. But the face was wrong. Too pale, the eyes too dark, almost like empty sockets. The skin looked stretched, expressionless. Then it blinked. I dropped the phone, and the light spun across the floor, flashing against the walls. When I grabbed it again, the hallway was empty. I searched the entire apartment, every room, every closet. Nothing. But there was one thing I didn't notice until later. On the wall just outside my bedroom, right where the figure had been standing, there were 4 long, faint scratches in the paint, like something had dragged its nails across the surface. I called maintenance the next morning. They came and looked around, said maybe the paint had cracked. They replaced the hallway bulb and told me the wiring was old, that's why it flickered. That night I kept all the lights on. I didn't sleep. Around 3 a.m., my phone buzzed, a notification from the small indoor camera I'd set up near the kitchen, motion detected, 2:58 a.m. I opened the app, hands trembling. The footage was grainy, but I could see my apartment's living room. The camera pointed toward the hallway. For about 15 seconds, nothing happened. Then, faintly, a dark shape moved from the left side of the frame into the hall. It wasn't walking normally. It seemed to glide, its limbs slightly out of sync. The figure paused in front of the hallway light, then suddenly looked straight into the camera. I could see the face clearly now, the same blank, pale skin, the same hollow eyes. Then the video glitched. Static filled the screen, and when it cleared again, the camera had shifted. It was now facing the ceiling. I didn't go home that night. When I returned in daylight, the hallway light was shattered, bulb pieces scattered on the floor. I checked the footage again, but that section had been erased somehow. Just a black screen from 3 to 3:45. I thought about moving right then, but rent was due and I couldn't afford the deposit somewhere else yet. So I stayed another week. Each night, it got worse. The scratches on the wall got deeper. I'd wake up to faint tapping sounds from the hallway, sometimes even from inside the closet. One morning, I found the front door wide open. Nothing missing. No sign of forced entry. Just the door, standing ajar. By the fifth night, I was barely sleeping. Around 4 a.m., I woke to the sound of whispering. It was faint, like someone speaking from the next room. I sat up, straining to hear. The voice was soft, almost calm, repeating something I couldn't quite make out. Then, slowly, I realized it was coming from the vent near my bed. I got out of bed and crouched near it, listening. The whispering stopped. Then, a low, breathy laugh echoed from inside the vent. I stumbled back and ran out of the room. I didn't stop until I was outside in the freezing night, barefoot in the parking lot. I stayed at a motel for 3 nights before going back. When I did, the apartment was silent again. I packed up my things and moved out the same day. 2 months later, a friend sent me a link. A new tenant had filed a complaint online about strange noises in that same building. They mentioned flickering lights, footsteps, and someone whispering through the vents at night. They even posted a screenshot from their camera footage, grainy and dark, but clear enough to see a tall, pale shape standing at the end of the hallway. I tried to sleep after seeing that, but I couldn't. Because now, sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, I swear I can see that same faint flicker of light at the edge of my room, just for a second. And every so often, when I close my eyes, I can still hear that soft, breathy laugh. Story, the end. It was a little past 2:40 a.m. when I realized something was wrong. I was driving back from my night shift at a small warehouse in Indiana, cutting through a 2-lane road surrounded by cornfields. It was the kind of route that felt like it went on forever. No lights, no other cars, just the hum of the engine and the black sky pressing in on all sides. I took that road every night and I'd memorized every turn and every dip. But that night, it felt off. At first, I thought it was the fog. It had rolled in so thick that the high beams just made it worse, bouncing light back at me. The air felt heavy, too still. I turned off the radio because the static was starting to hiss through the speakers. I remember glancing at the clock on the dash again. 2:43. I should have been 20 minutes from home. But when I passed the same leaning mailbox I'd seen 10 minutes earlier, a chill ran through me. I slowed down. Maybe I'd taken a wrong turn, though I didn't see how that was possible. The road was a straight line through flat farmland. There were no other turns except the one near the gas station, and I hadn't passed that yet. I rolled down the window to get my bearings, but all I heard was silence. No crickets, no wind. Even the engine sounded muffled, like the air was swallowing the noise. Then I saw it. A figure standing on the side of the road, maybe 50 yards ahead. At first, I thought it was a person, a farmer, or maybe someone whose car had broken down. They were tall, standing completely still, wearing what looked like dark clothes that blended into the fog. I slowed the truck and flicked the high beams toward them. That's when I realized they weren't standing on the road. They were standing in it. The reflection from the headlights didn't hit them the way it should have. Instead, it seemed to pass through, like light through smoke. I gripped the wheel tighter, leaning forward. The shape didn't move. No waving, no flinching, nothing. Just a black outline in the fog. I eased off the gas, unsure of what to do. If it was a person, they should have reacted by now. But they didn't. My hands were slick with sweat. I honked once. The sound echoed strangely, bouncing off the fog like it was hitting invisible walls. The figure still didn't move. I tried to tell myself it was a scarecrow. Farmers sometimes left them near the road to keep deer out of the fields. But that thought didn't hold up when I noticed the arms. They were too long. Way too long. I decided to drive past it. I didn't want to stop. The sooner I got home, the better. I eased my foot onto the accelerator, keeping my eyes locked on the road. As I passed, I couldn't stop myself from glancing at it through the passenger window. It was facing me. Not in a way that made sense. Its head didn't turn, its body didn't move, but 1 second it was staring straight ahead, and the next it was looking directly at me. I swerved, heart hammering, almost running off the road. I caught my breath, forcing myself to look ahead again, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. When I dared to glance in the mirror, the road behind me was empty. No fog, no figure. Just black asphalt stretching endlessly behind the red glow of my taillights. I didn't see another car for the rest of the drive. When I finally got home, I parked under the streetlight and sat in the truck trying to calm down. The night was quiet, peaceful even. I could hear the hum of power lines, the distant bark of a dog. I told myself I was exhausted, that my mind had played tricks on me after a long shift. But when I turned to grab my bag from the passenger seat, I froze. There was a handprint on the inside of the window. It wasn't mine. Too long. Too thin. I went inside, locked every door, every window. I didn't sleep. The next morning, when I went out to the truck, the handprint was gone. The glass looked freshly cleaned, like someone had wiped it. I tried to tell myself it was over, that I'd imagined the whole thing. But the following night, I woke up at 2:43 a.m. on the dot. The house was dead silent. And then faintly I heard it. 3 slow knocks on my front door. Knock, knock, knock. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying not to breathe. The knocking stopped after a few seconds. I waited another minute before creeping out of bed. I peeked through the blinds. My porch light was flickering, and just beyond the edge of it, there was someone standing in the dark. Tall, thin, perfectly still. I couldn't see a face, just the faint outline of a head and arms that hung too low. I blinked, and for half a second, it looked like it was leaning closer. I stumbled backward, slamming into the wall. The porch light flickered again, and when it came back on, the figure was gone. The next day, I called my landlord to install a camera above the door. He came by that afternoon, but the moment he stepped onto the porch, he stopped. "Did you spill something out here?" he asked, kneeling down. There were wet footprints, human-shaped but elongated, like someone had been standing barefoot in the dirt and then stepped straight up onto the porch. The prints led right to my door and stopped there. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the living room with the lights on, staring at the door. Around 3 a.m., the motion light outside flickered on. I went to the window and pulled the blinds back just an inch. It was standing under the streetlight. Same height, same unnatural stillness. But now I could see its face, or what should have been a face. There weren't features, just a dark void, darker than the night around it. Then the motion light went out. I heard the doorknob turn. It didn't rattle or shake. It turned, slow and deliberate, like someone testing it. I pressed my back against the opposite wall, heart pounding so loud I was sure it could hear. The sound stopped. Silence filled the house again, thick and suffocating. After a few minutes, I crept toward the peephole. Nothing. But when I glanced at the window to the left of the door, I saw movement. A shadow gliding past, followed by the faint sound of something dragging along the siding. That was the last time I stayed there. I packed a bag, got in my truck, and drove until sunrise. I started renting a room in a friend's place on the other side of town. New locks, new neighborhood, new everything. For the first few nights, it was fine. Then one morning, as I was leaving for work, I saw something on the side of my truck, a long, streaked handprint. I scrubbed it off, told myself it had to be dirt or oil, but it came back the next day, and the next. Each time it was slightly higher on the door, like whatever made it was standing closer. 2 weeks later, my friend asked me why I was standing outside her window the night before. I wasn't. She said she'd seen me, or someone my height, just standing there around 3 a.m., not moving, facing her window. I packed again that same night. Now, no matter where I go, no matter how far I move, I still wake up at the same time, 2:43 a.m., with that same hollow silence pressing against my ears. Sometimes it's followed by the faintest sound of knocking. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of something tall and black in the reflection of my TV, or standing just beyond the reach of my headlights when I'm driving home. But the worst was last night. I woke up to find muddy footprints on my bedroom floor, leading from the window to the foot of my bed. And there, at the edge of the mattress, a faint handprint pressed into the sheet beside my leg. Story the end. It started with the hum of the fluorescent lights, the kind of low, constant drone that makes the edges of your vision blur if you stare too long. I had been working late at the convenience store in a sleepy suburb of Ohio, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else. But at 2 in the morning, everyone is supposed to be asleep. I had taken the graveyard shift because it paid a little better than the daytime, and it suited my insomnia. Most nights were quiet, too quiet, but I liked it. Until that night, I was stocking shelves in the back, the fluorescent lights flickering intermittently above me. I had just replaced the last pack of bottled water when I heard it. A single, slow, deliberate knock on the front door. The kind of knock that makes your stomach tighten without thinking. The first instinct is always to rationalize, so I muttered to myself that it was probably a delivery guy or maybe someone who had forgotten their wallet. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I glanced at the front of the store. The parking lot was empty except for a dark sedan parked under a flickering streetlight. The driver's side window was down just enough to reflect the dim glow of the streetlight, and there was no one inside. I fumbled with the register phone to call the local PD's non-emergency line, but the line was dead. I tried the back door too. It was locked and secure as always, but that didn't stop the feeling crawling up my spine, the kind of cold awareness that makes your skin itch in ways nothing can scratch. I went to the front, leaning slightly to peek through the glass, and the knock came again. More insistent this time. I could feel my pulse in my throat. It wasn't rapid. It was methodical, a rhythm that seemed to echo inside my skull. When I finally mustered the courage to flick on the front lights, the parking lot was still empty. No driver, no car, nothing but the dim flicker of the streetlight and the quiet whine of the refrigerator in the corner. I told myself I was imagining it, and I turned to head back to the shelves. But that's when I heard it. Breathing. Slow. Ragged, coming from somewhere in the store behind me. I froze. The sound wasn't a hum or a hiss. It was deliberate, calculated, like someone was counting on me hearing it. My first thought was another customer. Maybe homeless, maybe lost. But the register camera had a perfect view of the entire floor. Nobody was there. I ran to the office in the back, which had a small, lockable door. I slid the bolt home and ducked behind the counter, trying to keep quiet. My hands shook so badly I could barely hold my phone, and when I called 911, the line crackled with static before going silent. It wasn't an outage. I could see the red light on the modem blinking. Someone was intentionally cutting the lines. My heart felt like it was in my throat. I remember the first time I saw it. I had peeked through the slats of the office door, trying to see if I had imagined the breathing. The reflection in the glass door of the office was just a shadow at first. Nothing distinct, just a tall, dark blur that seemed to bend in ways that made no sense. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it move. Or rather, I realized that the shadow wasn't moving, it was shaping itself. The outline sharpened. 2 glowing pinpricks of yellow light appeared where eyes should have been. The eyes weren't human. The shape was human-like, humanoid enough that my brain tried to make sense of it, but wrong enough to set every nerve on fire. I didn't know how long I stayed frozen there. Seconds or hours, it didn't matter. It wasn't moving yet. But then it tilted its head, slowly, deliberately, like it was studying me. I could hear the faint scraping of its claws, or maybe nails, across the tile floor. Not enough to run, but enough to remind me I wasn't alone. I started thinking about all the stories my friends told about break-ins and home invasions, all the urban legends about shadow people, and I realized that I didn't care anymore if it made sense. This was real. It was here, and it was waiting. I tried to focus, to remember my self-defense classes from high school, but the panic made my brain a foggy mess. Hours seemed to pass, though I knew it was barely a few minutes. I kept my eyes on the door, convinced that if I looked away, it would vanish, and I'd never know where it went. Then the door creaked. A slow, deliberate, almost polite creak, like someone trying to test the door rather than break it down. The shadow moved closer, melting into the dimly lit aisle where the candy and chips sat. I could see the outline of something tall, thin, impossibly long-limbed. I thought it was going to reach for the door, but it didn't. Instead, it lingered, swaying slightly, like a predator sizing up its prey. I tried to reason with myself, as irrational as it was. Maybe it wasn't real. Maybe I was losing it. But then I heard the whisper, not a full word, just a breath that seemed to echo inside my skull. Why? My stomach dropped. I don't know why I understood it or why I knew it wasn't coming from my imagination. The voice was sharp and cold, like ice on your bones. It wasn't human. I was trapped in the office, too terrified to move, too aware that if I left, I might never make it out alive. The shadow seemed content to wait, and it didn't try to force the door. It just lingered, and every so often the whisper came again. Why? Eventually I noticed something else. The air was changing, thickening. It was like breathing through water, heavy and slow. My skin prickled. I could hear faint, high-pitched static behind my ears, like a ringing that slowly grew louder and louder. My vision began to blur. When I blinked, I thought I saw multiple shapes, dozens of them, forming and dissolving in the dark. I don't remember when I realized that running wouldn't help. Every exit led straight into the shadow. The front door, the back door, even the small employee exit. It didn't matter. Wherever I tried to look or move, it was there, in some form, some shape, waiting. I started to feel the edges of my sanity fraying. I remember crawling to the phone again, shaking so badly I almost dropped it, hoping for a miracle. And then it did something unexpected. It spoke, clearly this time, its voice like nails scraping blackboards. "You see us," it said. "You can't hide." My mouth went dry. The thought that there were more of them, watching me, waiting, filled every corner of the office with a dread that was almost physical. My knees buckled, and I collapsed behind the counter. I was gasping for air, trying to convince myself it was a hallucination, a sleep-deprived nightmare. But it wasn't. It was so tangible that I could feel it pressing in, like water against skin. Then the lights went out. Not flickering, not dimming, just a sudden, absolute darkness that swallowed everything. My phone didn't work. The registers, the freezers, the lights over the aisles, all dead. I was in the dark with it, with them. I couldn't see, but I could hear the soft, deliberate movements, the whispers multiplying, growing, echoing off the walls. Why? Why? I don't know how long I stayed there, huddled in the office, rocking back and forth. Time had no meaning. Every tick of a clock in my head sounded like a drumbeat announcing my impending doom. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The darkness lifted. The fluorescent lights flickered back on. The air was normal. The lines on the phone worked. The parking lot was empty, empty like it always had been. I got up, trembling, every muscle screaming. I searched the store, aisle by aisle, but there was nothing. No footprints, no marks, nothing to indicate that anything had been there at all. The shadow, the whispers, the thick air, all gone. The store looked normal. Too normal. I called my manager the next morning and told him I was sick, that I couldn't come in. He told me to take a few days off. I didn't. I haven't gone back since, but sometimes when I'm lying in bed, I can hear it again. Not the knocking, not the breathing, not the whispers, something else, a soft, rhythmic tapping just outside my window. And a voice, impossibly quiet, asking the same question over and over. Why? I don't know why I survived that night. I don't know why it didn't take me. But I know one thing. Whatever it was, whatever they are, it's patient. It waits, and it watches. Always. I've moved 3 times since then across 3 different states. I've tried therapy, medication, distractions, but it follows. Not physically, not exactly, but the feeling of being watched, of being measured, of being studied. It never leaves. I can't explain it, and I don't think anyone would believe me, but I know it's real. I can feel it in the dead of night, in the quiet moments when the world is asleep, and I know it won't stop. The last time I heard it, I was in a motel in Nebraska, my truck parked just outside. I was awake because I couldn't sleep, staring at the ceiling, listening to the rain. That familiar sound, the tap, 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 faint against the window pane, made my blood run cold. I didn't move, I didn't breathe. And then the voice, barely audible over the rain. Why? I will never know what it wants. I only know that it's still out there, and it's patient. It waits for the quiet, the darkness, the vulnerability that comes in the middle of the night. And when it comes, it doesn't hurry. It watches. And it asks the same question over and over until you lose your mind, or worse. I have nightmares now, every night. And sometimes I wake up in a sweat and hear the soft, slow knock on the door of my apartment. The shadows linger just beyond the reach of the lights. And I know no matter how far I run, no matter how many states I cross, no matter how high or locked my doors are, it's waiting. Always waiting. The dead of night is theirs, and it's only a matter of time before they come back. Story the end. It was one of those nights when sleep felt impossible. The clock read 1:47 a.m., and I was still staring at the ceiling of my small rented house in rural Illinois. I had moved there only a few weeks before, a temporary stay while I worked a construction job in the area. The house was old, creaky, and cheap, owned by a man who didn't care as long as rent came on time. It sat on a lonely stretch of county road, surrounded by cornfields that seemed endless at night. The nearest neighbor was half a mile away. I'd thought the isolation would be peaceful, a break from the constant noise of the city. But by the third week, I'd started to dread the quiet. It wasn't natural. The silence was too deep, too absolute, broken only by faint sounds I couldn't quite explain. That night, the wind outside was calm, yet I kept hearing something faint tapping against the window near my bed. It wasn't steady. Tap. Pause. Tap, tap. I tried to ignore it, assuming it was the loose shutter again, but the rhythm was too deliberate. I finally got up, switched on my bedside lamp, and peered through the glass. Nothing. Just darkness and the faint shimmer of moonlight reflecting off the wet road. I shut the curtain and climbed back into bed. I just started to relax when I heard it again, this time from the back of the house. The unmistakable sound of someone walking on gravel. Slow, crunching steps, deliberate, measured. My heart started to pound. I sat up, listening. The footsteps stopped. The only sound was my pulse roaring in my ears. I got up again, grabbed my flashlight, and went to the kitchen. The back door had a small window, and I shined the light outside. The beam cut through the dark, catching nothing but the shimmer of dew on the grass. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a raccoon, but something about the rhythm of those steps didn't fit. Animals scurry. They don't walk like that. I locked the back door, double-checked the windows, and sat at the kitchen table for a while drinking water. I was just about to head back to bed when I heard something new, a soft, steady knocking at the front door. 3 slow knocks. Every hair on my body stood on end. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The knocking came again. 3 more slow, deliberate knocks. Whoever it was, they weren't in a hurry. I forced myself to speak. "Who's there?" No answer. I waited, heart thudding painfully in my chest. The knocking stopped. I thought maybe it was just some drunk lost in the dark. I took a cautious step closer to the door. The peephole was useless. It was one of those tiny old ones that gave only a warped view of shapes. I looked anyway. Nothing. Just darkness. I reached for the doorknob, then froze. Something moved, not directly in front of the door, but to the left, just out of sight. The faint crunch of gravel again. Slow. Dragging. I backed away. My instincts screamed at me not to open it. I turned off the lights and stood there in the dark, listening. The footsteps circled the house. I could hear them moving along the side toward the kitchen. My hand shook as I gripped the flashlight tighter, the beam trembling as I pointed it toward the back window. Then I saw it, a face, pressed against the glass. Pale, distorted, eyes wide and black, mouth slightly open as if gasping. It was there for only a second before vanishing. I stumbled backward, dropping the flashlight. My breathing was ragged. My mind tried to rationalize it. It had to be a trick of the light, but I knew what I saw. The face wasn't human. I spent the rest of that night sitting in the corner of the living room with the lights on, clutching a kitchen knife. I didn't hear anything else until dawn. When morning came, I went outside. The dew-covered gravel driveway was marked with prints. Not shoe prints exactly, but something elongated, like bare feet with too many toes. I tried to tell myself they'd been there before. Maybe they were distorted animal prints. But deep down, I knew they weren't. I should have left right then, but I didn't. I told myself I'd imagined it all, that I was overtired, paranoid. The next few nights were quiet. I started to think maybe I'd scared myself for nothing, until the 4th night. That night, I woke up to the sound of something dragging along the floor. It came from the hallway, a slow, heavy scrape like someone pulling a large sack behind them. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight again, shining it toward the door. The sound stopped. I listened, barely breathing. Then something whispered. It came from right outside the bedroom door. The voice was hoarse, wet, and broken, like someone trying to speak through water. It said my name. I froze. I hadn't told anyone where I was living, not even my coworkers. The whisper came again, closer this time. Open the door. I couldn't move. The handle rattled once, then twice. Slowly, it turned halfway before stopping. I pressed my back against the far wall, holding my breath. Minutes passed. The handle released. Silence. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I must have drifted into a restless sleep. When I woke up, it was daylight. I rushed to the door, heart pounding, but there were no marks, no signs anyone had been there. The gravel outside looked untouched. That morning, I went to the small diner in town for breakfast. The owner, an older woman who'd lived there her whole life, noticed how shaken I looked and asked what was wrong. When I told her what happened, she stopped wiping the counter and got this strange look on her face. "You're renting the Miller house, aren't you?" I nodded. She sighed. "You need to get out of there." When I asked why, she told me a story about the man who had lived there years before me. His name was Thomas Miller, a quiet farmer who'd gone missing one winter. They found his body months later in a field a few miles away. His house had been empty ever since. "The police said it was an accident," she said, lowering her voice. "But folks around here never believed it. They said something followed him home one night, something he shouldn't have brought back." She told me people who stayed there always left quickly. Some heard voices, some saw things in the windows. I wanted to laugh it off, but her expression was deadly serious. I decided I'd leave that night. When I got back to the house, it was late afternoon. The sky was gray, clouds hanging low. I packed my bags fast, not caring what I left behind. By sunset, I had everything loaded in the truck. But just as I was about to grab my keys, I heard something, a faint sound coming from the hallway. The bedroom door was open again. I hadn't left it that way. Inside, the air was freezing. My breath came out in white puffs. And on the wall, written in something dark and sticky, were 3 words, "Don't leave yet." I stumbled backward, nearly tripping. The air seemed to vibrate, low and deep, like a hum too faint to hear, but strong enough to feel in your chest. The whisper came again, this time from behind me. "Stay." I turned, and there it was. The same pale face from the window. But now it wasn't outside. It was standing in the hallway, full body visible in the dim light. Its limbs were long, its skin stretched too tightly, its eyes pits of black. It moved toward me in jerky, unnatural steps, head tilting from side to side. I ran. I bolted through the front door, jumped into my truck, and peeled out onto the road without looking back. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely steer. I didn't stop driving until I hit the next town. When I finally looked in the rearview mirror, my heart nearly stopped. In the faint reflection of the truck's back window, I saw it. Sitting in the bed of the truck. A pale, grinning face staring back at me. I swerved off the road, jumped out, and ran into the woods. When I finally gathered the courage to return hours later, the truck was empty. But the inside of the windshield was smeared with handprints. I never went back to that house. I left everything behind. It's been 6 months now, and I'm hundreds of miles away, but I still don't sleep well. Every now and then, just before dawn, I'll wake up to a soft tapping on the window. Always 3 knocks. Story. The end. It was a freezing night in January when I first started to believe something was wrong with the place I lived. I was renting an old farmhouse about 15 miles outside of Bozeman, Montana. The kind of isolated property surrounded by acres of empty land and fields that disappeared into pitch black after sunset. It had been cheap, too cheap for what it offered. Space, quiet, and a long gravel driveway that made you feel safely cut off from the world. I didn't mind the solitude. I worked remotely as a medical transcriptionist, so my days were filled with typing and calls, and my nights were usually spent alone, unwinding with movies or music. I thought I loved the silence, until that winter. It started with small things. The house was old, built in the late 1800s, and I knew older homes made noises. Wood expanding, Pipes shifting, the occasional sound of something scurrying in the walls. But what unnerved me was the timing. Every night, without fail, around 2:45 a.m., I'd hear footsteps upstairs. That wouldn't have been strange if I lived with someone, but I didn't. The entire second floor was empty, just a few unused bedrooms and a hallway that led to an old storage space. The stairs leading up creaked loudly, and no matter how many times I told myself I was imagining it, the sounds were distinct. Slow, measured steps crossing from one side of the upstairs hallway to the other. The first time I heard it, I turned off my TV and listened, frozen. The house went completely silent again after a few seconds. I told myself it must have been the wind or the old beams shifting. But when I heard it again the next night, the same pattern, same time, my stomach dropped. After 3 nights, I worked up the courage to go upstairs and check. I walked the hallway slowly, flashlight in hand, sweeping it across the dusty floorboards. There were no footprints, no signs of movement, nothing disturbed. The air up there was colder than downstairs, biting, and it smelled faintly of old wood and dust. I stood there, breathing shallowly, feeling watched. I went back downstairs, locked my bedroom door, and told myself I wouldn't think about it again. But the sounds didn't stop. A week later, I woke around 3 a.m. to the sound of something heavier, not footsteps this time, but a dragging noise, like furniture being moved across the floor above me. I sat up in bed, my pulse hammering. It went on for almost a minute before stopping abruptly. I thought about calling the police, but what would I even say? Something invisible is moving furniture in my attic. I stayed awake until dawn that night, every light in the house blazing. The next morning, I went upstairs again. Nothing was moved. Every piece of furniture was in the same place it had been since I moved in. But the air felt different, like it held a charge, static, as if the whole space was holding its breath. The landlord, a woman named Karen who lived in town, brushed it off when I mentioned it. "Oh, the place makes all kinds of sounds in winter," she said over the phone. "Been doing that for years. You'll get used to it." But I didn't. By the end of January, I started noticing other things. The motion light by the back porch would flick on in the dead of night, even when there was no wind. Sometimes it would stay on for several minutes before flicking off. The dogs in the neighboring farms, far enough away that I usually couldn't hear them, would all start barking around the same time the footsteps started upstairs. Then, one night, I heard the back door handle jiggle. I froze. I had locked it before bed. I was sure of it. The sound came again, deliberate, slow. Someone was testing the handle from outside. I quietly got out of bed and grabbed the old hunting rifle the landlord kept mounted on the wall. I stood at the top of the small staircase that led to the back entryway, listening. The handle turned once more, then stopped. Silence followed, long and suffocating. When I finally worked up the nerve to check, there was no one there. The snow outside the door was untouched. No footprints, no tire tracks. That night, I barely slept. I left every light on again, trying to convince myself I was safe. But when the power flickered briefly around 4 a.m., the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to move, like something unseen had stepped closer. 2 nights later, I was sitting at the kitchen table working late when the motion light clicked on again outside. I glanced toward the window, expecting to see snow swirling or a rabbit darting past. Instead, I saw a figure standing by the edge of the porch. It was tall, dressed in something dark, head slightly bowed. At first, I thought it was someone wearing a coat, maybe a lost traveler, but when I moved closer to the window, the shape didn't move. It just stood there, facing the house. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, but when I looked back, it was gone. The light was still on, illuminating the empty yard. That was when I realized my hands were shaking. The next morning, I found footprints, large, heavy ones, leading up to the porch and stopping right below the kitchen window. There were no prints leading away. I called Karen again, voice trembling, and told her what had happened. There was a pause on the line before she said quietly, "You shouldn't have gone upstairs that first week." "What?" I asked, heart pounding. She sighed. "I don't usually rent that place out in winter. Last tenant said strange things happened after he went up there too. I thought he was imagining it, but maybe not. He moved out in the middle of the night, never came back for his things." I asked what she meant by strange things, but she didn't elaborate. just told me to keep my doors locked and maybe stay with a friend for a few nights. That night, I didn't sleep. I packed a bag, but I never made it out of the house because around midnight, the power went out again. Sudden, absolute darkness. Then I heard it. Footsteps, but this time, they weren't upstairs. They were coming down the staircase. I froze in place, clutching my phone, trying to call 911, but my signal was dead. The steps were slow, steady, impossibly heavy on the old wood. I could hear the boards creak under each one. My breath caught in my throat. Then a pause. Silence. I was standing in the living room, staring toward the dark hallway that led to the stairs. My flashlight beam trembled as I aimed it forward. And then I saw it. A figure, tall and thin, standing halfway down the staircase. The light hit it, but it didn't react. It wasn't solid. Its outline shimmered faintly, like heat rising off asphalt, but in the dead of winter cold. I couldn't see a face, just an impression of where one should be, a hollow space where the light refused to go. I dropped the flashlight. It clattered against the floor, rolling and casting warped shadows across the walls. When I picked it up again, the figure was gone. I ran. I didn't stop to grab anything else, just the bag and my keys. I got in my truck and drove, tires spinning on the icy road. When I looked in the rearview mirror, the house was dark again, the motion light flicking on one last time as if in farewell. The next day, I called Karen and told her I was done. I didn't care about the lease or deposit. She didn't argue. I found out a few weeks later from a neighbor, the one who lived a mile away, that the farmhouse had been abandoned for years before Karen started renting it again. The story was that the original owner had gone missing one winter in the 1960s. His family searched the property for weeks, but the only thing they found was a set of footprints in the snow, leading from the second-floor balcony straight into the field, and stopping halfway as if he had simply vanished into thin air. I moved into an apartment in town after that, surrounded by noise, traffic, and people. I thought I'd left it behind, but sometimes late at night I wake up to the faint creak of footsteps on the floor above me, even though I live on the top floor. And every time they stop right over where my bed is. Story the end. It was a little after midnight when I left the bar. The place was small, tucked between a laundromat and an old hardware store on the edge of town. My friend Mason had wanted to stay longer, but I was exhausted, so I told him I'd catch him later. I only had a 15-minute drive home, mostly down a stretch of county road that cut through miles of woods. I'd driven that way hundreds of times before, but that night felt different from the start. The air had that kind of stillness that makes your skin prickle, like the whole world's holding its breath. The only sound was the hum of my tires on the cracked asphalt and the faint hiss of the radio. I kept it low, just enough to fill the silence, but I still caught myself glancing at the back seat more than once. About 10 minutes in, I saw headlights behind me. They came out of nowhere, bright and close. I figured it was someone in a hurry trying to get home, but even when I slowed down a little to let them pass, they didn't. They just stayed a few car lengths behind me, keeping perfect pace. I drove another 2 miles like that. Every curve I took, every dip in the road, they stayed right there. I started to get irritated and tapped my brakes a few times, hoping they'd either back off or go around. Instead, they flashed their high beams at me. Twice. I squinted in the mirror, trying to see who it was, but the glare was too much. It wasn't a big truck or anything, just a sedan, maybe silver or gray. I couldn't make out a plate. When I reached the old covered bridge, the one locals always joked was haunted, I felt this strange tug in my gut. Usually I'd drive straight through without thinking twice, but that night I hesitated. The headlights behind me suddenly flicked off. Just like that. I slowed almost to a crawl, staring into the darkness in my rearview mirror. There was nothing. No lights. No sound of another engine. Just the black mouth of the road stretching behind me. I rolled forward through the bridge, the wooden boards creaking beneath the tires. My hands were slick on the steering wheel. For a second, I told myself maybe the other driver had turned off onto one of the side roads, but there weren't any for miles. When I came out the other side, the road opened into farmland, empty fields on both sides. I glanced in the mirror again. The headlights were back, closer than before. They must have been right on my bumper, but I hadn't heard an engine, hadn't seen them crest the bridge. I pressed harder on the gas, my heart thudding so loud I could hear it over the hum of the car. Then, without warning, the lights swerved, first to one side, then the other, like whoever was driving was trying to force me off the road. I sped up, adrenaline kicking in hard. The car followed, keeping up easily, its headlights glaring through my back window. I reached for my phone, thinking I'd call the sheriff, but there was no signal out there. Of course there wasn't. For what felt like forever, I kept driving, taking turns I barely remembered, trying to lose them. Finally, I saw the faint glow of a gas station up ahead, the kind that's always open, even at 1 a.m. I pulled in fast, skidding a little on the gravel. The other car slowed down behind me. Its lights dimmed as it rolled past on the road. I caught a glimpse of it in the glow from the gas pumps, a gray sedan, just like I'd thought. But I couldn't see a driver. No silhouette, no movement, just dark glass. I got out and went inside. The clerk, an older guy with tired eyes, looked up. "You all right?" he asked. "Yeah," I lied. "Just someone driving like an idiot." He nodded slowly like he'd heard that before and went back to stocking cigarettes. I stayed there for about 10 minutes, pretending to browse the snacks, trying to calm my nerves. When I finally stepped outside again, the road was empty. No car, no sound. The sky had gone heavy with clouds, swallowing the moonlight. I climbed back into my car and sat there for a while, hands gripping the wheel. Then, reluctantly, I started it up and got back on the road. The rest of the drive home was quiet. Too quiet. The radio started picking up static halfway there, so I turned it off. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. My house sat near the edge of the woods, one of those older places with thin walls and creaky floors. I went inside, kicked off my boots, and poured myself a glass of water. My reflection in the kitchen window looked pale and tired. Behind me, through the glass, I could see the faint glow of my taillights still on. I cursed under my breath and went back outside to shut them off. Only, when I got to the car, the lights weren't on. The glow I'd seen from the kitchen wasn't from my car at all. It was from another pair of headlights, parked just far enough down the road to be half hidden by the trees. They flickered once, then went dark. I stood there for a long time, staring into the blackness. The woods were silent. My breath came out in white clouds, and the air felt heavy, like a storm about to break. Finally, I went back inside and locked every door and window I could find. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those lights. I kept hearing phantom sounds outside, gravel crunching, branches snapping. Once I thought I heard a soft tapping on the front porch, but when I checked, nothing was there. When the sun finally came up, I almost convinced myself it had all been in my head. I got ready for work, grabbed my keys, and went outside. The air smelled damp, like rain. That's when I saw the footprints. 2 sets of them, clear in the mud near the driveway. One set matched mine, boots. The other was barefoot and smaller, child-sized. They led from the road to my front steps. But just like that night, there were no prints leading away. I called Mason later that day, told him about what had happened. He laughed at first, but when I mentioned the bridge, he got quiet. "You're talking about Miller's Bridge, right?" he said. "Yeah." "Man, you don't know the story?" I told him I didn't. He sighed. "Back in the 70s, there was this accident. Some guy was driving drunk and ran a family off the bridge. Their car went into the river. They found the parents, but not the kid. People say he walks that road at night barefoot, and sometimes he follows cars that cross the bridge. I tried to laugh it off, but it felt forced. I wanted to believe it was just some local legend. But that night, when I got home, the motion sensor light on my porch came on again. I froze in the doorway. The light cast a faint glow across the yard, and there, just at the edge of it, stood a figure, small, barefoot, head tilted slightly watching me. I blinked, and it was gone. I didn't sleep at all. Every sound made me jump. Around 3 a.m., I heard footsteps on the gravel outside, slow, uneven steps. I grabbed the flashlight and went to the window, but I couldn't bring myself to pull the curtain aside. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. A few seconds later came the knock. 3 soft knocks. Then a voice. "Can you help me find my mom?" The words were quiet, almost a whisper, but they froze the blood in my veins. I didn't move, didn't breathe. After what felt like forever, the voice came again, closer this time, right by the window. "Please, she's waiting by the bridge." I ran to the bedroom and stayed there until morning, every light in the house on. When I finally dared to look outside, the yard was empty again. But near the porch steps, pressed into the damp earth, were those same small footprints, leading straight to the door. That afternoon, I drove to the bridge. The river below was calm, almost too calm, the water black and still. On the guardrail, someone had carved a name into the wood, Eli. The wind picked up suddenly, cold enough to sting my face. As I turned to leave, I caught movement in my peripheral vision, a small figure standing in the shadows at the far end of the bridge, barefoot, watching. I got in my car and drove away without looking back. That night, I stayed at Mason's place. I told him everything, though I could tell he didn't really believe me. Before we turned in, he laughed and said, "If that kid shows up again, tell him I'm not home." He meant it as a joke, but around 3 a.m., there was a knock at his front door. 3 slow knocks. Neither of us got up to answer it. When morning came, we found small, muddy footprints leading from the porch to the end of his driveway. I moved out of town a week later, haven't driven that road since. But sometimes late at night, I still see headlights in my rearview mirror that weren't there a second before. And when they vanish, I never look back. Story the end. It was just after 11:30 p.m. when my phone buzzed with a text from my brother, Evan. "Hey, can you swing by the house? Power's out again, and I think something's in the basement." I stared at the screen for a moment, frowning. Evan had bought that old place on the edge of town last spring, a big, creaky farmhouse that had been sitting empty for decades before he moved in. He loved it for its character. I always said it looked like a set from a horror movie. I texted him back, "Something? Like a raccoon?" He replied almost immediately, "No, not an animal. Just come over, man. Please." That last word made me pause. Evan wasn't the type to get spooked. He was 6 years older than me, former Army, tough as nails. If he was asking for help in the middle of the night, it wasn't a prank. So I grabbed my keys, threw on a jacket, and headed out. His house was about 20 minutes away, down a stretch of road that cut through thick woods. The kind of road that made you feel like you were the last person left in the world. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and my headlights barely cut through the darkness. When I pulled up, the farmhouse was pitch black, except for the faint beam of a flashlight flickering through one of the downstairs windows. His truck was in the driveway. I called him, but it went straight to voicemail. The front door creaked when I opened it. The air inside was cold and smelled faintly of damp earth and old wood. "Evan?" I called. No response. The only sound was the slow, rhythmic tick of a grandfather clock somewhere in the dark. I found the flashlight sitting on the kitchen table, still on, beam pointing toward the hallway that led to the basement door. The door itself was open. The light from the kitchen didn't reach far down the stairs. It just vanished into thick blackness halfway down. "Ev?" I tried again, stepping closer. My voice sounded small, swallowed by the dark. Then I heard it, a faint sound coming from below. A voice. It was my brother's. But something was wrong with it. The tone was off, too slow, too calm. "Come down here," it said. I froze. The words echoed slightly, as if bouncing off concrete walls. My first thought was that maybe he was hurt, dazed. But as I stood there listening, I realized something else. He wasn't calling for me. He was inviting me. I took a step back. "Evan, are you okay?" Silence. Then, again, the same voice, lower now, rasping. "Come down here." I backed away, heart pounding. "I'm calling the cops," I shouted. But even as I said it, I knew I wouldn't. Something deep in my gut told me that whatever was down there wasn't something the cops could help with. I turned to leave, and that's when I heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Heavy, slow footsteps crossing the floor above me. I froze mid-step, my mind racing. If Evan was upstairs, who or what had been speaking from the basement? I grabbed the flashlight and aimed it up the stairwell. "Evan?" No answer. The footsteps stopped. Then, from the second floor, the sound of something dragging across the floorboards, like furniture being pushed or something being pulled. I didn't want to go up there. Every instinct told me to leave. But this was my brother. I took the stairs slowly, each creak echoing like a warning. The air grew colder with every step. When I reached the landing, I noticed the hallway light fixture swinging slightly, though there was no wind. The door to Evan's bedroom was half open. The dragging sound came from inside. I nudged the door open with my foot. the flashlight beam cutting through the dark. The first thing I saw was Evan, standing in the corner facing the wall. Evan, I breathed, relief and confusion mixing in my chest. He didn't move. Hey man, what the hell's going on? You texted me about the basement. Still nothing. I took a slow step closer. The beam of light shook in my hand. Evan, and then without turning, he spoke. Don't go down there. His voice was flat, wrong, like it was being spoken through him, not by him. I stopped in my tracks. What? He turned slowly, too slowly. His face came into view, pale and expressionless, eyes wide but empty. Don't go down there, he repeated. Then, almost whispering, it wants you to. That was enough for me. I backed out of the room, muttering, we're leaving. Now. But as soon as I turned toward the stairs, I saw something at the bottom of them. A shape. Tall, thin, and unmoving. The flashlight beam trembled as I aimed it down. The figure stood halfway between the kitchen and the base of the stairs, its head tilted slightly upward like it was staring right at me. Its skin was pale, gray almost, and its eyes were just black voids that caught the light and reflected nothing. And then it smiled. A long, wide, impossible smile that stretched farther than it should have. I stumbled back, grabbing my brother's arm. We're going, I shouted, but when I looked at him, his face was blank again. His lips moved silently, repeating something I couldn't hear. The thing at the bottom of the stairs started moving, slowly at first, then faster, its limbs jerking in strange, broken motions. I didn't wait. I yanked Evan toward the window, threw my elbow through the glass, and climbed out onto the porch roof. He didn't resist, just followed me, still muttering under his breath. We jumped down and ran for the truck. When I looked back, the front door was wide open. The thing stood in the doorway, half in shadow, its head tilted again, watching us leave. I didn't slow down until we were miles away. We drove to my apartment, and I tried to get him to talk, but he wouldn't say a word. Just sat there, staring out the window until sunrise. When I went to make coffee, I noticed something on his forearm. 4 long, dark marks, like someone had grabbed him with claws. I wanted to take him to the hospital, but when I turned back, he was gone. Door wide open. No one saw him again. A week later, I went back to the house with a sheriff's deputy. The place was cold and silent. Everything was just as I'd left it, except for one thing. The basement door was shut tight, and on it, written in what looked like ash, were 4 words, "It's not his house." They never found Evan. They said he probably walked off into the woods and got lost. But I know better, because sometimes late at night, when everything's quiet, I get texts from his number. No words, just photos. Dark, grainy photos of that basement door, half open. And in the last one, I swear I can see something standing behind it. Something smiling. Story, the end. It was the kind of night that felt like the world had gone hollow, too quiet, too still, the kind of silence that eats sound instead of holding it. I was house-sitting for my cousin in a small town in western Pennsylvania, out where the woods pressed right up against the backyard and the nearest neighbor was a half-mile down the road. The place was an old 2-story farmhouse, the kind that creaked and sighed even when the wind wasn't blowing. She'd asked me to stay for the weekend while she visited her boyfriend in Chicago. I said yes, because I needed the money and the solitude. The first night was uneventful. I watched TV, made a frozen pizza, and fell asleep on the couch around midnight. But sometime around 3 a.m, I woke up to what I thought was the sound of someone walking upstairs. I sat up, my heart pounding, listening. The floorboards creaked slowly, deliberately, like someone was pacing. The rational part of my brain kicked in first. Houses make noise, I told myself. Old wood expands and contracts. But these footsteps weren't random. They had rhythm. Step, step, pause, step. I held my breath, waiting for it to stop. After a minute, the sound faded. I forced myself to relax, told myself it was just my imagination. The next morning, I checked upstairs before leaving for a grocery run. Every room was empty, just as I'd left it. But something felt off about the guest bedroom at the end of the hall. The door was cracked open slightly, though I distinctly remembered closing it the night before. When I pushed it open, the smell hit me first. A faint, musty odor, like damp earth. The window was closed, the curtains drawn. Nothing was disturbed except for the rug, which had a dark scuff mark running across it, like something heavy had been dragged. I shrugged it off, probably an old stain. Probably nothing. The second night, I double-checked all the doors and windows before bed. Locked everything. I left a lamp on in the living room just to be safe. I dozed off around midnight again, the TV flickering softly in the background. Then the phone rang. It was the landline. I hadn't even noticed it before. An old beige rotary phone mounted to the wall in the kitchen. I figured maybe it was my cousin checking in, but when I answered, there was no one on the other end. Just silence. Not even static. "Hello?" I said. Nothing. I hung up and went back to the couch. The TV had turned to static. I tried changing the channel, but everyone was the same. I turned it off, and for a moment, the only sound was the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. Then, knock. It came from upstairs. Not loud, just one slow, hollow knock. I waited, frozen. The air felt heavier, thicker. Then came another. Knock, and another. It was coming from the guest bedroom. I stood up, the floorboards cold under my feet. "Hello?" I called out, even though I already knew no one would answer. My voice sounded too small in the empty house. I grabbed the flashlight from the counter and started up the stairs, each step creaking louder than the last. When I reached the top, the air was colder. My breath fogged faintly in the beam of the flashlight. The hallway stretched ahead of me, dark and still. The guest bedroom door was closed this time. I stood there for what felt like forever, staring at that door. Finally, I turned the knob and pushed it open. The smell was stronger, earthy, damp, like something rotting under the floor. I swept the flashlight across the room. Nothing. The bed was made, the curtains still drawn. I took a step inside, the rug crunching faintly under my shoe. Then I saw it. In the corner of the room, just behind the rocking chair, the floorboards were wet. Not soaked, not puddled, just damp. Like someone had spilled something hours ago. I knelt down and touched it. It was cold. My fingers came away smeared with something dark, almost black in the light. I shined the flashlight closer. It wasn't water. It was mud. Before I could process it, the phone rang again, loud this time, echoing through the house like a scream. I nearly dropped the flashlight. The sound made my skin crawl. I backed out of the room, moving too fast, almost tripping down the stairs. The phone kept ringing. I grabbed it with shaking hands. "Hello?" A low breath crackled through the line. Then a voice, whispering. "Why are you in my house?" I froze. It wasn't my cousin. The voice was raspy, strained, like someone who hadn't spoken in years. "Who is this?" I asked, trying to sound steady. The line went dead. I unplugged the phone, my heart racing. Every instinct told me to leave, but my car keys were upstairs on the nightstand. I took a deep breath, forced myself to go back up. Each step groaned under my weight. The hallway felt different this time, longer, narrower. When I reached the top, I stopped. The guest bedroom door was open again, wider this time, and there was a figure standing in the doorway. It was tall, too tall. Its head brushed the top of the frame. I couldn't make out details, just a dark shape that seemed to shift as it breathed. I turned on the flashlight fully, aiming it at the figure. The light cut through the darkness, and there was nothing there. Just the empty room. I grabbed my keys and bolted down the stairs, nearly slipping on the last step. I didn't look back until I was in my car, engine roaring. I drove until I hit town, parked under a streetlight, and tried to convince myself I'd hallucinated the whole thing. The next morning, I wag back in daylight, determined to grab the rest of my stuff and leave for good. The house felt normal again. The air was warm, the smell gone. For a moment, I thought maybe I really had lost it, but when I stepped into the guest bedroom, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The rug was gone. The floorboards underneath had been pried up, and underneath, fresh dirt, a shallow pit, and footprints. Bare, wet footprints leading away from it. I called my cousin immediately. She picked up on the second ring, cheerful and unaware. "Hey, everything okay?" she asked. I hesitated. "Hey, who lived here before you?" She paused. "Before me? I think an older guy owned it years ago. Why?" "What happened to him?" She hesitated again. "They said he just disappeared one night. The realtor found the back door open and muddy footprints everywhere. Why? Did something happen?" I didn't answer. I just said I'd explain later and hung up. I left that house that afternoon, drove straight home, swearing I'd never go back. For a few weeks, I didn't talk about it, tried to forget. But sometimes late at night when I'm lying in bed half asleep, I hear it again, a faint knock somewhere just out of sight. And once, just once, I woke up to find mud on the floor near my bedroom door. Story the end. It was a little after 2 a.m. when I woke up to the sound of someone whispering my name. Not loudly, just enough to stir me awake. The room was dark, heavy with that thick stillness that only exists in the dead of night. For a few seconds, I thought I dreamed it. My eyes adjusted slowly to the faint orange glow of the streetlight bleeding through the blinds. Everything looked the same. My desk, the pile of laundry in the corner, the half-empty glass of water on my nightstand. But then I heard it again. A whisper. My name. From somewhere near the door. I froze. The voice wasn't familiar. It wasn't a shout, or even a clear call. It was low, raspy, almost like it came from someone struggling to breathe. I waited, holding my breath, straining my ears. The house was silent again. I could hear the faint ticking of the wall clock and the occasional hum of a passing car. I thought maybe it was my imagination. I lived alone, after all. Sometimes the mind plays tricks on you when you're half asleep. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I reached for my phone on the nightstand. 2:14 a.m. I used the flashlight to scan the room, my pulse racing. Nothing, just shadows stretching across the walls. I sighed, rubbed my eyes, and told myself to go back to sleep. But as I rolled over, I heard a soft creak in the hallway outside my room. The old wooden floorboards made that sound sometimes, but this wasn't random. It was slow, deliberate. One step, pause, another. Someone was walking toward my room. I sat up instantly, my chest tightening. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. No response. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. I could see the faint shadow of something under the gap, a shape that wasn't there before. Someone was standing there, silent, on the other side. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept under the bed and moved slowly to the door. My hand hovered over the knob. I didn't want to open it, but I needed to know. I pressed my ear to the wood and listened. Nothing, just silence. Then, all at once, a low, muffled whisper seeped through the door. "Let me in." I stumbled backward, dropping the bat. My hands went cold. I stared at the door, every muscle in my body frozen. The voice came again, slower this time. "Let me in." I wanted to scream, but I couldn't move. The sound wasn't angry. It was pleading, almost pitiful. But there was something underneath it, something wrong. I forced myself to grab my phone and dial 911. My thumb trembled as I pressed the numbers. But before I could hit call, the whisper stopped, and then came a new sound, a scraping noise like nails dragging down the door. I backed away until I hit the far wall. The scraping stopped after a few seconds. I waited, heart pounding, staring at the door, expecting it to burst open, but it never did. After what felt like hours, I must have drifted off somehow, sitting upright against the wall with the bat in my lap. When morning came, everything looked normal. The door was unmarked. No scratches, no signs of anyone breaking in. I tried to convince myself it was a nightmare, maybe sleep paralysis. I'd had a stressful week at work, barely sleeping. That night, I told myself I'd keep the light on. I wasn't going to let my imagination get the best of me. But the second night was worse. It was 1:50 a.m. when I woke up again, this time to the sound of something tapping on my bedroom window. Slow, deliberate taps, 3 in a row, pause, then 3 more. I pulled the blanket up to my chin, staring at the window. The blinds were closed, but I could see the faint outline of a hand pressed against the glass from the outside. Long, thin fingers. Too long. I didn't move. I couldn't. The tapping stopped for a moment, then resumed, faster this time. Then the whisper came again, muffled through the glass, but unmistakable. My name. I jumped out of bed, grabbed my phone, and ran for the front door. I didn't even look back. I bolted out into the night, barefoot, freezing, standing in my driveway under the weak glow of a streetlight. The neighborhood was silent. No cars, no people. Just me, standing there, shaking, staring at my dark house. The window where I'd seen the hand was perfectly still now. I called the police. When they arrived, they checked the perimeter. No footprints, no signs of forced entry. Nothing. They told me maybe it was a prank, maybe kids messing around. But I knew what I saw. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. By the third night, I was terrified of falling asleep. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, TV playing softly, the baseball bat beside me. Midnight passed. Then 1 a.m., then 2. I started to relax, thinking maybe whatever it was had given up. And that's when I heard the front door unlock. I hadn't moved. I hadn't touched it. I froze, staring at the knob. Slowly, it began to turn. I rushed forward and slammed it shut, locking the deadbolt, pressing my weight against it. Whoever or whatever was outside stopped pushing. For a few seconds, there was silence. Then a soft voice on the other side whispered, "You shouldn't have locked it." The air left my lungs. I stumbled backward, tripping over the coffee table. The whisper came again, closer this time. "You let me in before." I didn't understand. What did it mean? I hadn't let anyone in. I hadn't. Then I remembered something I'd forgotten until that moment. The very first night I'd moved in, about a month earlier, I'd heard a knock just before midnight. When I'd opened the door, no one was there, just the cool air and the dark street. I'd assumed it was a neighbor or a prank, but maybe it hadn't been. Maybe I had opened the door. That realization hit me like ice water. I ran to the back door, ready to get out of the house, but it wouldn't budge. It was like it was being held shut from the outside. The temperature dropped suddenly. My breath was visible. I could hear the faint sound of footsteps moving through the living room. Slow. Deliberate. I pressed myself against the kitchen counter, gripping the bat so hard my knuckles turned white. Then I saw it. In the hallway, half in shadow, something stood. Tall, pale, the outline of a person, but not quite right. The arms hung too long, the neck tilted at a strange angle. It just stood there, staring at me with hollow black eyes that caught no light. I raised the bat, but my arms felt weak. It didn't move. It didn't breathe. Then slowly it began to smile, an impossibly wide grin stretching across its face. I swung the bat, but it vanished before it connected. The lights flickered. Every bulb in the house began to buzz, and that low whisper filled the air again, echoing from all around me. My name, repeated over and over, overlapping like dozens of voices murmuring in unison. Then everything went dark. When I opened my eyes again, it was morning. The lights were back on. The door was still locked. My bat was on the floor beside me. I don't remember falling asleep. I don't even remember sitting down. I left that day, packed a few bags, and drove until the tank was empty. I rented a cheap motel room and didn't tell anyone where I went. That night, I slept with the curtains drawn tight, the lights on, and the TV blaring. At 2:14 a.m., the motel phone rang. I hesitated before answering. My throat was dry. "Hello?" Static filled the line. Then, underneath it, a faint whisper. My name. "Who is this?" I said, but I already knew. The voice rasped, barely audible. "You opened the door." I slammed the phone down and unplugged it. I didn't sleep again that night, or the next. Now, months later, no matter where I go, it finds me. Always in the dead of night. Always the same whisper, always the same voice. Sometimes I wake up to find the door unlocked. Sometimes I see handprints on the inside of the windows. And sometimes, when I'm too tired to fight it, I hear it right beside my ear, breathing softly, waiting for me to answer. Story, the end. It was well after midnight when Caleb finally finished cleaning the bar. The place was small, tucked on the edge of town where the last bit of neon bled into fields of dark farmland. He'd been the closing bartender at McKenna's for almost a year, long enough to get used to the smell of stale beer and cigarette smoke that clung to his clothes. But that night felt different. The wind outside had picked up sharply, carrying with it a sound that wasn't quite a howl, more like something brushing against the walls. He tried to ignore it as he stacked the last of the glasses and mopped the sticky floor, humming to himself out of habit. The jukebox had gone silent, the hum of its old tube speakers replaced by the low groan of the building settling. He glanced at the clock behind the counter, 2:47 a.m. He was late. His shift usually ended at 2, but one of the regulars, an old guy named Don, had stuck around nursing his last whiskey long past closing time. Don had finally wandered out, muttering something about shadows in the cornfields before disappearing into the dark. Caleb locked the front door and went to the back room to grab his jacket. The old wooden door that led to the alley creaked open reluctantly, and the night air hit him like a slap. Cold, sharp, and silent. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. The alley stretched behind the bar, lit only by a flickering security light that buzzed like an angry hornet. His car, a dented gray Corolla, was parked about 20 yards away. He slung his bag over his shoulder and started toward it. Halfway there, he froze. Someone was standing at the end of the alley, a tall shape, unmoving, silhouetted against the dim glow from the street beyond. Caleb blinked, trying to focus. The person, or whatever it was, stood too still, too rigid. It looked like a man, but its head was tilted unnaturally to one side, as if studying him. Caleb's first thought was that maybe Don had forgotten something, or Some drunk had wandered back here. "Hey," Caleb called out, his voice echoing off the brick. "We're closed." No movement. Caleb's skin prickled. He tightened his grip on his keys, trying to sound more confident. "You need something?" The figure didn't answer. Then, slowly, it stepped back into the dark, out of the light's reach. Caleb's stomach tightened. He took a cautious step forward and peered toward the end of the alley, but it was empty now. Nothing but shadows and the hum of that flickering bulb. He stood there for a long moment, listening. The night pressed in around him, and the silence had weight to it. Finally, he shook his head, muttering under his breath. Probably some drunk guy. Nothing to freak out about. He got into his car, started the engine, and locked the doors. But as he pulled out onto the road, he couldn't shake the image. The way the figure had stood there, perfectly still, watching him. The roads were empty as he drove home through the outskirts of town. It was the kind of night that felt endless, the streets wet from earlier rain and fog creeping low across the fields. Caleb turned up the radio just to fill the quiet, but every station was static. He gave up and drove in silence, his eyes heavy from exhaustion. When he finally pulled into his apartment complex, it was nearly 3:30 a.m. The parking lot was deserted except for a single car parked under a broken light. Caleb noticed something strange immediately. His own front porch light was on. He always turned it off before leaving for work. He sat in the car for a moment, staring at the yellow glow spilling out through the blinds. A weird chill crept up his arms. Maybe he'd just forgotten. He was tired. That had to be it. Inside, the air felt stale. He hung up his jacket and tossed his keys onto the counter. The light in the kitchen flickered once before steadying, the hum of the refrigerator the only sound in the small apartment. Caleb grabbed a beer from the fridge and dropped into the couch, scrolling his phone mindlessly. Then came a sound from the hallway, a faint creak, like weight shifting on old wood. He froze. His apartment was on the second floor. No one should be walking around. He muted his phone and listened. Nothing. After a minute, he stood up, his heart thudding. He told himself it was probably the upstairs neighbor, or maybe just the pipes. Still, he walked to the hallway slowly, every sense alert. The bathroom door was slightly open. He hadn't left it that way. "Hello?" he called softly. No answer. He pushed the door open. The bathroom was empty, lights off, mirror catching just the dim glow from the hallway. He stared at his reflection, his tired eyes staring back, pale under the fluorescent light. Then he saw it. In the mirror, behind him, just for a split second, a figure standing at the end of the hallway, tall, still, head tilted. Caleb spun around so fast he almost slipped on the tile. The hallway was empty. His breathing turned shallow. He backed into the bathroom, staring into the darkness outside the doorway. "Who's there?" he shouted, voice trembling. Silence. He grabbed the nearest thing that could work as a weapon, a wrench from under the sink, and edged into the hallway. His apartment wasn't big. The living room was visible from where he stood. Empty. The bedroom door was open. He checked every corner, every closet. Nothing. After 10 minutes of searching, he finally let himself exhale. Maybe it was just his imagination, something about the dark and exhaustion making him see things. But then he noticed the front door. It was unlocked. He always locked it. Always. He slammed it shut and turned the bolt, his hands shaking. He checked it twice before finally heading back toward the bedroom. Sleep didn't come easy that night. He left the light on, but sometime before dawn, exhaustion took over. When he woke, sunlight streamed through the blinds and the world seemed normal again. The fear from the night before felt distant, like a bad dream, until he saw the mud. A trail of dried mud leading from the front door across the living room and stopping right beside the couch where he'd been sitting. The prints were faint but clear, bare feet. Caleb's stomach dropped. He followed them, every step tightening the dread in his chest. They led to the middle of the living room and simply stopped. No smudges toward the door, no prints back outside. Just stopped. He called in sick to work that night, told his boss he wasn't feeling well. The thought of going back out into the dark made his skin crawl. That evening, as the sun went down, he double-checked every lock, every window. He left the porch light blazing and even wedged a chair under the doorknob. By midnight, he was lying in bed staring at the ceiling, trying to convince himself everything was fine. Then his phone buzzed. A text. Unknown number. "Why'd you lock the door this time?" Caleb's heart nearly stopped. His breath caught in his throat. He stared at the screen, every muscle locked in place. He typed back, hands trembling. "Who is this?" 3 dots appeared. Then, "I was right there." He dropped the phone, his pulse hammering in his ears. He grabbed the wrench again and moved to the living room, every step silent. The apartment was dark except for the faint glow of the streetlight leaking through the blinds. He reached the door, still locked, the chair still jammed under the handle. But something caught his eye. The blinds. A shape on the other side. Someone standing just outside the window, inches away, face hidden in shadow. Caleb's breath hitched. The figure lifted a hand and slowly dragged its fingers across the glass, leaving smudges that looked almost wet. He stumbled back, heart pounding. "Get the hell away from here," he shouted. The shadow didn't move. Then, without sound, it tilted its head, that same unnatural angle as before. Caleb didn't wait. He bolted to the bedroom and locked the door and called 911. His voice was shaking as he told the dispatcher someone was outside his window, maybe trying to break in. It took 12 minutes for the police to arrive. By the time they knocked, the figure was gone. The officers checked the property, shining flashlights around the complex. One of them, a tired-looking older guy, came back shaking his head. "No footprints, no sign of anyone out here," he said. "You sure you didn't just dream it?" Caleb didn't answer. They left, telling him to call again if anything else happened. He didn't sleep the rest of the night. Over the next few days, things got stranger. He'd come home to find lights on that he swore he'd turned off. His TV would flicker to life in the middle of the night, playing nothing but static. And sometimes late at night, he'd hear soft knocks, always 3, on the wall behind his bed. He started leaving the light on permanently. Then one night, around 3 a.m., he heard something new. The sound of his front door unlocking. He froze in bed, every nerve screaming. He could hear the slow, deliberate click of the deadbolt, then the creak of hinges. He grabbed the wrench again, creeping toward the bedroom door. He could see faint movement through the narrow gap, the shadow of someone walking inside. Caleb didn't breathe. He waited until the steps moved toward the living room, then slipped out and bolted for the front door. His eyes darted around as he ran. The figure was there again, tall and still, standing in the corner near the couch. It turned its head toward him, and for the first time, Caleb saw its face, or rather, the absence of one. Smooth skin where eyes and mouth should have been. He screamed and threw the wrench, missing by inches as he tore out the door and down the stairs. He didn't stop running until he was in his car, slamming it into gear and peeling out of the lot. He didn't go back. When the police returned the next morning, they found the apartment door wide open. Everything inside untouched, except for one thing. On the bathroom mirror, written in the same muddy streaks as before, were 4 words, "You locked me out." Caleb never worked at McKenna's again. He left town 2 weeks later, telling no one where he was going. But sometimes when he's driving late at night, he swears he sees a tall shape in the headlights at the side of the road, just watching, head tilted, waiting. Story the end. It was around 2:30 a.m. when I first noticed that something was off. I had just moved into a small, single-story rental house on the outskirts of a rural town in Pennsylvania. It wasn't much. 2 bedrooms, a cramped kitchen, and a living room with a fireplace that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years. But it was affordable, and I had been desperate. My work as an overnight security guard at a local warehouse didn't pay much, and the previous apartment I had rented in town was crawling with cockroaches. That night, I had finished my shift at 1 a.m., eaten a quick sandwich in my car, and drove the half-hour back to the house. It was a crisp autumn night, with mist hanging low over the fields surrounding the property. The house was quiet, almost eerily so, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator. I locked the door behind me, dropped my keys in the bowl on the counter, and decided to make some coffee before bed. I had just filled the kettle and set it on the stove when I thought I heard a soft thump upstairs. My heart jumped. The house was small, just a single floor with an attic above the ceiling in the hallway. No one else lived there. I told myself it was probably just the old wood settling. Houses in this area did that all the time, especially at night. I shook my head, laughing nervously, and poured myself a cup of coffee. Sitting at the kitchen table, I tried to ignore the uneasy feeling in my stomach. It didn't help that the kitchen window looked out over a long stretch of unlit lawn, the edge of the forest visible in the distance. Shadows seemed to shift in the moonlight, almost as if something was moving, but when I blinked or looked directly, there was nothing. I finished my coffee and decided to go to bed. My bedroom was at the far end of the hall. As I walked down the hallway, I noticed something I couldn't explain. The floorboards, which I was sure I had just walked on, seemed to groan again, as if someone were pacing. The sound wasn't constant, just intermittent. I paused, listening carefully. The sound stopped. I shrugged it off and got into bed, pulling the blanket over me. I kept my phone beside me, as usual, scrolling through news articles to unwind. Around 3:15 a.m., I thought I heard whispering. It was so faint at first, I wasn't sure if I was imagining it. The kind of whispering you hear when your brain misinterprets the wind or a creaking house. But this time, it was unmistakable. It came from the living room. I froze, holding my breath. My first instinct was to tell myself it was the wind rattling the old sliding door. But then I heard it more clearly. A soft, almost deliberate sst coming from the darkness of the living room. I sat up in bed, my phone in my hand like a flimsy shield. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. Silence. The whispering stopped. I told myself it was just my imagination and decided to check anyway. I got up and quietly crept toward the living room. The air was cold, colder than it should have been for October. The lights were off, and the only illumination was the moonlight spilling through the front window. I scanned the room, seeing only the shadows of the furniture. The whispering had stopped completely, leaving an oppressive silence. Then I noticed it. My front door was slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it when I got home. A chill ran down my spine. I don't know why, but I didn't call the police. I didn't grab a knife or even turn on the lights. I just closed it, triple-locked it, and went back to telling myself I was being paranoid. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing things, the whispering from the living room, a soft scratching from the attic, and occasional thumps like footsteps pacing just out of sight. I kept my phone close, and by 5 a.m., when the first light of dawn started creeping through the windows, I finally drifted off. The next day, I tried to rationalize everything. I assumed the house was old enough that the sounds could be explained by normal settling. But by the third night, it had escalated. It started with the shadows. I would be lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I saw shapes moving across the walls. Not your average shadows from trees outside. I'm talking figures that seemed almost human, tall and elongated, shifting unnaturally like smoke that had taken a vaguely humanoid shape. I would blink, and they would vanish, only to appear again seconds later. One night, around 2:45 a.m., I heard it again, the whispering. This time it came from the bedroom closet. I froze, every muscle tense. The voice was distinct, but the words were incomprehensible, like murmurs through a foreign language I couldn't place. I grabbed my phone and shined the flashlight toward the closet. Nothing, just coats and old boxes. I told myself I needed evidence. I set up my old security camera from work in the corner of the room, angled to catch the closet. I went to bed, trying to keep my mind occupied. At 3:03 a.m., the camera recorded movement. The door of the closet creaked slowly open by itself, and a shadow, tall and impossibly thin, stepped out. The movement was jerky, unnatural. It paused in the middle of the room, then slowly turned toward the camera. I couldn't see a face, it was just darkness, but I could feel it looking at me, as if aware I was watching. Then it moved out of the frame. I was shaking so badly that I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. I watched the footage over and over, each time feeling more sick, more certain that something was in the house. For the next week, the activity escalated. Doors would slam shut on their own, even when I was holding them open. I started hearing footsteps outside my bedroom, pacing back and forth. The whispering became clearer. I began to recognize words. My name, whispered in a breathy, broken tone. It never came from a single source. It bounced around the house, always just out of sight. One night, I was sitting in the living room, too terrified to sleep, when I saw something that froze me in place. A figure appeared in the kitchen doorway. It was wearing what looked like tattered clothing, gray and rotting, but the worst part was its face, or rather the lack of one. Smooth, featureless, except for two deep black holes where eyes should have been. It stood there, silent, staring at me. I could feel its gaze like a weight pressing into my chest. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. It simply turned and vanished into the darkness of the hall. I stopped trying to rationalize it at that point. I started sleeping in the living room with all the lights on. I called friends, hoping someone would come stay with me, but no one wanted to. I even considered leaving, but I couldn't. Something about the house had a way of making me feel trapped, like leaving was impossible, like the house itself didn't want me to go. A week after the first appearance, I was awoken by a sound that will haunt me forever, scratching at the bedroom window. I lived on the ground floor, but the window was high, and I knew I hadn't left it open. The scratching was slow, deliberate, and the rhythm made it unmistakably human. I sat up, heart pounding, and shined my flashlight toward the window. Nothing. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement in the mirror across the room. I turned slowly. There it was, a figure standing behind me. Tall, thin, featureless face, black holes where eyes should be. I froze. I couldn't move. The whispering started again, this time right in my ear, saying, "You can't leave. Not yet." I bolted from the room, stumbling down the hallway, not caring where I went. I left the front door open, ran into the street, and didn't stop until I reached the small diner at the edge of town. The owner, an older man who had lived in the area all his life, took one look at me and didn't ask questions. He just let me sit in the corner, trembling until sunrise. I returned that day with friends and cleared out the house. Every window was locked, every door bolted. We didn't see anything unusual in daylight, but the air felt heavy, oppressive, like the house itself was holding its breath. That night I stayed at a motel. I didn't sleep. The whispers, the footsteps, the shadows, they haunted me in my dreams, always at the edge of vision. A week later, I went back to collect some remaining belongings. The house looked normal in the daylight, peaceful almost. I stepped inside, ready to grab what I needed, and that's when I heard it. The whispering, soft, deliberate, coming from the attic. My heart froze. I didn't even go up. I turned around, and as I left, I glanced out the window. In the front yard, a figure was standing. Tall, featureless face staring at me from the edge of the forest. I never looked back. I moved out of state soon after. I haven't returned. But I've never forgotten the feeling of being watched, the whispering, the sense that something in that house was alive, waiting. I've rented other places and I've slept in many beds, but the quietest nights are always the worst. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear whispers. Sometimes I still feel eyes on me, even when I know I'm alone. I've tried to explain it, to tell myself it was sleep deprivation, paranoia, stress, but nothing fits. The shadows, the whispering, the figure, those aren't things your mind invents easily. I know what I saw, I know what I heard, and I know that house was waiting, and it might still be waiting for someone else. It's been years, and yet I still feel it sometimes, especially when I'm alone at night. A sense of being watched, followed, hunted. Something that lingers just at the edge of vision, just out of reach. And the whispers, I can still hear them in my dreams, calling me back. I've learned one thing for certain. The dead of night is never truly empty. Something waits, something watches, and if you're not careful, it might follow you home. Story the end. It was just after midnight when the call came in. I was working the overnight shift at a small gas station off Interstate 70, about 15 miles west of Topeka. The kind of lonely, dimly lit place truckers stopped at for coffee and kids on road trips stumbled into for snacks at 2 in the morning. It wasn't a bad job, really. Quiet most nights. Predictable. I'd bring my laptop, watch movies behind the counter, and wait for morning. But that night was different. That night, it felt like the world outside had gone completely still. The temperature had dropped below freezing, and a thick fog had rolled in around 11, swallowing everything. You couldn't see past the first set of pumps. The interstate beyond the lot was invisible, just gray nothingness in every direction. I remember thinking it felt wrong, like the air itself was holding its breath. The phone rang, the landline we used for emergencies and deliveries. It almost never rang after dark. I picked it up expecting it to be my manager, but the line was silent. I said hello twice before I heard it, faint breathing on the other end. Not fast or panicked, just slow, steady. "Hello?" I repeated. Nothing. Just that slow exhale. I hung up, shaking my head. Probably a prank, I thought. People got bored in the middle of nowhere. A few minutes later, I stepped outside to check the pumps. The fog was so thick it felt like walking through smoke. The security lights barely penetrated it. I was halfway to the third pump when I saw something, a shape, standing just beyond the glow of the light. I stopped. At first, I thought it was a customer, a tall figure, maybe 6 feet, facing me but not moving. I called out, "Hey, we're open." No response. I took a few steps closer, trying to see through the haze, but the figure didn't move. It just stood there, completely still, like it was carved out of the fog itself. Then the lights flickered, all of them, the whole station, and for half a second the figure was gone. When they came back on, it was standing closer. I ran back inside and locked the door. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. I checked the security monitors behind the counter. Nothing. Every camera showed the same gray fog, no movement. I tried to convince myself I was seeing things. Fatigue, maybe. The graveyard shift did strange things to your mind. But then the phone rang again. This time I didn't answer right away. I just stared at it as it rang over and over, each tone echoing through the empty station. I finally picked it up, slowly, pressing it to my ear. Again, silence. And then that breathing. But this time, after a long pause, a man's voice whispered, barely audible, "Don't look outside." My skin went cold. I slammed the phone down. Almost immediately I heard it, a soft tapping sound on the glass door. 3 distinct taps. Then silence. I didn't want to look. Every part of me screamed not to, but curiosity or fear or both made me turn my head anyway. Through the glass I could see a faint silhouette, a tall figure standing just outside the door. I took a step back, reaching for the phone again, ready to call the police, when the lights flickered once more. Off, on, off again. And when they came back on, the figure was gone. I grabbed my cell phone, but there was no signal. I checked again. No service. The fog outside seemed to pulse with light, shifting, swirling, as if it were alive. Then I heard the tapping again. Only this time it wasn't on the front door. It was on the side window, the one right behind the counter. I turned slowly. There, pressed against the glass, was a pale hand, long fingers, motionless. I could barely see the outline of a face through the fog and glare, but it was close enough that I could make out the faint reflection of hollow, dark eyes staring straight in. I stumbled backward, knocking over a display of chips. My legs felt weak. The hand didn't move. It stayed there for a few seconds more, then slid down the glass, leaving a faint smear that looked almost like frost. I locked myself in the back office after that. I sat with my back against the wall, clutching my phone, waiting for daylight. At some point, I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight streaming through the office blinds. My phone was buzzing, 10 missed calls from my manager. I stumbled out, blinking against the morning light, and looked around. Everything looked normal. The pumps, the lot, the counter, all untouched. But then I saw the glass door. There was a handprint on it. Faint, but there, larger than my own. I called my manager and told him what happened. He didn't laugh. He just said quietly, "You've been there long enough. Take a few days off." That afternoon, the county sheriff stopped by, said he'd gotten reports of strange activity on the highway overnight. Truckers seeing someone walking in the fog. A tall man, wearing old clothes, barefoot, wandering between the lanes. No one had been able to stop. Every time they tried, the man vanished. The sheriff asked to see the camera footage from the station, so I pulled it up. We scrolled through hours of recordings together. And then, around 12:40 a.m., one of the exterior cameras caught something. A faint shape walking out of the fog toward the station. It stopped right in front of the door. For a moment, it looked directly at the camera. The image was grainy, distorted by static, but the face was pale and stretched, like it didn't fit right on the head. The mouth was too wide, hanging open as if caught mid-scream. But no sound came through. Then the camera glitched. When it came back, the figure was gone. The sheriff rewound the tape and paused on the last clear frame. He stared for a long time, then asked, "You said it tapped on the glass?" "Yeah," I said. He nodded slowly. "You're not the first to say that. We've had a few reports like this in the last couple weeks. Fog rolls in, people see a man, then the power flickers. Then he's gone." I asked who he was, what they thought it was. The sheriff didn't answer at first. He just looked out window toward the fog still hanging low on the horizon. Finally, he said, There was an accident on this stretch of road about 5 years ago. A man got hit by a semi. Driver said the guy just stepped out of the fog, right in front of him, never found his body. I didn't know what to say. That night, I went home and swore I'd never work another overnight shift again. But sometime around 2:45 a.m., my phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something in me made me press the button. At first, all I heard was breathing. Then the same voice, low, calm, and unmistakably close. You looked outside. The line went dead. For weeks after that, I kept seeing things. Faint shapes in the fog, headlights flickering on empty roads, shadows moving just past the reach of the light. I moved away by spring, but I still drive that stretch of highway sometimes, heading east. Every now and then, when the fog is thick, I glance at the shoulder, and I swear I still see him standing there, waiting, a tall figure, motionless, his pale face barely visible through the mist, always watching. Story, the end. It started as an ordinary Thursday night in late October, the kind of night where the wind seemed to move with a life of its own, rattling the old windows of my apartment in Syracuse, New York. I was living alone in a third-floor unit of a building that had been around since the 1920s, a place where the heating system groaned and every floorboard creaked as though it were keeping its own secrets. I worked as a data analyst for a local firm, which meant I often stayed late, long after everyone else had gone home. That night was no different. I was staring at a screen full of spreadsheets, eyes strained from hours of looking at numbers, when I noticed the lights in the office flicker briefly. It wasn't unusual for the old fluorescent bulbs, but it felt off. My gut tightened. By the time I locked up and walked out of the office around 11, the streets were empty. The autumn air was sharp, carrying that smell of wet leaves and distant wood smoke. My walk home was quiet, too quiet. Normally there'd be at least one other car or someone walking their dog, but that night, nothing. As I approached my apartment building, I noticed that the hallway light on my floor was out. I tapped the wall switch near my door, and nothing happened. Odd, I thought. Probably a burned-out bulb. I grabbed my keys, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The apartment was as I had left it, though there was a strange heaviness in the air, like it had been sitting in silence too long, watching. I made my way to the kitchen, poured myself a glass of water, and then froze. There it was, the faintest echo of a sound from the living room. Almost like a whisper, a soft scratching. My pulse quickened. "Hello?" I called, but there was no answer. My apartment was small. I could see the living room from the kitchen. Nothing. I shook my head, blaming the wind outside for making some odd noises through the vents. I turned back toward my laptop, but before I could sit, I heard it again. Closer this time. It sounded like someone dragging a finger along the edge of the coffee table. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept in the corner, walking slowly toward the living room. The scratching stopped the moment I stepped into the room. I scanned every corner. There was nothing. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself I was imagining things, but then I noticed something I couldn't explain. My window was slightly ajar. I never left it open. Panic tightened around my chest. I shut it and locked it, triple-checking the latch. I didn't hear anything more, and after some time, I convinced myself it had to be a bird or a branch hitting the glass. I went to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Every small sound, the creak of the radiator, the hum of the fridge, felt amplified, invasive. Around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by the unmistakable sound of footsteps on my bedroom floor. Heavy, deliberate pacing. My heart hammering, I reached for the bat again, crawling to the door and peeking into the hallway. The floor was empty. The sound stopped when I stood there, frozen, bat in hand. I told myself it was my imagination, the anxiety of being alone in an old building, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was in the apartment. I sat back down on the edge of the bed, trying to control my breathing. Then I heard it, the faintest whisper from the kitchen. "I'm here." I froze. My entire body went numb. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but my phone was on the nightstand across the room. Slowly, I crawled toward it, my eyes darting to the doorway, the shadows stretching across the floor. The whisper came again, closer this time, almost at the threshold of the bedroom. "Don't move." I snatched the phone and dialed 911, my voice shaking as I explained that there was someone in my apartment. The dispatcher stayed calm, telling me to stay put until officers arrived. I crouched behind the bed, bat in hand, straining to hear anything. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Time stretched. Every creak, every whisper of the wind outside sounded like someone moving inside. Then I heard it, a slow, deliberate tap on the bedroom door. Tap, 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 like knuckles rapping in rhythm. My throat went dry. The dispatcher's voice crackled through the phone, calm but insistent. Do not open the door. Officers are on the way. I waited, and then the tapping stopped. Silence swallowed the apartment, thick and suffocating. I couldn't even hear my own breathing. Then came a soft, wet sound, like something dragging across the floor. I dared not move. Minutes later, the flashing lights outside drew my attention. The police arrived. I opened the door cautiously, half expecting to see someone, but the hallway was empty. They searched the entire building and the surrounding area. No signs of forced entry, no one hiding. Everything was as it should have been. The officers were polite but unconvinced. Sometimes old buildings make noises, one said. You probably just got spooked. I nodded, but I didn't feel reassured. I couldn't explain what I had heard. The next morning, I inspected the apartment in daylight. Everything was untouched. But then I noticed something small on the kitchen counter, a smear of what looked like mud or dirt. I wiped it away, assuming it must have come in through the slightly open window. That night, I double-locked the door, checked every window, and slept with the lights on. Weeks went by, but I never fully felt safe in that apartment again. And then it happened again. It was another Thursday, another late night working alone. The power flickered, the same whispering footsteps returned, and again, my window was ajar when I checked. But this time, I didn't hear a voice. I saw something. From the corner of my eye, a shadow moved across the living room floor. Too tall to be human, too fast to be a trick of the light. It didn't rush toward me, didn't make a sound, just hovered there. I froze, my bat shaking in my hands, and then it vanished. Just like that, as though it had never been there. I left the apartment the next morning. I didn't even pack properly. I just grabbed my essentials and drove away, breaking my lease early. I stayed with a friend, hoping the distance would help. But even miles away at night, I felt watched. Shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should, and sometimes in the silence of the night, I could swear I heard soft tapping, like knuckles rapping, at my bedroom door. Months later, I heard from a neighbor I had left behind. They mentioned seeing someone else moving into my old apartment. A strange couple, quiet, never seen during the day. One night, the neighbor said they heard screaming, low, guttural, not quite human, coming from my old unit. They called the police, but when officers arrived, the apartment was empty. No sign of the couple. Just like before. I never went back. I never wanted to. But the memory haunts me. That sound of footsteps pacing in the dead of night. The whispered "I'm here." The dragging wet sounds across the floor. Even writing this now in broad daylight, I feel a prickling at the back of my neck, a sense of being watched, as though whatever it was didn't want me to leave, and still doesn't. Years later, I moved to a new city, a new apartment, a new life. But late at night, sometimes I wake up and think I hear something. Tap, tap, tap. A soft rapping just at the edge of perception. And no matter how many times I convince myself it's nothing, the cold fear returns. It's always there, lingering in the corners of my mind, waiting, patient watching, just like it did that night in Syracuse. I've spoken to psychologists, tried therapy, medication, rational explanations. Nothing accounts for the cold certainty I felt, the undeniable presence of someone or something inside my home, waiting until I was alone to make itself known. I've read stories of break-ins, of home intruders, of hallucinations. None of them fit what happened to me. The feeling wasn't fear of the unknown. It was knowledge of the present. Something was there. Something real. Sometimes I wonder if it followed me. If it exists only in the shadows, moving from place to place, patient and silent, waiting for the dead of night when I am most vulnerable. I don't open my doors to strangers anymore. I don't answer the phone late at night. I avoid windows that face empty streets. But no matter how cautious I am, I cannot shake the memory of that sound. The slow, deliberate tapping, the whisper, and the feeling that whatever was there was always just at the threshold of my world, observing, waiting. I don't tell people this story. Most think I'm exaggerating, that it was stress, that I imagined it. But I know the truth. I felt it. I heard it. And I know without a doubt that some nights, in the deep, quiet hours when the world is asleep, it's still out there, waiting. Story the end. It was one of those nights in late October where the air felt impossibly heavy, the kind of chill that seeps into your bones and refuses to leave. I was living alone in a small apartment on the outskirts of Springfield, Missouri, an area where streetlights flickered and the roads were too quiet for comfort. I had moved there for work, a new job in IT support that had me stuck at a computer from 9 to 6, and then alone in my tiny one-bedroom apartment for the rest of the night. I liked the quiet, usually, but that night it felt oppressive, like the silence was thick enough to press against my eardrums. Around 10 p.m., I was sitting at my kitchen table with my laptop open, headphones in, finishing some work tickets that had come in late. The apartment was quiet except for the occasional hum from the refrigerator and the occasional groan of the building settling. I remember glancing at the window that faced the alley behind my building. There was a single streetlight that flickered occasionally, casting long, uneven shadows across the cracked pavement. I noticed a figure standing there. It was hard to make out, maybe someone in a hoodie, but it was too still to be anyone just walking by. My first thought was that it was some random person waiting for a friend, but there was an unnatural stillness to it, like it was watching something or someone. I tried to shake it off and return to my work, but then about 15 minutes later, I noticed it had moved slightly. Not closer, not away, but just shifted. I paused, staring, and then it was gone. I checked the alley through the peephole in my door. Nothing. I convinced myself it was a trick of the light, that my brain was just tired and creating movement out of shadows. By midnight, I had finished work and decided to unwind. I made some tea and sat in the living room, scrolling through my phone. The apartment felt colder than usual. I attributed it to a draft, or maybe the AC being on, but every so often I thought I heard a faint tapping sound, like fingernails lightly drumming against the window. I froze. Silence. I leaned closer to the window, trying to peer into the darkness outside. Nothing. The tapping came again, softer this time, almost rhythmic. I debated calling the police, thinking it might be someone loitering or trying to intimidate me, but there was no one there. I started pacing, trying to convince myself that it was just a raccoon or some branch tapping against the window. I checked the locks on all the doors and windows. Every one of them was secure. My apartment had always felt safe before, but that night, it didn't. Around 1:30 a.m., I decided to go to bed. My bedroom window overlooked the same alley. I had always slept with the blinds open. I liked seeing the streetlight cast its glow across the room, but that night I closed them. I laid in bed with my phone, trying to distract myself, scrolling endlessly. That's when I heard it, the faintest whisper, almost like someone was calling my name from the alley. Alex. I sat up, heart pounding. The whisper came again. I jumped out of bed, ran to the window, and pulled back the blinds. Nothing. I swear I was shaking at this point. I debated calling a friend, but it was too late, and I didn't want to wake anyone. I went back to bed, but sleep didn't come. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard the front door handle jiggle. I froze, listening. The handle didn't move again, but that was enough for me to grab the baseball bat I kept under my bed. I tiptoed to the door and listened. Silence. I felt my mind zing, imagining every horror scenario, but there was no sign of forced entry. I tried to calm myself, telling myself I was imagining things, but the unease didn't go away. About an hour later, I was lying in bed again when I noticed a shadow moving across the ceiling. It was slow, deliberate, and unlike anything I had seen before. It didn't match the movement of my ceiling fan or any of the furniture. My heart skipped a beat. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, scanning the room. Nothing. The shadow remained, as if cast by someone or something outside the room. I called my friend Mark, who lived a few towns over. I whispered the story, not wanting anyone in the building to hear. He told me to stay calm and turn on all the lights. I did. Every light in the apartment was on, but the feeling didn't leave. It was as if the apartment was aware of me being awake, aware of me watching. I kept glancing at the windows, half expecting to see the figure from before, but nothing. Around 5 a.m., exhausted, I finally drifted into a fitful sleep. I woke around 7:30 to the sound of tapping again, this time coming from the front door. My blood ran cold. I didn't move at first, hoping it would go away, but it didn't. I crept to the door and looked through the peephole. Nothing. I opened the door slightly. Still nothing. I stepped into the hallway and then I saw it. Faint scratches on the floor, leading from my door to the stairwell. They were too precise to be random, too deliberate to be from an animal. I called the police then. They arrived quickly, swept the building, and even checked the alley. No one was there. The officer who responded said it was likely someone playing a prank or trying to scare me, but he couldn't explain the scratches. He suggested changing my locks, which I did immediately. For the next few weeks, I didn't sleep well. Every night, I checked the windows and doors multiple times. Sometimes I thought I heard whispers or tapping, but there was never any visible presence. Then one night, about a month later, I was woken by the sound of my bedroom window sliding open. I bolted upright and shined my flashlight. The window was indeed open, and there was mud on the sill, fresh and dark. I panicked, grabbed my phone, and called the police again. They searched the area thoroughly, but found nothing. I moved out shortly afterward, too afraid to stay. I haven't returned since. What makes it worse is that sometimes, when I drive past that area, I see the same figure standing in the alley, motionless, staring. I've never stopped to look too closely. I always keep driving, windows up, doors locked. But I know it's still there, waiting, patient, in the dead of night. It's been years now, and I still get that feeling sometimes, the sense that someone is just outside, watching, waiting. I sleep with the lights on whenever I'm alone, and I check the locks constantly. Friends think I'm paranoid, but I know what I saw, I know what I felt, and I know that some nights it's still out there somewhere in the darkness, patient as ever, waiting for the dead of night to return. Story the end. It started on a night that was too still to feel normal. The kind of silence that presses in on you, that makes every creak of a house settling sound like a footstep. I had moved into this small rental on the outskirts of a town in Pennsylvania. It wasn't much, an old 2-story house with peeling paint and a sagging porch, but the rent was cheap, and I was fresh out of college and desperate for any place to live. My friends had warned me that the area was quiet to the point of creepy, but I brushed it off. I liked quiet. I liked being alone. I was wrong. The first week went without incident. I got into the routine of my life. Work during the day at a call center downtown, then coming home, cooking something simple, watching a little TV, and going to bed. It was comfortable, almost too comfortable. But the first night, something happened that I still can't explain. I had just climbed the stairs to my bedroom and was about to crawl into bed when I heard it. A whisper, faint, almost drowned out by the hum of the heating system. It sounded like someone saying my name. Daniel? I froze. My apartment was small. I lived alone. My first thought was that maybe I'd left the TV on in the living room, but the sound didn't match any show I had on. It came from above me, or rather from inside my own room. My heart started pounding. I stepped inside and flicked on the light. Nothing. The room was empty. The whispering stopped as soon as I turned on the light, leaving me with a pounding pulse in my ears and a creeping sense of dread crawling over my skin. I tried to rationalize it. "You're tired," I told myself. "You're imagining things." The next few nights were eerily quiet, almost too quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I began noticing small things, like the feeling of someone watching me from the corner of my eye. I'd catch movement from the edge of my vision, and when I turned, nothing was there. At first, I convinced myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but then I started noticing more than that. My bedroom door, which I always kept closed, would be slightly ajar when I got home from work. I live alone. I always closed it. I began locking the door at night. That helped somewhat, but didn't stop the other things. The whispers returned, softer this time, almost like they were coming from right inside my head. It wasn't one voice, but multiple, overlapping, saying nothing I could understand. They never spoke when anyone else was around because no one else ever was. But at night, it was constant. I stopped sleeping properly. I would lie in bed, lights off, trying to convince myself I was imagining it, but my body never relaxed. Every creak in the floor, every drip from the faucet, every wind gust scraping against the siding sounded deliberate, like the house itself was alive and aware of me. One night around 2 a.m., I woke up to the feeling of someone sitting on the edge of my bed. I couldn't move. My eyes were wide open and the room was dark. But I felt the weight, heavy, like a solid body pressing down on the mattress. I tried to convince myself it was a nightmare, but nightmares don't leave you paralyzed and sweating in real life. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear breathing, slow, deliberate, right next to my ear. I snapped the light on, and of course, nothing was there. After that, I started carrying my phone with me everywhere in the house, even to the bathroom, even when going to bed. I tried recording audio, hoping to catch the whispers, but playback revealed nothing. Nothing. It was as if the presence only existed when I was aware of it, or maybe it had some unrecordable frequency only I could hear. I stopped telling people about it. I didn't want them to think I was crazy. Then it escalated. One night, I was lying in bed, scrolling on my phone to distract myself from the persistent anxiety when I heard it. A tapping, soft at first, like fingertips on the window pane. My window faced the empty street. I got up, rationalized it as a branch brushing against the glass, but the sound followed me. As soon as I moved away, it continued. Not outside, not even at the window. It was coming from inside the house. The tapping began moving across the floor, soft, deliberate, like someone pacing. My living room, then the hallway, then upstairs, circling me, always out of sight. By this point, I was living in a constant state of fear. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't leave the lights off. I didn't answer my phone much anymore. I couldn't handle people around me. It was the only time the whispers went silent. I thought of moving, but I couldn't. My lease, my finances, my pride. So I endured. It reached its peak one night. I had been at work, and my shift ended at 11 p.m. I drove home, exhausted and irritable. The house was darker than usual. The lights I'd left on were off. I knew then that I had left them on when I left. I froze. The door to my apartment was wide open. I didn't remember unlocking it when I left. My heart was hammering. I stepped inside, calling out, "Hello?" No answer. The air smelled wrong, like burnt hair and wet earth. My stomach turned. I flicked on the light. The living room was trashed, furniture overturned, drawers pulled out, papers scattered everywhere. But nothing was missing. Nothing was stolen. I knew no one had broken in. I ran upstairs to my bedroom. The door was open. My bed was empty. But on my pillow, someone or something had left a note. I picked it up with trembling hands. It wasn't written in ink or pencil. It was scratched into the fabric of the pillowcase, letters deep and jagged. "Stay." I dropped it. The words seemed to echo in my ears. I ran down the stairs, out the front door, and just kept running until I reached a neighbor's house. They looked at me like I had lost my mind when I tried to explain. I spent the night on their couch, too scared to go back. The next day, I called a friend, Jake, who was a police officer, hoping he'd at least come over and check the place. He arrived mid-morning, flashlight in hand, radio clipped to his chest. I showed him everything. The trashed living room, the note on the pillow, the places where I'd felt the presence. His face was a mixture of skepticism and unease. He didn't believe in hauntings or anything supernatural, but he told me he could at least check for signs of forced entry or someone living in the walls or crawl spaces. We went through every inch of the house, every closet, the attic, the basement, every crawl space. Nothing. No footprints, no fingerprints, no one hiding anywhere. But he did notice something odd. Scratches on the floorboards near my bedroom, like someone or something had clawed at the wood. They didn't match my furniture. He chalked it up to age or animals, though I knew better. I stayed with Jake that night. I couldn't bring myself to go back. The next day, I packed some clothes and checked into a cheap motel, thinking I would figure things out in the daylight. But no matter where I went, the sense of being watched followed me. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the weight of that presence. Every time I heard a creak, every shadow seemed to move toward me. I started researching the house's history. What I found was strange. The property had been built in the 1930s, and the records showed that a man named Thomas Egan had lived there. Thomas was known locally for being reclusive, and apparently he vanished one night, never to be seen again. The house was empty for years before being rented out again. Neighbors claimed they sometimes heard whispers at night, furniture moving, doors opening and closing, but they assumed it was just the house settling. I realized with a sinking feeling that I had been living in the same space where he disappeared. The whispering didn't stop. It intensified. It followed me even when I wasn't in the house. I started seeing shadows in the corner of my eye, tall and thin, sometimes crouched near the doorway, just out of focus. I would wake in the middle of the night to the sound of someone walking through the motel hallway, but when I peeked out, the hall was empty. I stopped talking to anyone about it. Friends stopped asking questions. I couldn't tell anyone what was happening without sounding insane. One night, while lying awake in my motel bed, I felt it. Again, the heavy pressure on the edge of the bed. But this time, I could see it, or rather, I could see the distortion of air and shadow where it sat. I froze, staring at it. The whispers were loud now, overlapping and urgent. My name, my fears, my secrets. They were all being spoken in distorted, guttural tones. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I could only lie there, paralyzed, as the shadow slowly leaned closer. Then, as suddenly as it had arrived, it was gone. The room returned to normal. The air was still. The whispers ceased. But I knew it wasn't gone. It had only waited for the perfect moment. I started leaving the town entirely. I moved across the state, changed apartments multiple times, changed jobs, and tried to live a normal life. But the whispering followed me. The shadow appeared in mirrors in the corner of rooms, just behind me. I learned to ignore it, mostly, though the sense of dread never left. Sometimes late at night, I hear my name in that same hollow, guttural tone. A year later, I returned briefly to the town to collect my belongings from the old rental. I didn't tell anyone I was coming. I drove up, heart pounding, the old house looming like a memory I didn't want to remember. The porch was dilapidated. The windows were dark, empty. I stepped inside. The house was quiet, eerily quiet, but the feeling was the same. The air was thick, oppressive, like the house remembered me. I walked to the bedroom. Nothing had changed except the pillowcase was gone. In its place, scratched into the floorboards, were two words, "Still here." I ran. I left the house and the town behind, and I never returned. But I still hear it, not every night, but enough that I know it never left. I know now that some things aren't bound by walls or addresses, some presences follow, some whispers never end. And I know without a shadow of doubt that I am not alone, never alone, and I never will be. Story, the end. It had been a long week for me, the kind where every day blurred into the next, and by Friday night, all I wanted was the comfort of home, a hot shower, and sleep. I live alone in a small, older house in a quiet suburb in Ohio, the kind of place where neighbors know each other's names and kids still play outside until dusk. My work schedule was unpredictable, sometimes late shifts, sometimes early mornings, but that night, I was off. I had spent the evening catching up on a few chores and watching a movie, and the house was unusually silent, a heavy kind of quiet that always seems to settle when the world outside is asleep. I remember finishing a cup of tea and turning off the kitchen light. The only sound in the house was the soft hum of the refrigerator and the faint tick of the wall clock. It was just past midnight, and I felt a weird sense of calm. I was about to head to bed when I noticed something strange. My bedroom window, which faces the backyard, was slightly open. I always close it before bed, even in the summer. I brushed it off, assuming I had forgotten, and closed it fully. After that, I went about my usual routine, shower, pajamas, and crawl into bed with my phone on the nightstand. I scrolled through social media for a while, laughing quietly at some memes, then set it aside. That's when I heard it, the faintest scratching sound from the back of the house. At first, I thought it was a tree branch scraping against the siding, but the sound persisted, soft, irregular, like nails dragging across wood. I froze, trying to convince myself it was nothing. My house wasn't big, but the back was wooded just beyond the fence, so animals could be out there. Probably a raccoon. But then it came again, louder this time and closer. My heart started to race. I sat up in bed, listening intently, and realized something chilling. The sound was coming from the back door. I live alone, remember, and I always lock it. I slowly got out of bed and crept to the kitchen, every instinct screaming at me that something was wrong. The back door was locked, just as I remembered, but I could see something in the dim light of the porch outside. A shadow, elongated and still, as if someone was standing there, just beyond the glass. I froze. My brain screamed at me not to look, not to move, but curiosity. or maybe fear, made me inch closer to the door. Whoever it was, whoever or whatever, they weren't moving. I grabbed my phone, dialed 911, and whispered into it that there was someone outside my house. The operator tried to calm me down, asking for details, assuring me that help was on the way. I stayed by the door, peering into the darkness. The shadow didn't move. Minutes passed, though they felt like hours. And then, as if sensing my fear, it shifted. A hand appeared on the glass, pressed flat. I screamed into the phone, told the operator they were here, and the sound of footsteps on the porch made my blood run cold. And just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The porch light flickered on, then off, and silence fell again. I stayed where I was, clutching my phone until I heard the distant sound of police sirens approaching. When they arrived, they found nothing. No footprints in the dew-soaked grass, no signs of forced entry, nothing. Just the locked back door and me, shaking and pale, babbling about a shadow. The officers were polite, professional, but I could tell they didn't fully believe me. They advised me to lock all doors and windows and offered to have a patrol car drive by throughout the night. I thanked them, though I wasn't sure it would make a difference. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak, every whisper of wind against the house made me flinch. I kept the lights on, and even then, the shadows seemed to cling to the corners of my vision, moving just slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them. I told myself it was exhaustion, paranoia, a trick of the mind. The next morning, I went to work as usual, trying to push the events out of my head. But that night, something even worse happened. I had just finished dinner and was cleaning up when I heard a knock at the front door. Strange, because no one usually comes by this late. I approached cautiously, peeking through the peephole. There was no one there. I frowned and was about to turn away when I saw it. Again, that shadow, standing just beyond the streetlight, tall and featureless. My stomach dropped. I backed away from the door and then my phone buzzed. A text message from an unknown number. It read, "I know you're alone." My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped it. The next message came almost immediately. "I'm closer than you think." I couldn't breathe. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. Then the power went out. Total darkness, except for the dim glow from my phone. I tried calling 911, but there was no signal. My heart pounded in my chest as I fumbled for a flashlight in the kitchen drawer. That's when I heard it. A slow, deliberate scraping sound coming from upstairs. The same sound as the night before, only this time inside the house. I didn't want to go up. I couldn't. But instinctively, I had to see. I took a deep breath, grabbed the flashlight, and slowly ascended the stairs. The sound was coming from the guest room, which I never use. The door was cracked open slightly. I froze, shining the light inside. The room was empty. Just the bed, the dresser, the empty closet. Then I saw it. Written across the wall in what looked like smudges of dirt or something darker. "I'm in the house." My stomach churned. I bolted down the stairs, my mind racing. I had to get out. I grabbed my keys and phone, ran to the car, and drove straight to a friend's house, calling them frantically on the way. I stayed with them that night. Police came again the next morning, combed through my house. Nothing. No signs of break-in, no footprints, no forced locks, no fingerprints. Nothing. I tried to explain the message on the wall, but without evidence, they couldn't do much. I started to feel like I was losing my mind. I wasn't. Maybe I was. Sleep deprivation can play tricks, right? A few nights later, I returned home. The house felt off. Not just unsettling, but wrong, like the air was heavier, colder. I tried to tell myself it was paranoia, but deep down I knew something had followed me. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I set up cameras, checked every lock, double-checked the windows. But that night, while reviewing the footage, I saw something that made me want to vomit. At exactly 2:13 a.m., the cameras caught a figure standing in my bedroom doorway. Tall, featureless, completely black, almost like a shadow with shape. It didn't move for hours, just stood there, waiting. The camera didn't pick up any footsteps, no sound, nothing. Just the figure standing there, and then when morning came, it was gone. After that, I moved. I couldn't stay there, couldn't face whatever was in that house. I sold it, gave a vague story about needing a change of scenery. My new apartment is in the city, crowded, noisy, alive. And yet, sometimes at night, when the wind howls through the alleyways, I swear I can feel it, watching me, waiting. I've had other experiences since then, shadows that linger in corners, faint scratching noises that seem to follow me, phones buzzing with texts from numbers I don't know. I've tried to rationalize it, stress, paranoia, coincidences, but I can't escape the feeling that whatever it wasn't done with me. Friends have told me to seek therapy, to stop living in fear, to rationalize the experiences. But I can't, because I know the truth. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And every night, as I lie in bed, listening to the city hum outside my window, I wonder when it will come back. I don't know if it's a person, a presence, or something beyond comprehension. I don't want to know, but I feel it, always. And sometimes late at night, I hear the softest scratching at my window, like nails dragging across glass. And I remember that shadowy figure on the porch, just waiting, just watching. Sleep is a luxury I no longer have. Every creak of the floor, every flicker of light, every shadow at the corner of my vision sends my heart racing. I've changed my locks, installed cameras, even moved my bedroom away from windows, but it doesn't matter. Because whatever it is, it doesn't care about doors or windows. It doesn't care about cameras. It only cares about me. Last night, I woke to the sound of breathing. Heavy, deliberate, coming from the living room. I was alone. I know I was alone. But the air was thick with presence. I grabbed my flashlight, and there it was, standing at the far end of the room, taller than any man, featureless, blacker than the night outside. It didn't move, didn't speak, just watched. My flashlight flickered, and when it came back, it was gone. But I know it didn't leave. I know it never leaves. I can't tell anyone this. They'll think I'm crazy. But I know the truth. It's out there, and it's patient, waiting for the right moment. And I've learned something else. Whatever it is, it doesn't just want to scare you. It wants you to know it's there, to make you aware, to remind you that it's always closer than you think. Tonight, I hear the wind against the window, the softest scratching sound. And I know I'm not alone. Story the end. It had been one of those unusually quiet nights in rural Pennsylvania, the kind where the air felt thick and heavy, pressing in on every inch of the farmhouse that sat a mile off the nearest road. The house had been in my family for generations, passed down through my grandfather, who had lived there until his death a few years prior. After that, I moved back from the city to help my grandmother with the property. It was late October, the air crisp with the beginnings of winter, and the woods surrounding the property were dark and silent, save for the occasional hoot of an owl. That night, I had stayed up later than usual. The clocks in the house ticked loudly, an echoing rhythm in the otherwise still home. I was sitting at the kitchen table, sipping on coffee I'd long since reheated for the third time, staring at the old rotary phone. The thing sat like a relic of another era. And for some reason, I had been obsessively checking it, even though it hadn't rung in years. Around midnight, a gust of wind slammed against the windows so violently it rattled the panes. I jumped and spilled some of the coffee onto the table. My dog, a large German shepherd named Hank, perked his ears and growled low in his throat. The growl wasn't directed at anything in the kitchen. It was coming from the living room. I froze, staring toward the darkened hallway, trying to convince myself it was just the wind. Hank's growl intensified. I stood, heart pounding, and flipped the light switch for the hallway. Nothing. The light flickered once, then stayed on. I let out a shaky breath and knelt down to calm Hank, whispering reassurances that there was nothing there. But the unease wouldn't leave. It had been a long day of tending to the property, and I tried to shake it off as mere fatigue. I went to bed around 1 a.m., telling myself I'd feel safer under the covers. The bedroom was small, with a single window overlooking the woods. I had left the blinds open, as I always did, to let in the moonlight. The night was so dark that even the moon barely pierced the thick canopy of trees. I lay on my side, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind and the occasional creak of the old house settling. Around 2:30 a.m., I woke to a soft scratching sound. It was coming from the direction of the bedroom door. I froze, holding my breath, convinced I was hearing things. Hank was at the foot of the bed, ears perked, growling softly. The scratching stopped, then resumed, slower this time, deliberate, like fingernails against the wood. I told myself it was probably a branch scraping the house, or perhaps a raccoon on the porch. But then I remembered I had locked the door. Every door in that house locked from the inside, and I always double-checked before going to sleep. The realization gnawed at the edge of my panic. Whatever it was inside. I reached over to the nightstand for the baseball bat I kept there, trying not to make a sound. As I gripped it, the scratching stopped entirely, replaced by something far worse, a slow, deliberate tapping coming from the window. I slowly turned my head toward it. The moonlight revealed nothing but the empty yard. My mind raced through explanations, branches, maybe a loose shutter. I forced myself to breathe, telling myself it wasn't real, but Hank's low growl had turned into a full bark directed straight at the window. I froze. Then I saw it. A shadow, a figure, standing just beyond the glass. It was tall, impossibly thin, and utterly still. No features, just blackness where a face should have been. I swear I could feel its eyes on me, though there were none to see with. I backed away, heart pounding, and grabbed my phone from the nightstand. I considered calling the police, but the thought of stepping outside to answer the phone seemed impossible. The shadow didn't move. It just watched. I held the phone in one hand and the bat in the other, paralyzed with fear. Minutes, or maybe hours, passed like that. The wind picked up outside, rattling the branches, and the figure remained. I tried to blink it away, tell myself it was a trick of the light, but deep down, I knew it was real. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. The window was empty, the night silent except for the wind. Hank had retreated to the corner of the bed, shaking. I stayed awake until dawn, refusing to close my eyes. When morning came, the unease didn't dissipate. I checked the perimeter of the house, convinced someone had broken in. Nothing. No footprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps it was a prank. Maybe I had imagined it in my half-asleep state. But the fear in Hank's eyes told me otherwise. Dogs have a way of sensing things we cannot. Over the next few nights, the incidents escalated. Doors I knew I had locked were found ajar. Objects moved from their places. Footsteps echoed in the hallways, slow, deliberate, but no one was there. I began sleeping with the lights on, but even then, the shadows seemed to move with a life of their own. One night, around 3 a.m., I was woken by a whisper. At first I thought it was the wind. Then I realized it was calling my name. David, a low, guttural voice, barely audible, yet unmistakable. It was coming from the living room. My stomach turned to ice. I wasn't alone. I grabbed the bat and crept toward the source, each step heavier than the last. The living room was empty, but the whispering continued, circling the room. It was as if someone or something was moving just beyond my vision, staying in the shadows. I called out, my voice trembling, but the whispering only grew louder, more insistent, and now it was joined by laughter. Low, hollow laughter that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. I ran back to my room and locked the door, hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the bat. Hank was trembling beside me, whining softly. I stayed awake the rest of the night, listening to the sounds of the house being rearranged around me. The soft thud of objects hitting the floor, the scraping of furniture, the whispers and laughter that seemed to echo from every corner. The next morning, I called a friend who had grown up in the area. I told him everything. He listened, quiet, then asked me if I remembered the stories about the old family farm. According to local legend, my grandfather had acquired the property under strange circumstances, buying it from a man who disappeared mysteriously one night. The land, it was said, had been the site of something dark, something that hung over the house like a shadow. I wanted to laugh, but the memory of the shadow at the window made it impossible. I asked him why he hadn't mentioned it before. He said most people don't talk about it, that the family who lived there before had vanished without a trace, leaving only rumors. I felt a chill. The stories suddenly made sense, but they did nothing to ease the fear gnawing at my chest. The nights only got worse. I stopped sleeping, relying on coffee and sheer adrenaline to get through the evenings. The whispers became voices, calling my name, mocking me, repeating things only I would know. I saw figures in the corners of my eyes vanishing when I tried to look directly at them. The feeling of being watched was constant, suffocating. Hank became withdrawn, refusing to go near certain rooms. I knew then that whatever it wasn't just in my mind. One night, I was jolted awake by a sound unlike anything I had heard before, the slow, deliberate dragging of something heavy across the wooden floor. It started in the kitchen, moved through the hallway, and stopped right outside my bedroom door. The air grew cold, and the lights flickered. I held my breath, praying it would pass. Then the door handle rattled. I can't describe the terror that gripped me in that moment. The handle twisted slowly, agonizingly, but the door didn't open. Whatever was on the other side, it didn't need to. I could hear it breathing, low and wet, and a voice whispered, almost gently, "David." I swung the bat with every ounce of strength I had, breaking the handle off and latching the door. The dragging continued on the other side of the house. Then, silence. I didn't sleep for days. I didn't eat. I barely left my room. I called my grandmother, desperate for guidance, and she told me to leave the house. She didn't elaborate, only said it wasn't safe. I packed a bag in the dead of night and left, driving through the pitch-black roads with Hank trembling beside me. The further I got from the farmhouse, the more I felt the tension leave my body. But even weeks later, the memories haunted me. Dreams of that figure at the window, the whispers calling my name, the dragging across the floor. Every detail was burned into my mind. I have never returned. The house remains in my family, though no one lives there. Occasionally I drive by on the way to visit relatives, and I see lights flickering inside, even though the house is supposed to be empty. I never stop at the gate. Some things I've learned are better left alone. I've moved several times since then, always keeping my distance from rural properties, from old houses with histories I don't understand. The memories never fade. Hank, who lived another 5 years, never again showed the same fear, but I could see in his eyes that he remembered. He never wanted to be alone in a room, and neither did I. Sometimes, late at night, I wake up and swear I hear a whisper outside my window. My heart races, and I sit up, gripping the sheets, telling myself it's just a dream, but I know better. The feeling of being watched never goes away entirely. I've tried to rationalize it, tried therapy, tried ignoring it, but deep down, I know that whatever it was that haunted that house didn't stay there. It followed me, just slightly out of reach, waiting for the night to get quiet, waiting for me to feel safe. I rarely tell anyone this story because no one believes it. I've been called paranoid, delusionally imaginative, but those who dismiss it haven't felt the presence, haven't heard the whispering of a voice that knows your name, hasn't seen a figure at the window that isn't there when you blink. I know what I saw, I know what I felt, and I know I will never, ever be alone at night again without remembering that shadow. Years later, I sometimes check the property records, just out of a morbid curiosity. The previous owners before my grandfather are still listed as unknown. My grandfather's name is on the deed, but he never spoke of what he experienced in that house. I often wonder if he left because of something more than just age, more than just moving on. I wonder if he ran from the same presence that chased me, the same darkness that lingers in the corners of old houses in the dead of night, waiting for someone to hear their name. There's a caution I've learned from this experience. Some places are tied to something far older and far crueler than we can comprehend. Darkness is not merely the absence of light. It has weight, a presence, a consciousness. And in the dead of night, when the world is quiet and still, you realize it has been waiting for you all along. Even now, living in a well-lit apartment in the suburbs, I cannot shake it entirely. The wind rattles the windows in late October, and I remember the farmhouse. I sometimes see shadows out of the corner of my eye, lingering a moment too long. I know it isn't my imagination. It's that same presence, patient, deliberate, observing. And sometimes, when the night is particularly quiet, I swear I hear a faint whisper calling my name, and I know without a doubt that I will hear it again. Story, the end.